was in 2007-8, that under 66, the power exchange is functioning without a license. And the question then comes is, are there exceptions in the 2003 Act where you can have an activity in electricity which is not regulated or not licensed? And this question remains, and it is still there. So this is one of the issues which has been kept in the back burner. Everybody is very happy, and things are going on. And there are like that, there are quite a few issues. For example, someone mentioned yesterday about fixed charges and high costs, etc., etc. I remember the year was, I think, 2011, when in fact 2010, they were going to make competitive bidding mandatory, and there were certain players, including NTPC, who went and signed 48 or 50,000 megawatts worth of documents or MOUs or pieces of paper to meet the deadline, after having been refused by CERC that you cannot continue to have a Section 62, it's going to be Section 63. And then you had a whole series of events where these states were forced, at least that's what they say, to sign these PPAs later. And so today there are lots and lots of plants which are sitting there, or were sitting there, I don't know the latest situation because of the shortage of power, where the fixed charges are being paid but they're not being scheduled, including one in Karnataka that I know of, a couple in Maharashtra, and so on and so forth. Then you have these challenges that have cropped up over the period of time in terms of shortage of coal. And I remember in IPPAI, the issue was going on since 2012, 13. Finally, in 14, we were the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court's court. We were all summoned. And the Chief Justice, I remember, said, listen, this is going to have a huge impact if we cancel all the mining licenses. But a government had just come in, and for whatever reason, the Chief Justice, I remember spending the whole day in the court, and he asked, what does the government want? Can we allow the existing mines to continue, or do you want to scrap them all? And the Attorney General at that time, who incidentally is a friend, said, Lordship, we have no objection, you can decide either way. We had hired some of the top lawyers. IPPAI hired Harish Salve, we had KK Venugopal, and we had the best lawyers, best brains of the country appearing, Abhishek Manu Sangvi, different associations, different parts of the sector, saying that please don't scrap. General at that time, the Chief Justice was inclined to consider it, but he again waited for the Attorney General to come in at 3:45. The court was supposed to rise at 4. And he asked him once again, what have you decided? He said, no, sir, you can scrap them all. We are ready. Now, for whatever reasoning, logic, all the mines got scrapped. Huge penalties were imposed. People who had set up power plants next to the coal mine, and they were transporting coal by conveyor belts, had to switch off the conveyor belt, had to arrange for the coal from 300 kilometers away, 400 kilometers away. The policymaker at that time decided that the increase in cost will not be a pass-through. That was very strange, because there is an increase in variable cost, and your entire capacity is set up next to on the pit head. I remember somebody knocking our doors. This was, I think, in the state of Orissa, and his plant was next to the coal mine. But that coal mine got allocated to NTPC, and he had to get his coal from somewhere 50, 60, 100 kilometers away. But the district magistrate, or rather collector, had put a ban on movement of coal except 6 hours at night, and it had to come by truck instead of the conveyor. And so we racked our brains, tried to figure out. He says, there's no way I can run my plant on that 6 hours of coal supply. So we have been facing a lot of issues where, as they would say, PPA hai to koila milega. PPA nahi hai to koila nahi milega. Okay. Then it went one step further. Sir, PPA sign kar do. PPA नहीं sign करेंगे. क्यों? Because on paper I have signed 48,000 megawatts with NTPC. So I don't need power. So I'm not signing your PPA, even though there's an MOU, even though you made progress, even though some of you actually gone and built your projects. PPA नहीं मिलेगा. PPA मिल गया, कोयला नहीं मिला, अब मिल गया, पेमेंट नहीं मिलेगा. तो मतलब पेमेंट मिलेगा, हम डिस्प्यूट खड़ा कर देंगे, हम आपको नहीं देंगे. अच्छा नहीं, अगर आप नहीं देंगे तो आप इंटरेस्ट तो देंगे, डिलेड पेमेंट नहीं, सरचार्ज नहीं देंगे, डिलेड इंटरेस्ट नहीं देंगे. देन वी वर टोल्ड कि यू प्राइवेट फेलोज हैव नॉट परफॉर्म. भाई क्या हुआ? Look how beautifully public sector is performing. So we said, but public sector is guaranteed payment through the subvention. Power Grid and NTPC have a scheme where their payments have to be made. If the state government doesn't, the electricity distribution company doesn't pay, the state funds are cut off because there's a tripartite agreement entered into way back in 2002, which has been continuing till today. It's not a level playing field. 1.5 lakh crore, 2 lakh crore, God knows how many lakh crore of money is stuck of private sector. And what is happening? No coal, no fuel. You got fuel, no PPA. You got PPA, no payment. And guess what? The private sector chaps are actually making I would call it a stupid mistake of borrowing short-term funds for long-term projects. And IPPAI had spent a lot of time on trying to understand why is it that we don't have long-term funds like you have in other countries. And the problem is that every time you take debt, you have to put a stamp on it. And the state governments want to charge stamp duty. And so if you have equity markets, which are fantastic, but debt markets, as you can see, which should have been 50 times the size of the equity markets on the stock exchange, don't exist, not really. So you are having these mismatches. And one has been seeing that implementation of a brilliant idea, of an act, of intention, which coincidentally started with the BJP Sarkar of 98. I must say that all the innovations that we see today were 98, 99 thought process. Power Trading Corporation, Electricity Act 2001, 2003, you have the Energy Conservation Act and so on and so forth. But implementation we got stuck. I remember the bureaucrats at that time said, give everything to the regulators. I've seen regulators coming on bicycles. And I've also seen regulators sitting with I don't know the desk officer of the ministry of their particular state saying, "Ye hamara petrol ka bill to pass kar do." They didn't even have a peon when they started. And they were supposed to be supermen who were supposed to sort things out. Slowly, over a period of time, they started gathering strength. Then what do I see? I see projects and contracts which have been entered into before the regulators came into the picture being fiddled around. A particular conference we organized in Delhi and in Bangalore, where the sitting judge of the High Court was kind enough to come for the inauguration. And he said, sanctity of contract, rule of law is final. It's enshrined in our constitution, and that's it. We will go only as per the contract. The next speaker was the chairman of the then Regulatory Commission, who said, that all is fine, but if we find anything malified in public interest, then we'll reopen the contract. So that was the first layer of there. Within 1 hour of the discussion. The next guy was the head of the law school in Bangalore, who's a Harvard professor, I forget his name. He used, and I quote, he says, "At the heart of our law system lies the principles laid down in English jurisprudence, which clearly says that you have every right to enforce your contract, or rather you have as much right to enforce your contract as you have to renege on it as long as you are making a profit. So all of a sudden I see Indian culture, Indian way of thinking, Indian laws, Indian psychology with an English concept कि मैं अपने कॉन्ट्रैक्ट को इम्प्लीमेंट इन्फोर्स कराऊंगा अगर मुझे प्रॉफिट है, नहीं तो मैं रिनेज कराऊंगा अगर मुझे प्रॉफिट नहीं है. So within 1 hour and 45 minutes I had cold sweat here and I said, where do you go with sanctity of contract, rule of law? कहाँ जाओगे आप? अच्छा, regulators were made into supermen. Some of them are sitting here, past and present. इनको सुपरमैन बना दिया है. वो जो सरकार नहीं करना चाहती, वो ये करेंगे. So what did I witness? I found regulatory capture. The regulators were doing exactly what the DISCOM told them, and why? Because the regulators were ex-government officials of that state who had served the state for 40 years, taken a retirement and become members or chairmen of the Regulatory Commission. और उनकी अपॉइंटमेंट भी स्टेट में की गई थी. सो नेचुरली दे आर इन अ सेंस इंडेटेड, सो टू स्पीक. दे कांट बी इंडिपेंडेंट. When is the regulatory capture? I'll give you an example. In the state of Maharashtra, 2010-11, the surcharge was 90 paise or 98 paise. By the time 2013, 14, 15, by the time open access started taking place, the surcharge went up to 1 rupee 25 paisa, 1 rupee 89 paisa, and then additional surcharge was added of some 1 rupee something. And then they also brought in the electricity duty by amending the Bombay Electricity Act. Because the Bombay Electricity Duty Act said that the distribution company will collect from the customer. But open access, there was no distribution company. So they found this loophole, isko bhi plug karna hai. So at one point in time, if you were selling power to customers in Maharashtra, around 4 plus rupees was the penalty for open access. In other words, everything had to be done to stop open access for whatever reasons, we all know. And in the case of Bombay Airport, if you take open access, then we'll reduce the contract demand to 10 megawatts. And if you exceed and your source fails, we'll be charging you 12 rupees 82 paisa per unit as penalty. So everything was done to make sure that open access was not allowed. So implementation of the intentions of the act, even though the policymaker in Delhi was trying his best to make sure that everything was streamlined, was not happening at the state level. So I want to just end my remarks by saying that I find the Electricity Act and the electricity ecosystem fascinating, challenging, but at the same time, now it is coming to a point where technology is coming, new ideas are coming in. We're talking about financial derivatives. I asked somebody, yaar, wo batao ye financial derivatives kaise honge? He says, it's going to be basically a great idea for DISCOMs. To do what? They will hedge and play the forward market. So I asked a very simple question. I said, boss, tell me, every guy sitting in every state DISCOM gets an approval on the file for selling or buying power at a price. All of a sudden, that price is not what comes on the power exchange. How will he explain to the CAG and to his other cousins that this is not causing loss to the exchequer? Uska koi jawab nahi. Abhi, this is also another hidden issue. And a lot of people could get into trouble if people get down to it. Looking at the way some of these agencies are running around. And how do you explain to a police wala the nuances of electricity? And how do you explain to him that you are transacting on a private, and I'm using the word deliberately, private power exchange, government funds, in a system which is not transparent? And I'm deliberately saying this because our friends are starting a new power exchange. So you have this algorithm-based system. has this been, is it there in the national tariff policy? Has it been clarified? Has it been sanctified? The answer seems to be no. So, अब हम ₹3 में बेचोगे, तुमने 2.5 मिनट में बेची, उसका to please come on board. Thank you.
Okay, very warm good morning to everyone. And let me at the outset thank IPPAI for giving me this opportunity to be here with you all today morning and share some of my thoughts, what we had been doing in the power sector. Of course, my task has been made easier with 30 minutes of almost 30, I was seeing my watch. So it was with almost around 30 minutes of giving the past pain points, I'll say, of the sector. And let me tell you that these are some of the pain points which drives a policymaker to make a policy. Until this you know the pain points, probably you will not be able to diagnose the problem and you will not be able to really come out with a solution to that problem. It's almost like a patient going to a doctor, and until the doctor is really good and he tries to really understands the pain point, he'll not be able to prescribe a good medicine. Similar is the case with us. Of course, we do, as a policymaker, keep playing the cards on future, which is nowhere written, but we have to think in the hope that we deliver and deliver to the best efficiency that is possible in the sector. With that opening remark, I'll try to take you through today with the next few hours of presentation. I hope you bear with me. What I'll do is, please feel free to raise your arms. Feel free to interact at any of the slides which you feel that I need to explain further. Let us make this not a monologue, but let's make it quite an interactive session that we'd like to have today morning. So coming back to the topic, in fact, I'll try to focus the entire presentation on the what had been in the past, where we are today, and what are still the pain points and how we really try to take it forward. So I'll just try to give you some overview of the Indian power sector as on date. So with the capacity that is available right now is 396 gigawatt, maximum 51.5% still remains with coal. The kitty which you see in the green, that is roughly around 27% with renewables, is increasing, that pie is increasing. Hydro almost constant, not much of growth there. Nuclear again, share is coming down and down, even though we have some future which have been projected by NPCIL, but seems to be gray. Gas, I think people have already talked about much about it. We are still at 25.
So I'll just try to
and
some
some
overview of the Indian power sector as on date.
The available capacity is decreasing day by day.
with the capacity that is available right now is
Lignite, of course, is almost similar to coal. So if you
maximum
really look at this pie
51.5% still
chart,
remains with coal.
we do keep on
The
saying
kitty
that
which
we
you
are
see the
surplus
green,
most of the
that is
time
roughly around 27%.
with 396 gigawatts.
Renewables is increasing.
What
That
what
pie
is
is
your
increasing.
effective capacity?
Hydro
which is
almost
available to
constant,
meet my
not
demand
much
at
of
a time
growth
when
there.
I really need it?
Nuclear again,
And that's the question which
share is
we all keep
coming
on
down and
asking,
down,
because
even
you
though
must
we
have
have
seen
some
in my portfolio,
future which
I
have
do
been
handle operation and monitoring
NPCIL,
division, which
but
means that I'll be
seems to be
responsible for the grid failure
grey.
if it happens in the
Gas,
country.
I think
So
we
with
have already
that
talked
kind of
about
a responsibility
much
on my
about it.
shoulder,
We are
I
still
try
at
to
so
not only
I'll
see the
just try
policy
to
side,
give some
I also try
overview
to
of
see
the
using it as
capacity
the
that
capacity
is
as well. I have planned
available capacity
that
is
must
increasing.
be available at a
The
time
capacity
when I
that is
really need
available
it.
right now is
Lignite, of course, is almost similar to coal. So if you
maximum
really look at this going
51.5%
forward,
still remains with coal.
we do keep on
If I
saying
really
that we are
start
seeing
seeing
the
that
renewable side, because hydro got added to the
renewables
policy.
is increasing.
What
That
right
pie
now
is
is
increasing.
effective capacity,
Hydro
which is
almost
called
constant, not much of
nomenclature, I'll
growth
say,
there.
need it.
Nuclear
Everywhere,
again,
all other
that's a
countries have
question
also
which share is
included
all
hydro
coming down
in
and
renewable
down,
kitting.
because
You
even though
must
we
have
have
that's how
some
what we
portfolio,
also did
future
in India.
which
I
have
do
been
handle, and right now we are sitting at 153 gigawatts responsible for the renewable capacity. If it happens in the
gas
grid, around
I think,
27. So with
solar
that kind of a responsibility, solar solar is
we are
I try to
so
not only
I'll
see
just
the policy
try to
side,
give some
I also
overview of
see
the
using it as the capacity as well. I have planned
available capacity
that must be
so
available at a
the
time
capacity
when
that is available right now is
Lignite, of course, is almost
from
here really look at this going forward. What I mentioned is if I really start seeing the renewable as a installed capacity, what go ahead with the policy. What right now is effective capacity,
hydro almost constant, not much of
nomenclature, I'll say, need it. Everywhere, all other
that's a
countries
question
have also
share is
included
all
hydro
coming down
in
and
renewable
down,
kitting.
because
You
even though
must have
we
that's
have
how
some
we also did
future
in India.
which have been handled
And right now we are sitting at 153 gigawatts responsible for the renewable capacity. If it happens in
gas
around
I think,
27 from the perspective of that actually that actually solar system.
so
Not
I'll
only
just try to
see
give
that
some
coal
overview of
still
the
commands the capacity as well.
available capacity.
Why I'm trying to
So,
see about this chart has still we have from hydro around 46%, but solar pie definitely as we go along from now here in 22 to 30 or 47 or 70, what we are targeting at, the solar will take a larger pie. Now, how is the behavior of generation mix? We have seen capacity, and everybody keeps on quoting that, okay, we do have capacity. Let's increase renewable side of it and keep on increasing the renewable side of it without bothering for the other mix, generation mix. So you'll just find where we are right now. I have just tried to show a trend of around 8 years. And this is hydro generation. If you see hydro generation, we get maximum starting from June, July, August, and September becomes very, very dicey. If you have water, it will run. If you don't have water, it will not. And if you have a good monsoon some year, it sometimes lasts for October, but nothing beyond October. So this is the only period where it is available with you, and which peaks around August and September at the most, and again tapers it. So it quickly rises, quickly goes down. Maximum availability ensured is for 2 months only. So this is one thing which we all must remember, because let me correlate with other countries. Let me take example of Canada, where there is a Quebec province which is entirely on hydro, or there are other reservoirs in the international arena wherein they have a multi-annual reservoirs. That means they have water which can cater to their requirement not only for a year, but it can even do it for 2-3 years together. that much amount of water they have in their reservoirs, what we have in our country. Most of the hydro that you have seen, they are run-of-the-river type of reservoirs, the run-of-the-river types of hydro, which runs as and when there is water in the river, or else it dries down. There are hardly storage type of reservoirs in the country which can cater to the continued things. I mean, that's the ground realities that we have to face. Coming to wind. Wind again, almost you'll find the similar nature. If there is a monsoon, good monsoon, you'll find good wind generation. If no monsoon, the moment monsoon gets over, you find that the wind is out. So mostly it is flat. I'm not able to show you the pointers, but probably you will realize that again, July, August, and September, these are again almost coincident with hydro, and these are the 3 months where they are available. And this is the data of last 8 years. And the trend is similar, and I hope the trend will continue to be similar for next at least 8 to 10 years, if nothing goes different than in the environment that happens. So our pain points are that how do I meet my consumers' demand during the off-hydro season, off-wind season? This is solar. The bottom most is what was there in 2014-15, but because we kept on adding solar in the grid, we see that at least there is a almost growth in the solar side of it. Almost constant, but again the solar has a characteristic, you will not get anything beyond 6 hours of the day. Or at the most, if you are good at some of the good solar installation places, you will get around 8 hours at the most. Maybe Ladakh side, you will get around more than 8 hours. But most of the places, on an average, you'll get at only 6 hours. What do you do for next 18 hours of the day is again a big question marks. I'm posing these questions to the audience here. I hope you'll realize, and probably at the end of the day, we'll try to extract some of the solutions from you as well. Okay, so if I combine all the renewables together, including the solar, still I am not able to cater to the other months. Still almost the nature remains same. The only thing that is happening right now is the graph is increasing, and I'm going to get a slightly better result. Okay. So nuclear, highly unpredictable. We have a kitty of around roughly 6,000 megawatt. Kudankulam unit goes out, sudden dip in the generation, and that is what right now I am facing. As of now, we needed badly nuclear generation to be there in the grid. It failed at the end of the March, and southern region is facing a huge problem because of that. Sorry? Also, force outage is not in the control of either NPCIL or anybody else. It was, they claim it as a forced outage, but I mean, they know it better. What I'm only trying to tell you is, we had a concept of nuclear running as a base load, right? And they also claim, in fact, coal, we have been trying to flex it also, and that coal power plant is also running as a balancing power as long as we are trying to do the balancing with respect to renewables. But nuclear fellow raises his hand and he says, I have my all safety norms to meet. I can't flex even to a single % of my generation. Whatever is there, it is there. I can't do it. But what happens is, we have been seeing that the behavior is becoming a bit more unpredictable, and that becomes another pain point for us. Even though you will see that they have a good target of increasing the nuclear capacity, but I have my own points to make. Yeah, Rahul. Yeah, I would have come to that on the future slides. No issues. I'll answer that question right now as well. In fact, earlier plants of nuclear, they were of a small capacity. They did had number of issues. But now what we are targeting is a capacity of something like unit capacity of 1,000 megawatt plus, and at least 1,000 megawatt as a single unit. And they are supposed to be stable. But what happens is, if they are out means out. I mean, suddenly I lose 1,000 megawatt from the grid. Second is, elsewhere, they have tried for a modular nuclear. I think that term might be a new to everyone here. That's basically they are trying to have a modular nuclear plants, and these modules can be added together. So that means we'll have the flexibility of a smaller capacity if I want, or I can keep on adding that modular capacity so that at a single place I can keep on increasing as the demand increases. Okay, so lignite, of course, I don't want to touch. It's a very minuscule. So generation is again similar way. Let me come to energy adequacy part of it. This is another term which we had been hearing in almost every seminar. So how did we achieve that energy adequacy in the country? If you see earlier, before 12, we were hardly adding something like 10,000 megawatt in the system. But 13 onwards, because of the push that time, I think he is privy to all the actions which was taken by ministry, CA, and even the power sector together, and particularly the private sector during this particular time of period. We were able to increase the capacity, and the capacity addition rose somewhere in the bracket of around 25,000 megawatt happening on a single year. But again, what we are seeing is, because there is a mindset that has started coming in that, okay, we have overcapacity and that. And as he rightly pointed out, nobody is willing to sign the PPAs. And once nobody signs a PPA, the capacity cannot come into the system. And that is how you see the declining curve there. But I'll show you there is a warning sign now which has started appearing. Of course, this is the story of renewables. We did take off in 16-17, 17-18, but because of COVID and all, there had been slump, and because some other regions. But again, it has started picking up, and hopefully the things will be better in the next coming years. Of course, this is just a graph. Again, I just wanted to show you, just to highlight that period wherein we had a growth of double digit, that is 11% to 15%, then that period which led us to this situation right now. But again, because now we are at the bracket of around 3% or 3 to 4% annual growth of capacity addition, which is going to be a warning to the sector. And if we don't improve upon this, probably we'll be again going back to the cycle of shortages. This was the shortages which was the driver at that time when we thought that why not to add capacity. And the driver was that our shortages were of the range of around 10%. So we said consumer first, and consumer needs to be served at the earliest, and that's how the drive was, and we added capacity. Right now we are at 0.4, but this year the data doesn't capture very recent months, and if you see the recent month, we are almost touching, and this curve has started going up, and probably if adequate measures are not taken at this moment, probably the shortages may increase in future. Same thing in the peak shortage. It has already been reflected here. We came down to the lowest of 0.4. 21, 22, we touched 1.2. So this is a sign which is not good for the country, and we must try to see that always peak demand is met. Incidentally, peak is not supported by either solar or any other sources, which is other than the coal, lignite, nuclear, etc., etc. I'll come to that. Let me keep some of my cards closed at the moment. This is what I just tried to say, the contribution, because a lot of private players are here. So I just wanted to highlight here that it is not because of the central sector, not because of the state sector, but because of the private sector, we achieved that kind of a scenario. And definitely going forward also, we do need a support of private sector to take care of the future requirements. Renewables, of course, is showing a good graph. Of course, there had been some slump, but this 153 that you are seeing at the right top corner, this has to touch somewhere around 450 or odd that number, which is a challenge, but let's see how we try to, all of us needs to gear up to meet that kind of a challenge. in this particular slide, just I wanted to mention about the other brackets, even within the basket of renewables, which is contributing to us right now is only the solar. Wind almost has flattened. You'll see hardly 1,000 or odd capacity is getting added in the wind sector, which is not a good sign or not a healthy sign as well. So definitely wind also needs push because of other, but otherwise rest others, bio, small hydro and others, they are not doing good. I think yesterday also somebody pointed out that we do have a lot of biomass in the country, which is being burnt for nothing, that can be utilized, and probably that will be another area of focus going forward. Okay, so far we were in 22. Yeah. Okay, so far we had been up to this current month. So let me take you to what we have been talking in 29-30 onwards. So 26-27, as per the EPS, this is going to be the requirement. And 29-30, of course, in the media they had worked out of around 340 gigawatt. But 340 gigawatt is getting moderated now, probably because of the COVID 2 years. The demand, we may not be able to catch up to 340, but it may last somewhere around 325. That is our just guess, and that is CA is working on the fine tuning of it. But most likely it will peg at around 325. So if I have to meet that kind of a demand by 2030, I need some capacity that requires to be added into the system. As per 340 gigawatt of peak demand, this comes out a scenario that means 870 gigawatt will be a requirement, and wherein the percentage of coal share will come down from 51% roughly to around 32%. So this is what we are projecting to the world, that look, it's not that we are not reducing the share of coal. We are reducing the share of coal, but at the same time, what you say is phase it out, probably we will not be able to do that. Okay, of course, other figures are shown that solar definitely to 280, wind around 140. Of course, these are the challenges because the kind of growth that is happening right now with a hardly addition of around 11,000 megawatt per year in the renewable sector, addition of somewhere around 35,000 on an average is definitely a challenge. How do we do it? I think all of us need to work on. So generation cannot be a standalone. It has to be supplemented in a timely manner with transmission as well. So in transmission, definitely we had progress good. Here, unlike generation, which is having a private sector participation of more than 40%, roughly I think 46 or 47% right now. In transmission business, the private sector has increased only up to 7.6%, because by and large, the state, intrastate transmission, which you see right now at around 54%, they have not yet entered into the zone of tariff-based competitive bidding. In spite of the fact that the tariff policy says so, people had not been trying to adopt the method of tariff-based competitive bidding. They are always interested in going for their own capex and trying to do their business. And this has probably made their system weak and not as healthy as interstate transmission system, which we have augmented over the period of time. And right now there is no congestion as far as transfer of power from anywhere to anywhere in the country is concerned. We are able to take it up to the boundary of the state, but beyond the boundary of the state has to take care through the intrastate transmission system, which probably is not adequate, I'll say. It needs more effort, more investment into that particular sector. They also need to, because since regulators are also sitting here, so I'll appeal to them that you can make an effort to say that, because the capex is not there, they don't have money, but the investment is required into the system to make it either N-1 or at some of the places even N-2 1 minus 1, which we have tried to do in ISTS. I'll go a bit further. Again, this is just to show where we are in terms of the sector-wise. As I mentioned to you that in generation, that 5 years, 6 years, we had enough generation capacity added. The similar effort parallelly we were making in the transmission as well, and that is how we have reached to that kind of a level. Earlier addition of around 17,008 roughly circuit kilometer, which used to happen, we ramped it up to around 26,000 circuit kilometer getting added in a single year. But what happened is, by the time we landed in somewhere around 18-19, with around 23,000 circuit kilometer, we found that almost the entire ISTS got saturated, and we did had much of an avenues. But still, we continued that effort, and that is how recently Raigad Pugalur with 6,000 megawatt connecting western region and southern region have come up. That kind of interconnections do require, and we will keep continuing our efforts in this direction. And let me tell you that the kind of projections that we have in terms of renewables of 450 gigawatt or 500 gigawatt of non-fossil fuel, that needs to be evacuated, because most of it will be set up in the place where it is the potential is high, and from that point to each and every state it needs to be transported. So we are working on a plan of roughly around 180 gigawatt capacity that will be required to get evacuated from these places to other states. That plan is underway. Most likely we will be out maybe in 5 to 6 months' time. Okay, let me not waste so much time on this. This is another area of focus that we wanted to do, because we wanted to have a dream. Because if somebody had followed up the market right from 2008 when the exchange was introduced, it was until 2015, I'll say, because 2013 we interconnected first time synchronously with the southern region, and that is how we established the dream of one nation, one grid, and one frequency operating throughout the country. But still there were congestion into the southern region, and the southern region market used to split at that time. And there used to be 3 zones in the southern region, S1, S2, S3. And the market price used to be somewhere around 14 rupees, 15 rupees, even going up to 18 rupees at that time in the southern region, even though the other part of the country used to get a price of somewhere around 4, 5, 3, like that. So what does that mean is, because of congestion, if I monitor or if I try to do away with the congestion, probably I'll be able to supply electricity throughout the country almost at the same price, and that will benefit the consumer, nobody else. That is how we took up the challenge of interconnecting or doing the inter-regional interconnections. And that rose from roughly 35,000 or 36,000 in 2014 to right now we are at 112. So this has led to right now congestion free almost, and hardly you see any day there is a market split and the price remains single throughout the country. Of course, there are counter views as well onto this. Let me also place it before the audience. People do say that if you don't have congestion, that means you have overbuilt the transmission lines, and probably that is leading to a lot of tariff rise in the transmission business. Of course, that trade-off you'll have to do, but the incremental, what we have found is the incremental transmission charges a person has to pay if you make it congestion-free, vis-a-vis the price of power that the person will have to face. I think it is more advantageous to go for more transmission lines rather than going for the other way around. Okay, so far with the country, within the country. So let me go slightly away from the country. So right now this is the trend of our export and import details. Right now we are connected with 4 countries: Nepal, Bangladesh, Myanmar, and Bhutan. From Bhutan we had been importing, and this year and last year we had imported much higher, that is around 8.7%, roughly 8 billion units of energy from there. But what is interesting to see is we were net importer of electricity till 2015-16. And in 2014, when I came to ministry, I said, can we not reverse this? can we not, instead of making it as net importer, can India not become a net exporter of electricity and try to showcase the world? And that is how we turned around in 2016-17. And we kept on increasing. Of course, there was some slump during 2021, but by and large, I think we will be able to do it. There are certain pain points right now, but number of interconnections that we have with major interconnections, I'll say, that is 400 kV lines. They are 6 in numbers right now with Bangladesh, Nepal, and Bhutan. Myanmar, we have just a small interconnections, which there is a plan to increase that to 400 kV as well. That we will be connecting Imphal to the Tamu in the other side of
So
it.
I have a question.
So,
Volume, please. When you're importing and exporting power from these countries, how do you sort out deviation settlement?
initial, because Bhutan is a legacy, you must have seen that till 2012-13, we were just having transactions with Bhutan and nobody else to a larger extent, except that with Nepal, we had transaction at a lower voltage level, and that is at 33 kV level. Bihar ke saath, I think we have around 8 to 9 interconnections at 33 kV levels and 132 kV levels, and they are old legacy contracts, which is with their state discoms and the Nepal, and they are all supplying in case of Bihar and UP, they are supplying in a radial mode, so they don't need that kind of deviation settlement mechanism, because they are as if they are those consumers of Nepal, they are part of Indian grid as such. Let me take you to Bangladesh. Bangladesh, we have 2 interconnections. One is at HVDC, which is exactly the deviation settlement is as per the Indian grid code, because when we are negotiating with the Bangladesh, we said that we will not buzz on that, and we will try to see that the same deviation settlement mechanism works for the power transaction, whatever power we are exporting to you. As far as the other side of it concerned, because Bangladesh, the second interconnection is from Tripura, and we have connected from Tripura to North and South Komila. That interconnection is again on a radial mode. But again, there we have deviation settlement on a similar manner, but not exactly as per the synchronous grid. So that slight difference is there in that. But Bhutan, because of the legacies issues, we don't have, for the older contracts we don't have, but whatever new generating plants that they are commissioning, for that we have mandated, and for the power exchange, because with these countries now we are opening up our power exchanges as well, which has started from last year. For all those transactions, DSM will work. Whatever is with the Indian customers, the same will apply to them as well. Yeah,
So,
Rahul, please.
May I just finish my follow-up? So what you're saying is that in the coming months and years, all these countries, when they have surplus power, will be able to export through our power exchange, or I don't know, bilaterals, whatever.
Yeah, it can be through a contract or through a power exchange. Either way, we have opened both the sectors now.
There's no hindrances as such.
No hindrance, but there is a caveat.
वही सोच रहे थे. वो caveat क्या है sir? वो बताओ.
And that is that we would like to protect our consumers first, because protecting our consumers is the prime responsibility of Government of India. And that is how we have routed all the applications through a designated authority, which is housed in CA, and he is a member power system who has been designated as a designated authority. And there is a procedure, I mean, nothing very subjective, but there is a well-laid procedure for approving those applications. And there are certain more considerations which probably I'll not speak publicly here, but there are other strategic conditions which we do.
I was told that, I mean, I'm just sharing this so that we get it out of the system, that certain countries were not allowed to export power in a certain manner because the power was being generated from generating stations which were from a certain country. I found that to be very funny, because within our own country we have billions of dollars worth of same country's power exchanges running.
I think I'll separately discuss this point with you. I did not harp more on that point. Yeah, Rahul, I think you had some questions.
Would we be able to interconnect to Sri Lanka? Because they are extremely deficit, like facing enormous challenges. And technologically, yes, there's a little bit of water to be covered, but that's manageable distances. Has there been any discussion, thoughts towards that?
Okay. We have a target set for ourselves that we would like to increase the number of interconnections that we have. So right now we are with 4 countries. Our target is at least to increase this number 4 to at least 6 or 7 by 2030, and Sri Lanka is one of them. Myanmar, Thailand. I mean that zone is another one. So we want to have our presence in Southeast Asia. I mean, Sri Lanka definitely is on our card.
I mean, they're in a crisis
But
mode right now.
let me tell you is let me give our perspective where we are on Sri Lanka. Is it's not that there is a technological challenges in Sri Lanka. We made a number of DPRs for them. Initially, we made it on a HVDC construct, and we wanted to lay a cables, but I think for last 6 years, probably nothing happened. We revised as per their construct, nothing happened. So off late, I think last year, we made it overhead also. We have attempted on overhead, which reduces the cost of transmission lines, and which we found that, okay, that can be one of the workable solution between India and Sri Lanka. Hopefully that works out this time. The DPR is with them, and if they give a concurrence, probably we would like to go
Because
ahead.
they're in crisis mode right now.
See, if they are in the crisis mode, and at the time of crisis, probably right now we will not be able to support them, because unless you have a pathways, you have a highways, you will not be able to support these people. And that is how I tell, this is a lesson to be learned from Sri Lanka to all these states in the country as well. Please don't, because I have seen a number of states not agreeing to a particular transmission line when it comes to a standing committee meeting or it comes to RPCs, regional power committees, for approval. There are some states will say veto. They'll put a veto there, and that affects either the inter-regional transmission line or interstate transmission lines. But let me tell you, until you have highways at the time of crisis, nobody will be able to support you. And that is precisely what has happened in Sri Lanka. Had we had interconnections, probably we would have supplied them electricity at this point of time. Okay, so I think, yeah, sir, please. Mike. Volume, please. I think one of you can support.
Yeah, it's working. Mr. Prasad, it's a wonderful presentation that you're making. Must congratulate you. I'm sure a few more minutes you will still occupy. I have a general question on the power sector in India. You know, when we got independence, I think our total capacity was not even 1,000 megawatt, and per capita consumption was about 14 kWh per person per year. Now, as far as the capacity is concerned, we are now the 3rd largest generator in the world, almost 400,000 megawatt. On the other hand, if you see the per capita consumption, and I find that for last 10 years, it's very stagnant. You know, it's moving between 1,000 to 1,100, maximum 1,200. A country like Iceland has 53,000 kWh per year, the highest in the world. I was talking to a friend of mine in Bangladesh, and he was telling Ashokda, we have improved. I said, yes, your GDP is now more than India. Congratulations to Sheikh Hasina. And then he said, you know, now there is no real poor people in Bangladesh, Ashokda, as you know. You come to our village, I'll take you. Everybody is happy. I said, in what way? He said, everybody's standard of living has gone up. I said, what about the cost of living? That has also gone up. So today, of course, Bangladesh has a per capita of not even 400. I won't be surprised in the next 5 years, they cross the per capita of India, the way they're going. Now, my question here is that let us also analyze why the per capita is not going up. We use 2 terms very often. When you talk to somebody, what is the cost of living in Mumbai? Yes, so much. What is the standard of living in India? Now, when we talk about standard of living, various things come to our mind. The standard of living means good food. You probably have a car, from a bicycle, so on and so forth. Now, the standard of living should also include the use of electricity. Now, here I have a point to make. I find that when we discuss general matters, we discuss petrol, we discuss diesel, every household discusses this, but nobody discusses electricity. Electricity is like a part in their life. Nobody is electricity or water. I think that the marketing of electricity is required. Marketing through the discoms is required, much more. Saying that if you have more electricity, you will get these benefits, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, not just at a TV and laptop, etc. So I think that is where the government of India, particularly the Ministry of Power, should do something, encourage the discoms, because they are the mouthpiece for the ministry, to market electricity in such a way that the benefits of acquiring more electricity should be made clear to public. And I think that is one way we can increase the per capita consumption of electricity. It's a shameful thing that we have only 1,100 and the world average is nearly 3,000. Of course, there are countries with 100, 200 African countries, and there are countries 10,000. We are proud today of being the third largest generator in the world, we should also be proud of becoming a country where the consumption of electricity is almost at the level of, the world average, more than that. Your take on this, please.
Yeah, I'll try to address this in two perspectives. Okay? One is it that I consume more and I become prosperous? Or is it that I consume efficiently and I become prosperous? These are the two different sentences which probably speaks of the concerns that you have raised. I may put on enough light. Yesterday this AC is, and still it is running at 16. Probably, is this the right temperature at which the AC should have been running? Probably the comfortable temperature, which Government of India has also said, is 24. And if you run the ACs at 24, probably you will save electricity. So what government has started doing for last 5-6 years, and that is the net effect of the stagnant per capita consumption, is if you see the graph of energy efficiency and the kind of savings that we have been doing, it's quite substantial. If I add the figure of that savings, probably the graph of per capita consumption, had I not done this saving, the per capita consumption would have gone much, much higher. And this graph of savings in terms of energy efficiency by various measures that has taken, whether it is either efficient equipments or it is in the PAT scheme of the Government of India, which is encouraging industries to go for energy efficiencies, or it is the building code, or so and so forth. The things are that, and I must say that until we do energy efficiency, which I must say that even the Western countries also should do that. What is wastage of electricity vis-a-vis the efficient use of electricity is again a debatable issue, and I think some of the people will agree to us. In fact, the consumption in my house itself, I have reduced consumption in my own house than what I used to do 2 years back. What are the measures that I took? I replaced all my fans to BLDCs. Immediately, the consumption of all my fans came down by 1/6. Brushless DC fans that I think people keep talking about. All
Will the renewable energy, you're talking about renewable energy, the way it is taking the upper hand in the overall energy generation, and particularly the present trend of solar energy price going down, will it affect the per capita consumption in India?
per capita consumption, I was trying to come to the second part of your question, that how do we increase the consumption of electricity? The answer lies not there on the energy efficiency side. The answer lies somewhere else, and that is in the entire energy basket. When we are talking about in the country, we are just around 18% electricity. Sorry? I think I'll separately discuss my personal interventions in that matter with you. But let me come back and answer his question, because it is, because when we talk about net zero, right, which I would have covered slightly later, but let me explain right now, is the moment we talk about net zero, it doesn't cover only electricity. Electricity is one part of it, and in the energy basket, since we are only right now sitting at 18%, what is required is, and we are more efficient in terms of whether we try to achieve in terms of whatever targets are given to the electricity sector, but what happens in the other sector? Not much, right? And if I have to meet the carbon emission intensity target of the country by whatever has been committed in 2030, then I need to increase the share of electricity in the entire basket of energy. And we ourselves have given ourselves target is increase it from 18% to 25%, which is a challenge. 7% in next 8 years is a challenge for us. So, I mean, and that for that, definitely a number of measures will have to be taken, whether it amounts to your induction cooking or in terms of cooking, in terms of EVs, in terms of any other such type of things which right now not uses electricity. They need to be prompted to use electricity for their right. So that will probably cover slightly increasing the per capita consumption, but at the same time, I'll still watch for the energy efficiency that is required in the country, and we must continue that effort of energy efficiency so that we don't waste electricity and cause emission into the system. Okay. I think Rahul will be the right person to ask you that, give you that answer, because they are the researchers. They keep on doing that kind of analysis. Right now, there is no official figure, so at this platform, I don't want to say that figure from my side. Okay, thank you. Yeah, maybe you can tell her later, because I have a number of more slides to cover, and probably time getting short. So. Coming to the new buzzword, that is power market. So let's see where we are in the power market side. And right now, I think you must have seen a tweet coming recently that we have crossed 100 billion units in the power exchange, and that was a landmark that we had achieved. In fact, we were targeting to increase and deepen the power exchange and power market for quite some time, and this is our endeavor in that. This have a kitty right now of day-ahead market, which is still the largest of 64%. Green day-ahead and green term-ahead, definitely because we want to push renewables. So we created these two markets separately to take care of the policies that the government of India had made. And that policy drivers are the renewable purchase obligations and RECs and et cetera, whatever interventions, often or whether it is right or wrong, not go into debate of that. But because of those interventions, and if I have to implement those interventions, I need a place where the people can go, buy, and sell, both together. RTM, yesterday I had already explained the real-time market and how it has helped the DISCOMs in mitigating their shortages at a time when it is required, and that is how the things are going on. Of course, we are again working on some more products into the power exchange, which will be suiting for the renewables and going forward, because I think my friend from storage is also here. We need to include something from the storage side as well. Of course, these are some of the trends. When we started GTAM, there was a huge criticism that why are you splitting the market, and that when we started GDAM and GTAM, at both the times we were being blamed that why are you starting and why are you splitting the market? Nowhere in the world it has happened. But we were the first to introduce this, and we saw that the volume definitely had gone up. And particularly if you see the prices, people used to say that if you split the market, they will not get a better price. But what you see a price here is probably none of the developers at least will complain to me that they are not getting a good price in the power exchange. And I think this is a good driver for the renewable sector to participate into the market. This is GDAM we in fact introduced in October, and we had a meager volume in October of 19 million units, which has now gone to 205. Here also the prices are quite good, and I think this should be going forward. This again should be a good driver for the renewable sector. Don't depend much on the PPAs, because the future probably is market, and hence, I mean, this is just the beginning, and maybe going forward we'll have to take this path as the other countries have gone ahead with this. Okay. Volume trend. Just see the volume that has increased and the percentage increase. There's 245% increase in the power exchange. What does this mean, in fact? That means we are also trying to change the mindset of the people that, okay, PPA used to be a regime. Earlier, people used to tie up a PPA of 25 years onwards. That slowly and slowly came to a medium term of up to 5 years, short term up to 1 year. now going up to the day-ahead market and the market conditions on this basis. Slowly and slowly, the volume and the depth of this market has to further deepen to give more visibility and more liquidity onto this system. Average price, of course, there are two raised bars of this year as well as in 18-19. Yesterday also I was talking that 18-19 also we faced coal crisis, and that is how the prices in the market had gone up. And this year also is because of the coal crisis that we are facing, not only within the country but internationally as well. And that is pushing up the price in the power exchange. But this is quite normal, and this is a phenomenon which is being experienced across the world, so nothing to worry about much. Okay, I think I'll just skip this particular slide. These all are basically the volumes and how it has grown. In the short-term transactions, what I was telling you, somewhere we were around 7%. So right now we have already touched around 14% in the short-term market. So probably this volume in the short-term market, the trend is changing. Discoms are preferring to buy in the short term and the medium term rather than going for a long-term PPAs of 25 years. So probably the thinking in the ministry right now is also that can we reduce the long term from 25 years to say somewhere around 15 years or 12 years, which is coincidental with the debt repayment period of 10 years to 12 years time frame. So these discussions are still on, so I'm not sure when we'll be able to take call on that. But definitely the point to be taken here is that the mindset has to change, and we have to try to see what suits to my kitty as a basket of power procurement that I need to do for myself. Okay. I've listed out these 5 bullets, which are very, very important, which briefly I said yesterday also. We need market monitoring, market surveillance, deepening of power market, and development of capacity market. I think this is very, very important. Right now we are dependent mostly on the energy market, which right now we don't have much of a product in the capacity market. And success of energy market, particularly in the Indian context, there are cases in the world where only energy market has also succeeded, only capacity market has also succeeded. But there are good number of cases where if both are there, then probably a perfect balance is there. And maybe going forward in the Indian conditions, going forward at least for a few years, definitely we require a capacity market to be developed as soon as possible. Resource adequacy is very, very important. Until less the people are forced to do this resource adequacy planning at the discoms level, and herein the role of regulators is very, very important. And they should not only see a visibility of 1 year in the ARR, but the visibility must be at least broken into 2 parts. One is 5 years, and this could be a longer period as well. And based on the resource adequacy plan, the procurement also must be matched to that extent so that there is a good amount of synergy. I'm emphasizing this particular point because this year also we have faced the similar issues. And there are states who ran at the last moment, just like Sri Lanka, who is crying right now. There were states in March who came running to ministry saying that, okay, we are running short of capacity, please allot me some power from the central sector. By end of March, we exhausted all whatever was surrendered to us, and right now there is not even a single megawatt which is available from the central sector to be given to the state sector. And those states which were late in requisitioning, they are the sufferers. What this leads to a point that the capacity tied up that the people have done to meet a crisis period of April, second crisis period which also comes during September and October, needs to be ensured as well, rather than only seeing the price of power, which probably they wanted to optimize by not requisitioning it earlier. So this is very, very important point which needs to be kept in mind while you are deciding the cost of supply. And this I have explained. This always is the talk of the town, and I am always asked whether PPA versus the market, how much it should be, whether 100%, 50%, 25%, and still that question is unanswered as far as I am concerned. Maybe if you all have answered, please let me know.
No, so there's one issue. When you say market, if you can go back to that slide, when you say market, you can take a decision based on what you're saying. But then if somebody intervenes in that market, then the uncertainty comes in. Like recently.
I think I need to come back to this slide now on this. See, success of market depends on two aspects across the world. And that is the first two bullets that you see on the slide: market monitoring and market surveillance. What is the condition right now in the Indian context? I think those who are following the market probably will know and understand better that we are not even 1 or 2% in these two areas. We have regulations, fine, but as far as block-wise market monitoring is concerned, probably we are still at a zero level. Leave aside surveillance part of it. So the focus what we have been harping even to the regulators in CRC, we had number of discussions with CRC as well on this particular front, saying that you need to develop these two. If you are not able to do it in the at CRC, then we can do it even at the POSOCO, which is again another neutral agency, which doesn't have either stake in the buying or the selling part of it. So I think this too is on our agenda to take care of these, and going forward as we deepen the power market, these two will become a very, very important. We needed intervention because what we saw here is I think my friend from power exchanges are also here. We saw that from the generator side, there was absolutely no issues at all in the power market, and the price being quoted in the power market was somewhere around 8 rupees, maximum was 8 rupees, 9 rupees, 10 rupees like that. But from the buyer side, because there was a demand rise and everybody wanted that power, they always used to quote around 20 rupees. So what in effect happened was probably I'll not say that we are 100% towards the market, but we have to take care of the concerns of the consumers, and that is how we had to intervene this time, and the regulator also responded in the similar manner. Question that again comes is why 20, why to 12, why not leave it open? Probably our market and our market volume right now is not such that we can leave it open or uncapped. So probably that will be the answer at this moment.
The question is something else. You see, there's a very beautiful presentation point you made. I can sign a PPA for 25 years or 15 years versus being merchant. Now, if I give my projections to my lender that I'm going to be merchant and my price is going to be X or Y or Z, and there's intervention somewhere in between the 4th or 5th year, then I'm in a soup.
PPA does not have any link with this market price.
No,
I think you are trying to mix the two issues of the PPA price and the market price. PPAs are, I think just now you mentioned from the platform that sanctity of the contract is to be maintained, and the sanctity of the contract is to be maintained that the price of PPA remains fixed. Linking to the market has no meaning, to my understanding.
I'm on that point. I agree with you. My point is, as a developer, I have a choice. Either I go in for a PPA with X price, or I go and take a market position. My question is, if I take a market position, the uncertainty or the question mark that comes to my mind is what happens if there's an intervention in that market? That's the point.
Intervention will always be at the time of capping. But if you ask me frankly, this intervention does not in any way affect a reasonable price what people should expect from a market. I hope to some extent I've been able to answer your question. Okay. Okay. So far I had been harping on where we are, what are the things that is happening in the sector. So how about the policy side of it? And what should be the policy going forward? Yeah. So we debated, discussed. I think some of us in the room also, they are also knowing about these discussions, what we had in the ministry. We had a number of stakeholder consultations, discussed, and have reached to this point, not yet finalized. This is still being discussed. What we thought is, can we have this vision for next 10 years, say for example, that is financially viable, environmentally sustainable, energy security, reliable 24 by 7 quality power at reasonable price. I have not mentioned the word affordable here, which earlier used to be there in the policies. It has been made reasonable price. The key words have been highlighted here, and each word in this particular thing have a much deeper meaning and much intervention that is required. And if I have to achieve this vision, I need to focus particularly on these 4 pillars. And these pillars are decarbonization, resilience and flexible grid, financial viability of the power sector, which has been mentioned by him, that the payments are not coming. So financial viability had been the concern of ministry, and we had been intervening for last 3-4 years. And we will continue to intervene as till the time we are able to achieve to that success. And most important is the last pillar, that is consumer-centric approach. Incidentally, even the Electricity Act does not have much to say on the consumer side of it, except for the fact that it says that there will be a standards of performance which will be given to the DISCOMs. Other than that, probably nothing else is mentioned in the Electricity Act as far as the consumer interest is concerned. So probably that needs to be taken care going forward. Okay. Yeah. So these 4 pillars needs to be further broken down. Probably I'll not dwell much upon it, but definitely decarbonization will try to reduce the carbon footprint. And again, our focus area will be energy efficiency and energy savings. And this definitely will keep on driving from our perspective, and enabling mechanism to achieve this transition, taking into account the intersectoral issues. Again, I mentioned why I'm trying to go for intersectoral issues is again very important. Then the moment I come to the resilient and flexible grid, because the moment I said that it has to be 24 by 7 electricity, that means I need to ensure that my grid is secured even during the period of disaster. And that is how the infrastructure that is to be made is supposed to be resilient to that extent as well. Financial viability definitely is, there has to be payment security mechanism. It has to be across the sector, and the measures have to be taken. Some measures have been taken right now, some needs to be taken in future as well. And the policy needs to be aimed at consumer side as well. What we also did is, each of these we have also segmented and tried to see what interventions is required into these. Because what we keep on hearing in most of the conferences is the keywords. They'll talk about that, okay, we need to have reliable supply. How do I achieve this particular thing is most of the time missing. I've tried to list out a few of them, not very exhaustive, but definitely this also needs to be further broken out. The point that I would like to drive today in this particular session is we did not only talk about the macro goals, but that macro goals needs to be broken down to the micro ones, and that is how you will see a synergy between what the policies are made and how it is getting finally implemented at the ground level. So for that, definitely what we have tried to point out here is increasing share of non-fossil fuel definitely is there. Carbon intensity, energy efficiency again, energy savings was there. Promoting commercialization at low carbon technology. All these will come because these all are targeted because we do have larger kitty of coal-based generation. And if I have to move towards that greener environment, because that is also our focus area. I don't say that we will not be concerned about the environment. And if I have to be concerned about the environment, I have to see that whatever energy is getting generated, even from the coal side, needs to be refined and needs to be clean. Sir. So I need. I think. There are further, I think, do you want me to answer now or? Okay, I'll come to that. I'll come to that as well. So from renewables, because we are targeting more and more renewables into the segment, so we have tried to have these kind of interventions, mostly coming through the competitive bidding. Renewable purchase obligation was another interventions that we had. Sorry? This is renewables I am saying. If you See, 500 gigawatt is non-fossil, which includes others as well. So, I mean, to that numbers definitely, many people keep on confusing between that non-fossil vis-a-vis the renewables and all that. Okay. So market instruments will definitely will have to be more churn and more new products needs to be there. Hybrid operations, that means more and more type of bundling, maybe solar, wind storage, could be coal renewables, coal gas renewables. I mean, all that combinations probably will see the future going forward as such. Somebody yesterday also raised about forecasting and scheduling. So this is our on radar, and probably we'll be doing much more on this for forecasting and scheduling as such. And most important is the last bullet of balancing capacity, which definitely needs to come, which will be driven by the storage and others as such. Of course, there are some more that I think yesterday also somebody pointed out towards the operating part of it, because a number of wind turbines which was installed somewhere around 10-15 years back, they needs to be repowered, re-engineered and all. Distributed RE, this is again going to be a key focus area, because going forward as we go along, probably we'll have more of rooftop solars, etc., etc. Feed-in tariff definitely is a regulator's domain. Disposal of e-waste, which people have been raising, particularly with respect to the battery storage, is going to be a key concern, and something has to be worked out on this particular aspect. And the emission finally. Thermal generation, of course, what we are saying is new capacity addition. No new coal-based capacity definitely is written here, but maybe we'll be required to go for a brownfield upgradations. That probably we will not be able to rule out. And maybe the unit which is right now around, say, 210 can be upgraded to 660 or maybe to 800, because what I see is there will be a requirement of capacity, particularly during the non-solar hours, which I had explained just now, and the remaining part of the year when we don't have the renewables in the system. Flexibility, definitely we are working right now on the flexibility of coal-based, and the minimum technical limit which has been set right now to 55%. States are also being pursued that they also should try to flex their thermal generating stations to 55% at least. And going forward, we are even targeting to 40%, and maybe if required, we can go to slightly lesser as well. So flexibility in coal-based generation will again be another thing. Quality of coal, retirement of plants. Biomass pellets, the second last bullet, is another key areas which we have started for last 2 to 3 years, and we got a good response from NTPC stations. Even though with a slight incremental increase in cost of generation, hardly 2 to 3 paisa incremental cost of generation, we have been able to reduce the parali burning, which used to happen earlier in and around Delhi. And hopefully, going forward, that should come down. And we have already given the targets to most of the thermal-based power plants to take care of these concerns. Gas supply is definitely an issue which will remain.
Sir, can you go back? I was going to ask you a question on the gas supply.
I conveniently missed it. बताएं.
नहीं सर, आप बताएं वो है क्या, जुमला क्या है वो? The supply of gas to gas-based wherever possible should be made flexible with respect to time, depending on requirements, instead of supply through the constant flow regime. मुझे समझ में नहीं आया.
Today also I have a meeting at 4:45 where we are brainstorming on how to revive gas, and that will be participated by, that will be chaired by Secretary Power. In fact, we have been worried that we have 25 gigawatt of capacity into the system. We talk about that we have adequacy of capacity, but we are not able to use it. Pretty good that reason are known to us. Gas availability is a challenge within the country. If you are importing, the cost is high. But what to do? If the incremental cost, even if it goes slightly higher in the entire basket, how does it matter? Say, for example, right now we are meeting a demand of roughly 200 gigawatt, right? Peak hour shortage is hardly to the tune of 2,000 to 3,000 megawatt. if I really say where the intervention is required as of now, APM gas is fully being utilized. Of course, that is also getting reduced because of the reallocation of gas to the city gas as such. But if I have to just give, even if I have to take gas at a larger price and a higher price, for this 2,000 to 3,000 or let's say even 7,000 megawatt, our wild guess right now is that it is not going to impact the entire kitty of the power requirement that the country has. Moreover, these gas plants will be operating hardly for 4 hours or at the most 6 hours if I have to make morning peak and evening peak together. And that too not throughout the year. So if I need them during the month I require, with a firm commitment to these power plants. I think probably your answer, because you took the microphone, I could widely guess that.
Are you going to socialize the cost? That's my question.
Yes,
How are you going to do that?
Yes, definitely. That there's no other option. There is no other option other than socializing it. And in the interest of meeting the national grid requirement, probably we will have to do that as well. Okay, coming back to nuclear, I think I've mentioned this. Of course, flexible operation, I was talking about that they always raise their hand and they don't want the flexible operation. But what we have said very clear terms to NPCIL is, even world across the people, nuclear power is now have started participating in flexible operation. So in India, whatever the future nuclear power plants is there, those must have this concern about the flexible operation. And all this kind of modular nuclear reactors we are talking about. Two-part tariff is also being considered for nuclear, which right now is a single-part tariff for the nuclear power plants. Okay, hydro generation, a lot of interventions is required. We want it to develop, but somehow we are not able to develop because of a number of reasons. I think I'll take your question on this. Yeah, okay, please tell me. Sorry? For? For renewables? Okay. Right now, not. Nothing is on the card right now. But maybe in future when the kitty becomes very, very large, and if we are not able to handle, because there are two things which is already there. And why we are not going for two-part is there is a reason behind it. And the reason is we have already given a must-run status to nuclear as well as the RE. Nuclear is also considered as a must-run plant. If you see the grid code, there it is clearly mentioned that the hydro, when it is spilling, nuclear and all the renewables, they are treated as a must-run. That means whenever they are available, they are supposed to run. That's it, nothing else. Of course, there were challenges of curtailment, etc., which my friends from the developer side will start saying on this. Probably after we took out the rule on must-run rule that was brought out around a year back, and after that, at least in ministry, I have not received any complaint on that front as well. And people, we have already enabled the developer that if your energy is getting curtailed by the discoms, please go and sell your electricity into the market. Get recovered whatever best you can at the same day from the power exchange. Whatever is the balance, that will be paid by the PPA holder as such. So that's a rule now, and people have to follow that. What is our concern is that the energy must be there in the grid. Okay? Yeah.
Sir, if I have a counter question for you, if you have two-part tariff in renewable, the variable cost is 0.
So I think both of you can debate on that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, transmission, let me not go much on this. Only thing that I just wanted to point out here is we do need a better transmission planning at this point of time, because a number of people have been raising their concerns that the transmission charge has exorbitantly gone up, and which is hitting the belt. Of course, one of the person who is responsible for this is standing in front of you, who have advocated the policy of waiver of transmission charges, which suits some, but doesn't suit other as well. So definitely it is bad and good in both sense it can be taken. But anyway, that's where we are right now. But what we have done this time is, while giving waiver of transmission charges, we said that the visibility is up to 2028. Till 25, it is free. But 26 onwards, it will gradually increase to catch up to 100% of charges you'll have to pay by the time you reach 28. So that please don't come for waiver anymore. That's the kind of signal which government have given to everyone in this particular sector. Because what is happening is, the person whom you are dependent on, you are trying to kill that sector in the garb of developing something else. Wherein what we feel is both this side is required into the system. Okay, distribution lot is required, not one. I think all of us are aware about it. In the distribution sector, huge problems are there in the distribution sector. Could be starting from the multiplicity, consumer choice, going for more and more people there, reducing AT&C losses, solarization of agriculture pump, maybe benchmarking, consumer indexing, asset mapping, whole host of things are there. And recent Government of India intervention is through a RDSS scheme, that is a Reformed Linked Distribution Scheme, which is worth around 3 lakh crore, wherein the grant will be approximately around 1 lakh crore will be a grant coming out from the central government. But we feel that there is a huge thing, a number of things that required to be done in the distribution sector. And the viability of distribution sector is to be taken forward. So far, we have been talking about the sectors, but we had missed out, and we normally always miss out the electrical equipment side, which is again very, very important. And we must try to see that in the electrical equipment manufacturing side, we must try to see maximum is getting manufactured in India. And going forward, that's a visionary that not only we meet our demand within the country, we should also, some of our facility must be export oriented as well. Make in India, vocal for local, all these are definitely there. But the idea is that in the event of any crisis which happens outside the country, it should not affect your electricity supply chain in any manner. And right now also, there had been few segments, particularly people keep on talking about the solar modules, people keep on talking about the CRGO in the transformer, where they are not able to meet the commitment of completing the transmission lines or the substations in time because they are not getting supplies from outside. So for all these, if you want really to be energy independent, then you have no option but to increase this particular segment of going forward. And that is how government, instead of only focusing on the generation, transmission, distribution, and trading and markets, we have started focusing now on the equipment part of it, that we must try to see that the India becomes self-sufficient, self-independent, and if possible, go for export orientation as well. Cyber security, this is another element which is staring at us. And almost every year from ministry side, I keep on hearing that something happened. And in fact, on this Thursday itself, I got one message, something happening in the WRLDC. Of course, nothing happened, but there was some attempt. But what I'm trying to make out and trying to point out here is, because we are moving in the direction of automations, digitizations, this is one thing which needs to be focused. And recently, we have also issued letters to all the state authorities that please try to build a team of experts in the cybersecurity which will be responsible for looking at these. So this is just a starting building point. Slowly and slowly, we are going to mandate that particularly those people who are working in the load dispatch centers, control room of the generating stations, control of room of the transmission, that is if you are having a remotely controlled substations, all these places where you are dependent on the distribution and the remote operations, all the persons working there must be certified in, there will be courses, they will have to get themselves certified, and then only they can be posted on these places. Already we have mandated this for the load dispatchers. I think people are aware about it. And until unless you take certificate, and that certificate is valid only for the load dispatchers, that certificate is valid only for 3 years. And after that, again, you will have to take advanced certifications if you really want to continue in the load dispatching center. Because these are some of the specialized area where we want that only the skilled person should be posted, and not posted because he is a relative of somebody, or he is close to someone and somebody like that. So because it's a very, very specialized area, and most important is it has a larger implications. If something goes bad in the control centers, means it affects directly to the consumer and reliability of supply to the consumers. Yes, please.
So I just want to share something with the group here and use and take your guidance.
Can I get a water, please?
पानी पानी तो है सर, एनर्जी शॉर्टेज नहीं है, पानी की शॉर्टेज नहीं है. We've been working with the as IPPAI with National Critical Infrastructure Protection Center on this exact subject for the last 5-6 years, and we also went and did some on-the-spot surveys, so to speak, with various RLDCs. What we found is the person who was posted there firstly felt he is a punishment posting for him. He had only 2-3 years to retire. Second thing was this question of seniority. I'm just bringing the human element in so that you can factor it into your future strategies. And the person felt, okay, I'm going to retire in 3-4 years. Why do I have to relearn the whole process of the computer world and cyber world, etc.? The third thing we found was that we could train them. We did a lot of workshops with them. We could train them up to a point. And that point was cyber hygiene, this, that, ye, wo. And then we would say, okay, in case you have an attack about to happen, you spot it. There is nothing you can do except call up somebody. Call up, son or X or Y or Z. This is something we need to really look at in future, sir.
Yeah, we are very serious on this, and probably we have already formed the teams. CISOs are already in place at most of the places, but what is required is they are right now clueless, right? Because they don't know what exactly is to be done, at what point of the time, and how the interventions are required to be done. We are in touch with the CERTs, we are in touch with MITI and others, whoever are the experts in this particular area, and that is how we would like to have a team of experts in this particular thing who will be guiding from the centers. And not only that, there will be good experts right now in the states as well.
Happy to hear that, sir, and to let you know that our next series of events that we are doing is all cybersecurity, including simulation and training, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, sorry, I think. So I think I have mentioned all this. I think I missed the point of SCADA, which is going to come in the distribution sector, which will again be more important. And not only SCADA in the distribution sector, because right now what is being planned is you are going to have a smart meters. That means this entire kitty, the entire chain so far was there, it was restricted up to the SLDCs, which will now percolate up to the consumer point. And some people who are even going to have a smart home, probably it will get percolated even to the element or equipment within the house as well. So think of the gravity of the situations, what the future is going to be if we don't really attempt and save the elements from the cybersecurity. Okay, so demand creation, I think while answering your question, I think I mentioned these, but the last bullet is the question mark, which I think all of us needs to debate, discuss, promote, and take it forward, which probably alone ministry cannot simply do it, and help with the entire stakeholders who needs to take it forward. So, of course, this is what is linked to today's topic of fossil fuel and all that. I think most of us are aware about it. I just wanted to say about the third bullet of net zero by 2070, probably that is where the entire construct of today's discussion is, of the net zero. This will definitely be leading to that energy transition. I just put two questions here as people have been deliberating, and the moment India announced that we are going to have net zero by 2070, a lot of rumors were there in the market that why not we make it by 2050 or 2060 or 2040. I think the answer I had already given earlier, but definitely this is still being debated in the international world, why India chose to go for 2070. Because whenever I participate in the international seminars where I have to speak, I think this is the one question that is being asked to me is why 2070? Why not earlier? Because others, they have already committed earlier. But I'm not sure that whatever is their commitment, they are going to fulfill. But probably what we have committed may be fulfilled. Energy security, definitely. These are the questions which keeps on bothering me is what are the options right now? And what is the coverage in India, coverage of India, right? I mean, this is a larger question which I right now don't have much of answer. But definitely going forward, because see, the area, the arena where we come from is we were living in the world of shortages. We were tuned to the load sheddings. Slowly and slowly we moved supply side surplus, but still consumer side is still not enough infrastructure to meet their demand. So we are right now in this phase. Next phase will be probably the consumers will also start getting 24/7 quality supply. So at that time, when the equilibrium is established, that will be a challenging period where you will be trying to balance the interest of the consumer vis-a-vis the entire value chain upwards. And that is where I have tried to point out here is what this energy security will mean at that point of time. Yeah, I think I've been talking on the energy independence. This is very much required. And going forward, I just wanted to highlight three things here is storage, definitely is one, which we are targeting right now. Battery energy storage, in fact, energy storage policy also may be announced quickly. That's on the card. But besides, even before we announced that policy, we had already taken a number of interventions to promote storage. I think most of the concerns which were being raised either in favor of or against the storage, we have tried to address all of them. But still, the area that remains is the hydro pump storage, and particularly the off-river pump storage. The guidelines in the offing, guidelines we are preparing, and most likely that guidelines will be out in next 4 to 5 months' time. And along with the guidelines, there will be the bidding document as well. So what we propose there is we are going to come out of that mindset of hydro being under the section 62. Probably we will be going and approaching this from the perspective of a competition under 63. And that is how, particularly for the off-river, the feeler that we are getting is the price is going to be quite competitive as of now. Maybe after down the line, after 3-4 years, when the battery prices goes down, that time there will be a competition between the off-river and the battery storage. But as of now, definitely we have a chance and we should capitalize on it at the earliest. Power equipment independence, I have already just now spoken. I think I'll just quickly. Energy efficiency part. I think the answer to your question, which I said that I'll be answering later, is here because we have been doing it and the government of India is focused on the energy efficiency part because we don't need wastage. We don't want to waste at all. That is how we are trying to have all perspective, whether it is commercial, industry, domestic as well, because now we have touched upon the building codes, et cetera. But who are the drivers right now as far as the ecosystem is concerned? And they were simply the Bureau of Energy Efficiency in the center and the ESL, the ESCO company that we tried to form around 4 or 5 years back. They did had a number of good outcomes, particularly in terms of reducing the prices of the energy efficient equipments. And kudos to them that they have been able to do that, and they have shown the world how the energy efficiency projects can be implemented in India. And that was a lesson to even some of the Western countries as well, and they had adopted some of these models elsewhere as well. But what next? Because I said our energy requirement is going up, and some of these areas of interventions in the energy efficiency is getting saturated. So we need definitely to find out some more areas where the energy efficiency interventions will be required. And I think going forward, we need to
A
do
very
that as
quick,
well.
I know you're getting tired, sir, but a very quick point. We discussed this. Waste heat to energy should be deemed as renewable, and you should issue a certificate of incentive, either ECERT or an REC, which will then incentivize industry to do that. That will reduce the wasted heat going up and the carbon emissions, and also it will encourage people to put in money to utilize waste heat.
Your suggestions are well noted. And yeah, sir.
I wanted to ask the same question Mr. Dhawal has asked, exactly same thing, because I was trying to promote a waste heat recovery-based power plant in Assam. We had to give up when we found out there was no incentive given for that. So you discussed waste to energy. We would like to know what is the incentive to be given to waste heat recovery-based power plants? Because normally when you go to IREDA, they say it is energy conservation, But it is also, as he rightly says, it's something, you are utilizing the waste, and there are so many mini steel plants, cement plants all over the country. And that waste is going waste totally. So I think we should be able to recover it. And cost of a waste heat recovery plant is the same as the cost of a new plant. You don't make any saving there at all. So we want some, new outlook from the energy on the waste heat recovery-based power plants.
I have been discussing these issues for the last 5 years, let me confess. And so far, I have not been able to find a solution to it, because the entire construct of the problem is different. What people are asking is, please treat me as renewables, right? And there is a well-defined definition of renewables. So we are caught into the two extremes, whether it fits into the renewable definition or not. And accordingly, since I am not able to fit into the definition of RE, I am not able to treat it as renewables. The question that should have been asked is, how do I promote waste to heat energy, and how do I really take it forward? So probably some interventions have already been done by Government of India, and particularly, and we had proposed some intervention in the tariff policy. Incidentally, that has not taken off. It's still lying under approval process. But there we have clearly said that right now we are only mandating DISCOMs to take that power. But without or other than the DISCOMs, even it can be sold in the open access, and those who take in the open access, they will not be charged any cross subsidy or the additional surcharge, right? So that kind of incentive we are trying to give. So we are trying to address this issue from a different perspective altogether, instead of really trying to address it by treating them as renewables. Okay, we are trying. We'll try to do that as well. Okay, thank you. So let me touch, because I think this also confirms about the reforms in the sectors. Some of the reforms which we have taken in last few years, I just thought to touch base on this. And there was a good idea which was floated and given to me, is because a number of interventions have been taken during last, particularly during last 4 or 5 years in the sector. So why don't you make a compendium of it? So we are in the process of making a compendium, and all these you will find in a form of a book wherein it can be tagged, and it will be placed online as well, so that people know about it as well, whatever the interventions are. Because most of the time when the people come and ask me that, can I do this? I said, it is already there in the rule. It is there, already there in the notifications. So our intention is that people also must be made aware of the interventions that is being done by the Government of India. And I think somebody asked me about the consumer side of it. And the very first bullet is the consumer. That is right of consumers, rules that we had taken out. I'll not go into the debate whether it was right or wrong, but the idea was positive in a sense that we wanted to address some of the issues which the consumers are facing. And this is just the beginning. I'll again say that this is just the beginning as far as the consumer perspective is being considered. There are a whole host of things which is lined up to take care of the consumer interest.
So consumer will have a choice, sir, and he can be less than 1 megawatt. That's I wanted to touch on that. It's fascinating.
I think you guess what I'm going to say the next. Yes, that's definitely on our card, and we definitely want that the consumer also must have a choice as he goes and buys any commodity into the market, and he tries to pick and choose depending on his choice, his pocket. he should also go, if the moment he wants to buy electricity, he also must have a choice altogether. Payment definitely was a concern for us, and that is how we came out with the second one, that is late payment surcharge rules, which tried to address from the other perspective, that is because the discoms were facing huge challenges in this, and that time the LPS was to the tune of around 18%. This 18% was fixed at a time when the interest rate, lending rate used to be somewhere around 12 rupees, 12 to 13%, like that. Now the lending rate itself has come down, and the construct was not linked to the bank rate. So what we did is we have linked it to the bank rate and tried to see that going forward the discoms are not overburdened. But at the same time, we had made it onerous also, so that they try to keep on paying in time. Change in law, it used to take much time. We tried to address it. There was some ifs and buts in that, I think, but after judgment recently has tried to clarify most of the issues that we were trying to address. Flexibility in generation and scheduling of thermal power to reduce the cost of power generation to the consumers. Again, this is consumer-centric in a sense. Herein, we are trying to allow the any coal-based generation to mix up with the renewables under the same PPA. This is because the DISCOM should not have an additional liability of buying renewables. But within the same PPA construct, if more renewables can be purchased by the DISCOMs, I think this is one construct which we have already formulated and given. I think most of the people that are not aware about it, recently after a lot of persuasion, NTPC has done the first 2 projects wherein they have done this bundling, and it is giving good result. And what we have saved is whatever is the differential of the energy charge and the solar power that you are trying to blend, that will be shared equally between the generator as well as the DISCOM. So generator also gets incentivized, at the same time the buyers also gets incentive on that. So next was because people were trying to say that 25 years plus PPAs they want to exit, so we made an enabling clause there as well. There were certain guidelines that were issued as per the operation for optimum utilization of generating stations. Payment security mechanism is, again, we had tried to see that LCs are there, but there had been some of the faults in the earlier PPAs where even the LC mechanism was not there, so probably we may not be able to address those issues, but definitely at least the issues which we can address, that has been done. Then regulatory compliance monitoring. This is another focus area which we have started recently, wherein we are trying to see where the DISCOMs are performing. These informations are getting compiled, and could be a good interest to everyone here is that this will be now hosted on the website. I think November version has already come out. I think March version should be out anytime by the end of April. Ease of doing business, reducing burden compliances and all that. Renewables, definitely we did all the interventions. This is the one rule that I was trying to tell about the must-run plant and must-run status, wherein it has been done. Waiver of transmission charge, funding of renewables, all these markets, etc., and biomass utilization, etc. All these have been done. Atmanirbhar Bharat, there have been 2 orders which have been issued by Ministry of Power. Transmission, of course, we have taken out the import-export cross-border trade of electricity, which has now made it much formal, and that has enabled the power exchanges participation as well. Separation of CTU from power grid. So the idea was that, okay, that why not we have a good planner and which is independent of the system, just like what we had in the POSOCO as a grid operator. So there should not be any interest of the bidding as well as maintaining the function of the CTU as such. Most important is the 8th bullet that you are seeing here, that we are trying to see that because there is already a good transmission company existing in almost all these states, if you see the performance of a transmission company vis-a-vis the performance of a distribution company, with respect to the network maintenance and utilization, probably you will find that there is a slack. And that is resulting in the reliability of supply to the consumer. So what we thought is, why not we bring 33 kV also onto the gambit of the the transcos, so that the maintenance and the expertise that the transcos has in maintaining the reliability of network, that network can be extended up to 33 kV. Once it is extended to 33 kV, the task of discoms becomes much easier to maintain only the 11 kV transformers and up to the LT feeders as such. Revamping the transmission planning process of renewable energy, etc. Distribution, definitely RDSS scheme, I have already said. This is one good intervention that we have done, that is guidelines for corporate governance of the discoms. This is already out. And some prudential norm. Of course, there are pros and cons to this. I don't go into the details. Charging infrastructure, electric vehicle, transparency of allocation of fly ash. This was another pain point which the thermal power plants were having. So we thought, why not to address this fly ash problem of the thermal plants as well. Hydros, these measures we have taken, particularly the last two bullets are of interest, and the fourth bullet has already been operationalized. 3 committees have been formed. Because what we see is one pain point which hydro developers used to face is that used to go into the litigations. And once it goes into the litigations, the project development stalls for at least a year or year and a half or 2 or whatever. So we thought that why not to have some kind of an informal mechanism, and these 3 committees have already been formed and they will start working on this. What next? I think this is what you wanted, right? So I think what I have already explained is resource adequacy and the need for it. So we are working on the resource adequacy guidelines. Could be out in next 3 to 4 months, hopefully. And we have already planned that whatever guidelines we formulate, that will be given to all the discoms and the states, and they will be required to demonstrate before the Regulatory Commission that they meet these criteria of resource adequacy. Then guidelines for off-river, I have already mentioned, deepening of energy market, development of capacity market, and not only capacity market, I think we'll also try to venture out in the areas of financials, derivatives, etc., etc. But since I have not mentioned it in my slide, the reason being that that is being looked after by the other regulators and comes under the Ministry of Finance purview. NEP revision, National Electricity Policy revision is due because the last policy was in 2005. Since then, we have not revised. This is almost matured. Hopefully, we should be able to do that. Green open access is again another area where I think you pointed out regarding the open access limit of 1 megawatt. In this particular thing, at least we are reducing it to 100 kilowatt, and there will not be any limit for the captives. Captives can go to any limit as such. There is no limit that has been put there. So for promoting green again for renewables, we have made a number of interventions in that rule. I think draft rule is already out before everyone. So those have a number of interventions which is going to promote green open access. Payment security mechanism, giving choice to the consumers, etc. But not this. Going forward, a number of more interventions will be required in the sector, which will try to make it viable. Now coming to the net zero milestones. I'm not, frankly speaking, I'm myself not very clear what is going to happen beyond 2030, but we definitely have a vision of 2070. So what we thought in the ministry is, or even the government as such, why not to have another intermediary goal in between 2030 and 2070, and we chose a year of 2047, and we have already started working in ministry that what would be the power sector look like by 2047 as such. And we are in the process of finalizing the almost the micro goals there as well, and one micro targets by going forward up to 2047. Once we are there, probably we'll try to see what we do next by 2070. But that is how in the 2070 and 2047, right now I have put a question mark, but definitely a lot of deliberations are required by all experts of the power sectors, not only ministry, and all with the contribution of all experts in the power sector, probably we will be able to frame out the pathways to achieve the net zero by 2070. The last bullet definitely is that we don't only want to be, our presence should not confine ourselves to within the country, but cross-border definitely is of importance to us. and we'll try to increase our presence towards Southeast Asia as well as towards the western side as well. That's our target and goal. So where we are now? Are we at net zero? I am not sure, because we started with zero, and I particularly feel that I am still at zero. And with that zero construct, I'll end my slide. Thank you so much.
Sir, Mr. Ghanasham Prasad, sir, before Mr. Dhol gives you an official thank you, let me tell you, it has been fantastic. You know, we have been kept spellbound, totally spellbound. We could have spent the whole day with you, just one lecture. Thank you very, very much, sir. That's what I feel.
Thank you, sir. Excellent presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a 10-minute break, chai, and then we'll start again.
Maybe before that, if somebody has some questions, they can go ahead or.
Over to you, sir. Over to you. You must be quite exhausted.
request everyone to please bring their tea, coffee forward. We'll get started very soon. Please come forward. Request everyone to please bring their tea, coffees back. Thank you, everyone. They're just setting up the shifted logistics. Meanwhile, Harry talked of punishment postings, so I'm in a punishment phase because I'm going after Ghanshyamji, so who we could listen to all day, and he has not just the facts, but also the interpretation and the analysis and the vision. So I'm in the punishment sort of phase here. But since we have a full schedule to go through now, we will try and keep it sharp, but also full depth we'll get into, because if yesterday we started with a 30,000-foot view coming down, we're now going to come more into the details on the power side, on the energy side, the renewables and the markets and some of these. And so if I could request Mr. Aditya Malpane, Vishal Pandya and Naveen Singh to join me as they're just finishing putting up the chairs. So we'll now be focusing on the renewables aspect, the digital aspect, and the exchanges and green power. Because if we talk about net zero, we talk about the Prime Minister's commitment in Glasgow. Most of that journey goes through the power sector. Short-term measures almost all go through the power sector. And if you think about green hydrogen, which is the long term, even that green aspect goes through the power sector. So it's very critical, the role the power sector is to play. And of course, as Ghanshyamji's slide had shown, most of that growth in the power sector has come from the private sector, which is also RE heavy. And so this is the new reality that we're grappling with. So if I could request our distinguished presenters to please join me. We'll follow the same order. Aditya first. But actually, before that, while we're just getting started, if I could have Abhijit, where is Abhijit? Yes. If I could request you to just share a few thoughts that building off and continuing from tomorrow. So, yeah. If I could request you to please join. So, that's one of the most intriguing things of this event is that we have government policymakers engaging with technologists, engaging with economists, regulators, strategic thinkers. And so putting it all together is, I think, a key aspect of this. So if I could just request you to join. Sorry, yeah, little shift. Sorry, thank you. So, it's fine, we'll adjust. And so, Abhijit, of course, you heard yesterday, and it was especially impressive when he spoke in detail about building construction in New Delhi. So as a strategic thinker, you also have your eye on the details. So look forward to your remarks this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. So, yesterday Mr. Prashar made a very important point, which had me, Mr. Prashar kind of left me sleepless last night because he said, we can't predict energy demand, that it's a behavior, it's not a pattern. So I was thinking of a lot of things, and one of the points you made yesterday was, how India tends to be the most coal efficient in terms of well, not efficient, but at least have amongst the lowest per capita consumption of it. Now, one of the things Harry wanted me to do was to tie it together with this morning's presentation. So I'm just going to give you some very quick thoughts over the next 5 minutes. So the first thing that we've noticed is one of the big aspects in removing predictability of energy demand is disposable income, right? So when you have a population moving from a rural, dirt-poor population to a middle-class urban population, you see energy demand spike. That's one of the important things. This is, again, the intersectionality of policy, where it's not a direct thing, you have to tie it into every other policy. The second thing that was brought up, I think, very clearly in the presentation today was how hydro, wind, solar, these are all periodic in terms of when you collect them, and you have to time shift the distribution of them. So the storage technology problem was the most important thing. Right now, the problem with storage is it's not sustainable because a lot of the materials used in storage are highly corrosive. So that was the second thing to be looked at. With nuclear, what's happened is, I want you all to go back to the budgetary allocations for nuclear from, say, 2011, 2012 to this year. In 2017-18, you'll find something very curious, that budgetary allocation has been slashed by almost 80 to 90%. Okay? A lot of it apparently has to do with the consistent failure of the AEC to deliver a working domestic nuclear power reactor. They're not saying it out publicly, but it's been done. Now, for me, money talks. So when you cut your budgetary allocation by that much, it clearly shows that you have no faith in the AEC left anymore. Now, one of the solutions that we've seen, if you remember during the 2008 nuclear deal, a lot of emphasis was going into, we wanted to follow the French model, where nuclear would form the bulk of it because it's very predictable, it's very safe. I wish I had a computer, but I don't. I want you all on your phones to Google something called the Areva Flex Blue. Okay? It's a reactor which is literally just 100 meters long and contained 100 meters long, 15 meters wide. You sink it in a pool of about 20 meters depth, and you can literally have a 250 megawatt power plant, no bigger than this front garden that you see in front of us, up to the pool. That's the footprint of it. So these solutions have always existed. The problem is we tend to shift policy very, very quickly. And it is that policy unpredictability, in a sense, that creates a whole load of problems. We see this in defense as well, what the AEC does in terms of nuclear. We've seen this with DRDO. Anything new tender, sir, hum banayenge, 20 saal, you keep trying to make it, 20 years you don't end up making it. There was always a plan on the table to buy 50% of Areva. I never know why we never took it up. There are other issues with Areva. One of the things about the transfer of technology and domesticating it has been that the reactor shield, the cap, it's extremely complex to make. Only one company knows how to make it, that's Mitsubishi of Japan. And that is why we tried for a nuclear deal with Japan, which, well, didn't come through. The energy loss and energy theft we've already discussed, I think. What, $16 billion, much more in terms, if you look overall at energy efficiency, there's a lot more to do. Again, do you see any government plan that ever deals with energy loss, energy theft, energy efficiency? I don't. There's actually technology available where you run pipes through the walls of buildings that are existent, and you turn it into a heat sink, which turns into energy. You still don't use it. Well, into cooling, not into energy per se. One of the things, because we brought up this whole thing about how payment, Harry brought up this whole thing about how payment wasn't going through and things. Amitabh Kant spoke about it 2 years back, and then he stopped speaking about it. Again, typical case of how we tend to shift policy. Blockchain and independent verification. You put it into an escrow, the moment it's delivered, the person has to get paid. We don't want to do it. Guess why not? Fine, you can't take away state powers. A lot of the inefficiency seems to come because of the concurrent list, the center state, this thing. But you can pass a synchronization act. Enabling acts and synchronization acts do exist in British law. You do synchronize plans, you do synchronize payment plans and things like that. And yeah, those were the main points I wanted to raise, taking on from yesterday and tying it into what Mr. Ghanshyam Prasad said.
Thank you very much. I think a couple of points really struck us that are very key for the going forward, which is how much will the government do? Because budgetary allocation was how we used to do things. So is the hidden signal really, well, let the market figure it out? So maybe NPCIL has to raise bonds, or, we have to see how that plays out. And the other thing related to that was on timescales. I think that's a very key point you've flagged. Because if I talk to industry, they said, I'll deliver you X, but I have to set up the manufacturing capability. And that takes a little time and investment. But by the time you're ready to deliver, if the policies shift or your focus shifts or the regulations shift, now what do you do? So how we incentivize clarity on policy, I think the most extreme example of this has been the automotive industry, where we'll mandatorily have only EVs. Okay, some fraction EVs. Okay, first let us digest BS6. So all of these layers and the job implications of all of these are very non-trivial. Even though cars are made by large manufacturers, our components industry is actually a thriving employer in the country. And so that clarity is also one of the big challenges in the transition going forward. So thank you again for highlighting these facts and bringing it together. Thank you. Thank you. So now we'll change tacks to dig a little deeper from the high-level strategic view. Thank you. And really come in depth to these issues on, we know the ambition. We know why we want to be high RE. But how do we actually get there? And before anyone says, well, give me the money and it'll happen, even if we had sufficient money, it's not easy. Or if we don't do things wisely and strategically, it'll take more money than it should. And so with this sort of a framing, it's my pleasure to invite Mr. Aditya Malpani, who's the Regional Head and West and Director of Business Development for AMP Energy India. Thank you.
So, I have made a presentation, if I can share. Anyone can share the presentation?
They have it? Yeah. So,
How do I change the slide? Okay.
so we're going to just stay on the stage, but just move a little bit.
So I think Harry sir also, and now Abhijit ji have, and you also highlighted the policy uncertainty, right, which is one of the biggest constraints in any long-term investments which we require, right. So here I have tried to give my views on how we get over the policy uncertainty, right, especially on the renewable open access front, right. Ghanshyam sir has given us a very large target, right, 280 gigawatt of solar to be installed in the next 7 years. Right, or renewable has to reach to 450 gigawatts, right? Entire power cannot be taken by the discoms, right? Some of the power has to go to CNI. There is a huge demand of being net zero. Am I audible, right?
Yes, loud and clear.
net zero from the consumer, from the corporate side. So how do we balance the interest? How do we achieve the scalability for renewable open access business? I'll very quickly take you through my thought process on that. How do I change this?
Next slide.
So fundamental reason for the change of the policy uncertainty or the concerns around the DISCOM or the renewable open access is that how do we manage the balance of the how do we balance the interest of the both the parties, which is DISCOMs as well as consumers, right? So I very quickly point out what are the concerns of the DISCOM when it comes to renewable open access business, right? So they have, if you see, talk to any decision maker in the DISCOM, they really don't like the open access business, and these are the fundamental reasons, right? They believe that the open access suppliers are cherry picking the consumers, right? There is unlimited capacity expansion. So let's say we open certain market, there will be an unlimited amount of capacity which will come up, which will be very difficult to control, right? And there is a loss of cross subsidy surcharge and addition surcharge, right? Fundamentally, DISCOM might believe that there is no value addition brought by these generators into the system, right? What are the mitigation plans? I'll come to the mitigation plans, right? Whereas what the consumer wants, so the large bulk consumers, what they want is the frequent changes in the regulatory framework should not be there. The policy certainty, let's say I put up a project for the 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, the framework on which the project was envisaged should be available, right? The approval should not be delayed, and there should be some incentives for opting for the open access, right? So how do we balance the interest of these two challenges, right? So one is that, what we propose here is that you build the open access capacity restricted to RPO shortfall, right? Every state, if you come across, there is a there is a deficit on the RPO front, right? So you allow some projects under the open access to be developed up to RPO shortfall. I will show you there is a scalable model around here, right? And the projects which are being developed under the RPO shortfall, right? The DISCOM should claim the RPO on that. So there is a net gain to DISCOM of 1 rupee for every energy which is generated, right? I'll show you the numbers, right? How it impacts the DISCOM, how it makes it very valuable for them to promote intrastate generation, right? Then for the projects, right, when it comes to the stable regulatory framework, the projects what are the projects allowed under up to RPO shortfall should have a stable regulatory framework, be it banking, be it concession, should be available for the life of the project, for 10 years of the project, 15 years of the project, right? Because certain value has been added, DISCOM has realized certain value from this, right? Right? And there could be some concessions on cross-subsidy surcharge up to equivalent to RPO value, right? So let's say a value of the RPO is 1 rupee right now. You provide those concessions on cross-subsidy surcharge and additional surcharge. Right? Let's take an example of Maharashtra, right? As per the MERC order, they have a huge deficit of RPO, right? There is almost 10435 million units is the deficit RPO as per the previous year. It is getting cumulatively affected, which is equivalent to almost 6,000 megawatts. 6 gigawatt is the RPO shortfall, right? So what we have done is, right, one is that MSEDCL can directly sign the PPAs with SECI utility to meet this RPO, but that doesn't add any value to Maharashtra, except that they bought a cheap power from some other state like Rajasthan or Gujarat, right? So what I have done is that I've tried to propose a model policy, a model regulatory framework, which is actually taken from the Gujarat, and what is the value addition from that policy to the state.
Does the cumulative matter? In the sense, if you failed in the past,
Yes.
do you have to, do you just get a clean slate every year, or?
No, it gets cumulated. So 2147 was up to 2018. Then 1321 was the shortfall. 852 was 2020 shortfall. So as of now, there is a shortfall of 4320 MUs. Right? So regulator actually keep postponing the RPO, but at some point in time, it's a bubble, right? At some point in time, they need to meet, or it needs to be completely waived off. As of now, there's a shortfall of 6 gigawatt. Right? So what we are trying to say is that, let's say Maharashtra government comes up with a policy that I'll promote up to 1 gigawatt of open access projects, right? So total shortfall is 6 gigawatt. We are talking about only 1 gigawatt of open access projects, right? Those open access projects will get monthly settlement for 25 years, right? There is a concession on cross-subsidy surcharge, additional surcharge, equivalent to RPO value, whatever the RPO cost of the DISCOM, it could be linked to what they have purchased in last 5 years, right? It could be 1.5 rupees, 1 rupees, depending on the what regulators are believe that cost of the RPO, actual cost of RPO, and then 100% electricity exemption duty. Right. So I'll explain to you with numbers that this is how it goes to the DISCOM, and this what the government duty is being given, how they are recovering it. Right? MERC allows that whatever is generation happening in the state will goes for the set of the RPO of the MSEDCL under the policy. And then they can promote the new technology like hybrid and battery-enabled storage systems, right, which adds more value to the system by providing stable supply during the peak time, especially. Right. Right. So, especially when, let's say, intrastate generation is happening, first thing which happens is that it reduces the dependency of the DISCOM to purchase spot market, which is as high as 15 rupees, 12 rupees. CRC has to actually cap it at 12 rupees nowadays, right? So that if the power is generated in the same state, that amount is reduced, right? Second thing, with numbers, I'll explain you here what is the net gain, commercial gain to the distribution company, right? So let's say the power purchase. So average power purchase cost of MSEDCL as per MERC is 3.94 rupees, right? That is the variable cost of power procurement, what they do on the long-term basis by MSEDCL, right? So we can take a merit order dispatch, we can see what is the base load for the lowest cost of power, we can add that number. But for the illustration, even if we take 3.94 rupees, then open access supplier pays full transmission charges and losses, which is approximately 1 rupee, distribution charges and losses about 86 paisa, RPO benefit of 1 rupee. So net gain is 6.79. Sorry, I can't see the numbers very clearly here. But net commercial gain to DISCOM is 6.79 rupees, essentially because power is generated in the same state, right? And then you reduce the loss of cross-subsidy surcharge and additional surcharge. So approximately it's still there is a net gain to DISCOM for about 4 rupees. And there is the GST, there is a GST accrual to the state, you know. So most of these projects are developed as a third party or group captive where we can't claim any refund of the GST. So that's a net income, right? For a project cost of 4 crore rupees, state gets a GST income of 27 lakh rupees per megawatt, which is essentially used to set up for the electricity duty exemption. So what we are essentially saying that we don't need any charity from the DISCOM. The model is self-sustainable. It just needs a streamlining between policy and the regulation, right? For let's say for this 1 gigawatt, MSEDCL makes 270 crore rupees. The government makes 270 crore rupees one-time income, and the sum is approximately 500 crore rupees of annual savings to the DISCOM in terms of these commercial gain. Right? So let's say if the third-party model is there, you give some concession, so you still pay some cross-subsidy surcharge, additional surcharge. So model looks even better. There is absolutely no revenue loss. The previously group captive, there is no loss of cross-subsidy additional surcharge we have proven. Here, actually, there is no revenue loss, and the profit is more to the distribution company. Right. Now coming to this is what is on the intrastate generation. As we know that ISTS is recently opened, but there are certain challenges that needs to be accounted for. One is that viability. So when we wheel the power electricity from one state to particular other state, right, the biggest challenge has been, even for the thermal, is that who is going to validate the group captive structure. So if we have to make ISTS successful, the first thing the government needs to appoint is a nodal agency for verifying the group captive structure. Third-party sale we have seen is very difficult to work unless there is certain exemption on cross-subsidy surcharge. Right? But GCPP structure needs, and second thing is that as of now, since there are no regulations, that settlement for renewable has to happen on 15-minute block basis, right? Which is basically a concern because it is at par with thermal, right? So what we are proposing is that solution lies in green hydrogen policy, the framework which is allowed for the settlement of a green hydrogen policy should be available for other sectors also, right? Be it green steel, green textile, everything, as long as they are promoting a purchasing power, there should be a similar framework available for them, right? So to summarize, what we are asking is streamlining the regulatory and the policy framework. Regulators allows that settlement of RPO for entire RE generated under open access, some concessions on CSS, electricity duty, and the validation of for ISCS project group captive structure and the ranking framework. So I think that should help us scale the renewable energy projects.
Thank you. We'll hold off questions for just a bit because I think a lot of the topics will have synergy. We'll actually switch the order around if that's all right, because digital will segue into Reggie's point on blockchain, I think, perhaps. So maybe we'll switch the order just a little bit. If I could invite Naveen Singh ji, Head of Policy and VP at HPX, New Exchange. You have a presentation? Please, yeah. We could meanwhile formally just stagger the chairs on both sides so that we're, yeah. There we go, yeah. So that everyone can see. If you'd prefer, yes, please. Yeah. I hope it's not musical chairs. Prize kya hai? Can we load the presentation? Yeah. So I've given a very minimal introduction. Request you to just share any more relevant points, both about you or the New Exchange.
Sure. So good afternoon, everybody. I hope I'm
Little,
audible.
can you twist it up? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So good afternoon, everyone. I basically am representing Hindustan Power Exchange. It's a new exchange which is going to come up. We are planning to launch its operations around mid of May. That is what is the current plan. But as you know, for an exchange, it is very, very important that you get certainty on the purchase and sale volume because it is ultimately the conclusion of transaction on the exchange which is of utmost importance, both for the buyers as well as for the sellers. And therefore, the dates could be a week here or there, but somewhere around the mid of next month is what we are planning to launch. Okay. Okay. Now that this is up, just for the general information sake, the exchange is being promoted by PTC along with Bombay Stock Exchange and ICICI Bank. So we have a decent pedigree of promoters who have a huge experience of not only being a part of the power trading business, but rather shaping it right from the very scratch. So that being the case, we have basically tried to diversify the equity portfolio that we have. And besides PTC, amongst the trading members, we have Manikaran there sitting along with us as a trader, which basically gives a certain amount of comfort in terms of the transaction volumes. Besides that, we have state utilities like the Uttar Haryana Discoms and WBSE DCL, who is already there as an equity partner. We have private Discoms also on board in form of the RP Sanjeev Gonka Group, which basically comprises of CESE and Noida Power. Okay, so that's on the Discom side. On the generation side, we have Jindal Power Limited, which is basically one of the biggest generating stations in the country. And clearly a pioneer in the trading space. It's because of the success of Jindals that most of the IPPs subsequently came in. So that is there. Similarly, SJVNL is an important stakeholder that we have on the board. Besides that, Greenco is an equity partner to us in the green space clearly, and one of the leaders in the RTC supply of green power. So clearly, then unlike most other RE players who are primarily playing in the solar and the wind space, we have a unique proposition in form of Greenco, which basically also handles the hydro portfolio and clearly sets the stage right for proposing supply of RTC and peak. Basically, the specific requirement-based supply of RE power is something which comes from Greenco. So that is also a stakeholder. They are also a stakeholder to us. Similarly, Mercados is one important stakeholder which has been helping many of the Discoms across the country in ensuring that the purchase and the sale requirement that they have, that gets met and gets met optimally at a very reasonable cost through decent amount of analytics that they do on the state's data plus the market data, and therefore the analytics that they bring in adds a lot of value. We expect to utilize all the capabilities that I just demonstrated here. When we go live, we would try to utilize and basically bank upon the kind of credentials that each one of our equity shareholders have. Besides that, Bhutan Power Corporation, which is our neighboring country, they've also agreed for an equity partnership, and the file is currently there with the Ministry of External Affairs. Once that gets cleared, probably in a week's time or 15 days' time, we'll have them as an equity partner here. Besides that, big names which you don't see here, we are in discussion with just about all important stakeholders, and when we say we are coming up with an exchange, we are trying to ensure that it becomes a mini cosmos of the power sector rather than being held by one specific promoter. So that is what is the intent with which we are going, and it therefore would reflect that kind of a synergy when it comes out and we start operating. So just from the timelines perspective, in October of 21, we got approval of the CERC to start this exchange, and the bylaws basically got approved in Feb of 22. Okay. Since then, we have been in the market. We are trying to engage with most of the stakeholders who basically ensure who are basically important for the success of any exchange. Clearly, we are there in front of a formidable opposition, which has clearly held almost 99 to 100% of the market. So we clearly understand that fact, and we are getting ourselves geared up to ensure that a significant challenge is shared with the incumbent exchange. And we not only show as a challenge, but rather our intent and the aggression would be visible once we go live, is to ensure that in a very short span of time, and the short span could be 3 to 6 months' time, we are expecting to clock more than 50% of the volume. That is the intent, and that would be visible when we go live, both in terms of the incentive structures that we want to propose, in the terms of the service levels that we want to achieve, and for which the team is getting trained for. So as I said, we expect to get launched by mid of May. That's the current plan. So I would not basically I did not have a presentation as such, because I wanted to speak something which was more contemporary and what is being discussed here at the event. And that is where I thought I'll bring up certain points which basically would highlight how an exchange can actually contribute towards the green energy market that we are trying to create. Okay, so basically that is what I basically thought would be more appropriate to talk about. And when we talk about that, it becomes important, and it also comes from the fact that over the last so many months we have been meeting stakeholders, and we are trying to actually get access to the existing pain points. Because for the success of any business, and particularly when you are against a formidable opposition, it becomes very, very important that you understand the existing pain points, and that exactly is what we are trying to do at the moment. So when it comes to particularly green power, one clear gap which is currently existing in the market, and for which there's no product available, probably with the approval of the forward contracts, that gap would get bridged to a certain extent, is there are no long-term contracts. There are many IT companies, there are many industries like Vedanta, there are many others who basically want to go probably 100% net zero by a certain time frame. As of now, what do we have as a solution for them to satisfy that intent that they have? The only solution that we have currently is they can go purchase RECs, or else they can basically go and participate in the GDAM market, which has limited liquidity at the moment. That is where we see there is a lot of opportunity which exists. We can probably have longer duration contracts which can probably suffice that requirement at the very start. So probably bilateral or term head contracts which can be of longer duration which can come in, and probably the settlement can happen in the GDAM if that basically suffice. Or there could be other solutions that can be worked out with. So that is something that we plan to launch within probably the first quarter of concluding the operations. That is what is the initial intent that we are going with. There are other entities who basically would like to go probably not for 100% green power, but probably a shade of green power. So probably 50% carbon neutral by a certain time frame. So we should have those shades also available in terms of products on the exchange, clearly tradable, so that there's no dearth of transparency in the system when it comes to procuring that contract and basically utilizing that for satisfying your requirement. That is something, again, which is possible over an exchange, and is something that we will try to do once we go live. Similarly, when we talk about RE plans as of now, when SECI rolls out a tender, it clearly says you basically can come up with plans anywhere across the country. You pump in power at the CTU network, and that is good enough for me. You just tell me which all points you are going to pump that power into. Okay, and if as a utility I'm, let's say, procuring 400 megawatt of power from one of these generators who are going to pump in at the ISTS level, I'm done with that contract. So I'm okay with that kind of an arrangement. Okay, but when it comes to scheduling, as of now, if that 400 megawatt is coming from, let's say, 3 different plants. So let's say one is a 100 megawatt hydro located somewhere. There's a wind and there is a solar plant. The scheduling, I cannot do it as one entity. So probably if there is a cloud cover in the area where I had solar, and the generation went down by, let's say, 30 megawatts, I cannot pump in more hydro somewhere else and basically say that my net schedule is compliant with the schedule that I had proposed. Okay. As of now, this is my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding is all the 3 different generation points basically get scheduled, and the DSM impact is calculated at individual stations. So if I'm as a supplier, I'm basically pulling in from 3 different points. I should have that flexibility. And if we are moving towards more and more green products, I think this is one area which needs to be taken care of. Probably if we can have one synchronous grid across the country, this is more of settlement issue which can easily be done. So that is where could be an area where the policy advocacy element in the title that you heard against my designation, that is where we are planning to work more. And similar areas is something which would be the focus. Similarly, you saw a slide that Mr. Prasad showed regarding the shortages that are there in the country. I'll give you a very small story. 7 years back, I was working with India Electron Exchange, which was a power analytics platform. I went to give a presentation to, I'll not name the state, the biggest state in the country with the maximum load. Okay, and I was presenting to the Principal Secretary Energy. Okay?
Whose name rhymes with, no.
You can guess. Okay. At that point in time, and this was the time when the energy shortage in the country, when the CA reports used to come out, they would show energy shortage of, let's say, 3-4%, 5%, in some states 7-8% also. Okay. While I was presenting that analytics platform to him and his entire team, the entire board almost was there. The question that was asked, not to me but to his own team, was who gives this number of what is the energy requirement in the country, or maybe in our state per se? The answer was their own state utility. And somehow that discussion went in a direction where the state utility, within 14 to 15 days time, from an 8 to 9% deficit of energy and around 13 to 14% of energy peak deficit, went down to peak deficit of 2 to 3% and energy deficit of almost 0, which you see currently also. So that knowledge was imitated across the country, and that is how the energy shortage basically got managed. So basically, what essentially I'm trying to say is energy shortage, when you calculate, you're basically trying, one number is what is the demand that you actually met. Okay, the other number is what was the demand that was there in the system. That system demand is something that the utility only puts in. If you don't put in that number, so if your overall state demand met is, let's say, 5,000 megawatt, and you put in that 5,100 was my demand, probably the deficit is only was only 100 megawatt. Okay, with that kind of a manipulation which happened in the deficit percentage, the signal which went into the industry was there is no clear deficit in the country, and therefore the signal which basically goes out of that number, which just about every investor would like to analyze, people who are not there directly engaging with utilities on a day-to-day basis, they look at these numbers with good amount of hope that the numbers being shared are correct. Okay, but if you share that my deficit in the country, peak deficit is 0.5%, and the energy deficit is not even there, and not just one state but state after state, the signal which goes out is clearly, absurd. There's no planning which can be done basis that number. Okay, so clearly, and the situation we are in currently is also because of one of these reasons. Okay, this is one. Probably there could be other reasons as well. So, for the power market to develop and evolve, it is very, very important, and I would have expected, the Secretary Saab to be there, that it is important that you send the right signals. You basically share what is actually happening in the sector. If there is a demand curtailment happening across states, that should also go out. Even though it would be politically sensitive, you can probably see how the way you can represent that number so that it does not hurt you that much. But if that number does not go out, probably the signals that go into the market would be very wrong. So as an exchange, the basic reason why the market has tilted towards exchanges is because there is a transparent price discovery happening. There's nobody who can question why did you buy it from an exchange. Yesterday you bought it at 4 rupees, today you're buying it at 5. Why did you do that extra 1 rupee purchase there? So because of the transparency it is coming, you get that comfort to buy it at any price that is getting discovered in the exchange. Probably that is the level that we need to achieve in all our institutions, and particularly the ones from where these critical signals go out. Okay. So that was one more point which I wanted to point out. And the planning process also, I have an example, I have a small story to tell. I joined, before this company I was working with Sterlite Transmission. The day I joined, the very next day I went to CEA. And the investment pipeline that I was told at that point in time that existed in the country at the ISTS level was just around 8,000 crores. Just to give you a perspective, PGCIL itself alone is able to do projects worth more than 40,000 crores every single year. So if you have a business pipeline for the entire country at 8,000 crores, there's no space left for anybody in the country to basically be there in that sector. And when I say business pipeline, it was basically indicating 3 to 4 years of forward vision. Okay, so if you don't have a business, why do you want to be there in the company? So the day I joined and went to CEA, and after hearing this story from them, the first thought that crossed my mind was probably I made a wrong decision entering into this company, into private sector, that to Sterlite. They would not have a business, probably how would my salary come? That was the first thought which came to my mind. Now, that was day one. After a month or so, after getting into all the details of what is happening across the country, what actually should be the business pipeline which should be there, is there something which we are missing out? We came across that the government anyways is looking forward to this 175 gigawatt RE vision very, very seriously. And therefore, there is going to be there is a standing committee already sitting on a business proposal which basically would carve out the green energy corridors which are going to be required in the western region and also the northern region, the Rajasthan area. within a 6 months time frame, we had a visibility of more than 30,000 crores, and going forward in a year's time, and as we stand currently, there's a clear visibility of more than 2 lakh crores, which is there in the country for the power transmission infrastructure that is going to come, and that is only at the ISTS level. If you add the intrastate level, there is a visibility of 4 lakh crores, which is there. The only point that I'm trying to bring in here is the visibility regarding what business you are getting into is very, very important. The first jitteriness that I felt getting into the transmission space and hearing that number of 8,000 crores is exactly what most of us feel when we get into a sector and we see that the policies are changing suddenly, and therefore the visibility that I have today might not be there at all tomorrow. Okay? So if that is the situation, we need to definitely work upon the planning exercise that is happening in the country, try to strengthen those institutions, and as I said earlier, the signals that need to go out have to be very well thought of. We need those signals for the battery guys who are here. Till the time you give a clear signals related to that, probably that is something which would not evolve the way we want. So yeah, broadly, this is what I wanted to point out. And being an exchange, till the time we are operational, we can clearly not talk about numbers. We can only talk about what we can do and what we would do. And we would need all your support when we go live and even before that to ensure that we generate that necessary confidence in the industry and create that competition which is very much needed in the exchange space also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Naveen. It's my pleasure now to request Vishal Pandya, who's the director, RE Connect Energy. You have a presentation?
Please, put on the slides.
So while they're loading the slides, you could introduce a little more on what
Hi.
your company does.
I know I'm the man
It's not
between you and
Can
your
you check?
lunch. Hello? Is it audible? Yes. Yeah, hello. I think I might have to eat this too. Hello. Yes. So I'm standing between you and your lunch, so we'll try to keep it very, very brief. Yes.
But breakfast was also extended, so therefore
Yes. So brief introduction. I'm an engineer. I love power systems, and I'm a lazy engineer. So we like to do stuff which is digital in nature. Very less to do with physical world, but connected to the physical world. And that's what we'll talk more and try to bring a perspective on how the digital ecosystem in power market is evolving. Can we please have the presentation?
So maybe you could meanwhile introduce your entity.
Not needed.
Well, while there, it may be needed for a few people who don't know it.
Oh, I thought the topic is more important than entity. So we work largely in the AI, IoT space for energy, do a lot of predictive analytics, starting with renewables, electric demand, if the smart meter data is there, consumer data analytics, network automation and control on the distribution side using IoT sensors. So that's the spectrum we operate, and we have had opportunity to work with many Indian utilities, now expanding in European and African market. And yeah, we'll as we progress in the presentation, some of the use cases that we have been able to deliver are also detailed there. Is the presentation there?
It's just loading it.
Yeah, it's okay, I'll wait.
So meanwhile, I'll throw out a question, which we're going to get to in a bit. At one end, we want the transparency that exchanges give. Then we have the solutions that you're talking about, that there's already, quote unquote, money on the table. How much would that evolve? Well, let's hold that off, sorry.
Okay. All right. So the idea here is to put our perspective on how the grid is evolving and what a technology can play as a role connecting grid, markets, as well as assets across the energy value chain. The landscape is evolving fast. Distribution is where most of the disruption is happening. We have seen how RE on the capacity addition in a wholesale energy market has changed the dynamics. Ghanshyam Prasad sir's presentation was very, very interesting, very factual, and we have seen that it has leapfrogged. The distribution is the next sector which will be disrupted by way of having many ecosystem players around smart meters, electric vehicles, battery energy storage, even rooftop P, the distributed energy resources, and a host of digital layers which will help all the players, be it grids or markets or asset owners, will be the digital tools. Starting with renewable, one of the earlier question was that the cost of transmission is going up. As we progress further in renewable, it is bound to go up, and it might go up very, very exponentially. The reason is here. We analyzed one full year data. This is data taken from POSOCO's annual report, entire western region grid as well as Madhya Pradesh grid, 2.5 gigawatt for MP, wind alone, and about 15 gigawatt for western region. If you look at the load duration curve for wind, if you have to summarize both the chart, it's basically 20-30 rule. What does that mean? Only 20% of time in a year, your production from these assets cross 30% of installed capacity. So if you are running a 10,000 megawatt wind assets in your grid, only 20% of time in a year, the transmission will be utilized to the tune of 3,000 megawatt. Imagine what would happen when more and more EVs start coming, where the expectations are you charge your electric vehicle in a short span of say half an hour or 1 hour, and the next 24 hours will be run by that. The peaking capacity required, not only in the distribution network but transmission network, will be enormous in terms of system loading. The next slide is more on the markets. We have seen the prices spiking twice in a year now. In Ghanshyam sir's presentation, we saw that the energy deficit is only about less than 0.5%, 0.4%. Yet we have seen prices spiking to 20 rupees a unit for a certain part of the day, and regulators are required to step in. If you look at the demand, the black dotted line here is basically the previous year demand, the financial year. We took energy data on MU basis every day for last 2 years. The green area chart is basically the overall demand at a national level. The black dotted line is the demand previous financial year at a national level. What is interesting here to see that the climate has a massive impact apart from the lockdowns and all. This year, even with the second wave, after second wave, the lockdowns were not very prominent. So the demand growth is healthy. If you look at the last part of the chart here, there is a sizable predictability in how the demand would grow. So have we basically messed up in planning how the energy growth will happen? Have we failed to plan procuring coal, maintaining the assets, having 400 gigawatt energy base as a generation, right? There is no surprise in the demand growth at a national level. It could have been planned well. Two major spikes, one around monsoon where the coal availability was constrained because of monsoon, as if we have seen monsoon for the first time in the century. And the second time around March where the average price for a month, this is unconstrained price, 8 rupee 23 paisa. And we might see more and more spikes as we go further. Renewable, if you see, the impact is not much, right? This is a national level picture in energy terms. We have 100 gigawatt RE, but look at the area curve. It's nowhere close to where our peaks are. There are few states which are hitting those patches, have some more slides on that, but 500 gigawatt RE, the grid can definitely handle. This was the other point I wanted to make here. This is NRLDC. One interesting pattern here is the peak happens around winter when all the heating load starts, which complements very well with the rest of India where the peak happens around summer. So in a way, the region in itself, while the demand looks muted with reference to previous year, here you see that overall peak happens around December. This is southern region, sizable RE contribution at a regional level, far higher than what we see at India or at NRLDC level. Again, western region, very large grid, very stable. Only few states are contributing sizable RE, Gujarat, MP, Maharashtra to a small extent, given their grid size. This is eastern region, very negligible renewable. One more interesting case here is that Tamil Nadu is a state, if you see, that peak energy demand in terms of megawatt is about 16.5 gigawatt. They are already having about 13.5 gigawatt installed RE. So it might look a scary number where some part of the day you might hit a lot more RE which needs to be accommodated. Karnataka is yet another case in hand. Climate, renewable and demand all are fluctuating. All of them needs to be managed. And if you look at the energy curve for Tamil Nadu, this was calendar year 2020, very eventful year, massive lockdowns, multiple cyclones. The demand impact, the collapse as well as rise, if you see, almost 30-35% collapse within span of few days, a similar level of rise within span of few days. And this is a sizable grid. So one needs to manage and understand. Yet another example, bottom part of the curve, if you see, around Diwali and cyclone Taukte, the demand crashed not only in Tamil Nadu, it was a minor cyclone, but it also crashed in MP by the similar magnitude, right? Because there was a back-to-back number of days, heavy rains, very cold temperature, and the demand collapsed not only in Tamil Nadu, but in MP. Karnataka is very interesting state, large hydro base, sizable chunk coming from wind and solar now. If you look at the overall demand curve, the demand is much smaller compared to states like Tamil Nadu or Gujarat or Maharashtra. But the RE penetration is already at 50% level. This is CY 2020 number.
These are daily. These are daily.
This is the daily MU numbers.
Yeah.
All along. Right. And if you look at the 2022, more and more number of days are contributed by RE. And this is in energy terms. There would also be instances during the day, if you analyze the intraday data, where your generation would be fully met by RE alone. So why I'm trying to highlight all these data points is that India, while today we have sizable capacity, at a country level we have a lot more headroom for growth. If you have 300-400 gigawatt of RE, the country's demand curve will look more and more like this, a lot of green, a lot of yellow, and possibly sizable hydro. Coming to the dispatch, where again a lot of tools are now being talked about, being discussed, there is a constant tussle between merit order and muster, right? The back down sometimes due to transmission constraints or other constraints has to be carried out, be it thermal or gas or renewable. Utilities, the network operators are well entitled for it. However, the dispatch problem is getting more and more complex. Your demand is function of so many events. If you add more elements around EVs and the smart consumers and try to extract response from them, one needs to sit and understand how to optimize your procurement, not only from the planning point of view, but also market operations point of view. The markets are basically going faster and faster. We have 6 time block ahead market, which is 1.5 hour ahead. If we move to half an hour ahead market, again, the dynamics will change. This is one example like how forecasting can reduce operating cost. This is the study carried out by NREL. So 3 cases, you improve the forecast quality. What is interesting here is to basically see the purple patch, which is basically a gas-based generation. The first chart is forecasting as it is. If you carry out, there is a lot of switching that you do for the assets which are flexible in nature. If the quality of forecast improves, the switching cost reduces, and that brings a very sizable benefits in terms of the operational cost for a system. And what they quantified with all the analysis was that there is a 10% improvement in startup and shutdown cost for rest of the asset which is connected with the same grid. Some of the use cases around renewable energy technology. So we are fortunate to be part of renewable energy management centers. 11 control centers were dedicated towards RE. We provided basically the forecasting tools and forecast optimization tools and scheduling tool to NLDC, 3 RLDCs and 7 state load dispatch centers. Honorable Minister of Power had inaugurated those REMCs way back in 2020. 2 years are completed. A lot of learnings, a lot of visibility of RE starting at state to national level where we could provide the technology here. Similarly, the other areas where more and more requirement is coming up is that there is a demand forecast, there is an RE forecast, the forecast has an error, I have PPA, there is a market. How do I analyze all this information, put it together in a autopilot mode where most of my decisions, at least I have a tool to decide how to optimally procure or sell power. And a lot of integrators are now being required, having multiple exchanges, multiple types of contracts. You cannot foreseeably see a human intervention in those fast markets. And this is another area where we are working with some of the utilities, helping them create those tools to help reduce the cost of power procurement. Some of these solutions are also hosted at Smart Grid Knowledge Center, operated by Power Grid. Yet another layer where a lot of investment is happening, digitalizing the whole wholesale energy market. You want National Open Access Registry. It needs to be integrated with all the states. If someone wants to apply for open access, it will be digital, including payment, approval, scheduling, deviation accounting, settlement, and all other parameters around that. Energy accounting, MIS, analytics. And this is another area where India will see a massive transformation in terms of how the grid is managed and operated. Weather, there were a lot of questions around weather, that can we predict it more accurately. Typically, you do numerical weather prediction based model, downscale it at your area of interest, be it national level or regional level or state level, do physical weather modeling. It can only take you up to certain level. You cannot really expect weather to be super accurate in every 5-minute or 15-minute window for a particular location. It is always aggregated at a geographical and time scale level. Now if you have to mature from where the REMC started to a next level where the error expectations are very, very low, a newer set of tools are required to be developed. This slide, there was a video where we used computer vision. So instead of relying on numerical weather data, what we do is we take weather satellite images almost on a real-time basis every 15 minutes, and the image will look like the square boxes what you see, and each image will have multiple pixels. The pixel will carry a color, and the color will tell you whether you have a cloud, and if the cloud is having a rain-bearing capacity or not. This particular use case can help you predict your solar and cloud movement very accurately than what you are doing today. The downside here is it's computationally very, very expensive, right? So you need to run it on a GPU framework where your computational cost will shoot up almost exponentially here. Similar use cases, like if you have low Earth orbit high resolution images, can you apply computer vision to manage your assets? Like infrastructure, like highways. You train your neural net, work on the framework. All you have to do is, without going anywhere, you can quantify your highway network or your water bodies if you are looking at managing your natural resources, or your transmission network, and also look at encroachment of the vegetation on your transmission network using those images. And this is where pretty much automated stack can be provided. Similarly, you are trying to launch your supply side of story under the open access or to rooftop. Can you use technology to identify which are the clusters where I can get more and more viable rooftops above certain size? Again, you use computer vision, identify which are the buildings, which are the customers, link it with maybe the land database, and identify where lies the potential or potential buyer for my energy. Again, grid scale. Without visiting a site, can you quantify how many gigawatts or megawatts are operational? And this can be done not only for India, but beyond, right? You don't have to rely on data published by a particular agency. You can pretty much identify using these tools. The OTC market, this is another area where a lot of talks are happening around open access. One area where we thought of digitalizing the process of finding a counterparty. This is well beyond exchanges, where a seller wants to find a buyer and vice versa. Exchanges can only offer structured contracts. Our idea was that if buyer wants to transact directly with a seller, can we bring them on a digital platform? So we had floated this idea, proposed it to the Honorable Commission. Now the Commission has carved out a detailed chapter in Power Market Regulation, which talks about the OTC platform. It's basically a digital tool or platform for bilateral open access. And our idea here is that we would also want to enable the discovery of counterparty even at rooftop level. So at least the CNI space also, we can fast track the PPA side of market using this kind of tools and analytics. Yeah. So concluding the presentation, what I believe as an engineer is that the key innovations that we can create as a country would lie beyond setting up assets. The digital tech will drive operations, market participations, as well as IRR protection. You are a transmission network owner, you want to reduce your transmission tower failures or certain operation side. How do you use digital tech to ensure your asset performs optimally? The second important part is that the data. We need a lot more emphasis on data, the availability of data, the quality of data, the reliability of data, and that is where a lot of investment is required. Country is already doing by way of variety of initiatives, including smart meters and smart grid. The third aspect is that we are already a leader in ITS, the IT-enabled services. What can also happen is that we can also be a world leader in providing more advanced tools which are driven around technologies like AI, blockchain, remote sensing. A lot of reforms are happening there, and IoT. And that is the way we are building our technology. That is how we see that we should be contributing towards the sector. And with that, I would like to end my presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It seems that the one other takeaway is, the future will not look like the past. And that's probably a good thing, but it also could be something that hurts us if we don't anticipate it. So whether it's on the instruments like you mentioned, the data, and of course, use of exchanges and OTC. I mean, based on what you said, it's almost like they're coming together in some ways. So instead of my question, which I'll just throw out as a rhetorical one, it seems the big difference is the time of day aspect. Because when you show average prices or value, MU basis, the KW basis and the MU basis will have a bifurcation over time, especially as we approach our very large RE targets. You already showed, Vishal, I think, Karnataka, where RE can do it. Tamil Nadu, I mean, you have early adopters or aggressive states, but over time, if we meet these targets, everyone's going to look similar, or some will look worse. And so this heterogeneity seems to be one of the other challenges. So each heterogeneity then opens up the space for the types of instruments that you sort of put together. But how we get there in an equitable manner will, I think, keep all of us very busy for the next 7 years. So I'll leave mine as a rhetorical question. Instead, invite, since we're short on time, any burning or important question or insight that anyone may have for our distinguished panelists. Well, I think the presentations were such that they didn't need any clarifications. I don't think it's because we're between lunch, because after that breakfast, I think everything phase shifted. So thank you very much, everyone, for your presentations. This gives a perfect segue for me to request Reggie Kumar Pillai to join us to talk about blockchain. And really, the focus would be on, is this just theoretical or are we already getting there? So before Reggie presents, Reggie needs no introduction, but I'll still take the liberty. He's of course been one of the driving forces of smart grids in India, a partner in crime, if I may, with me for the last dozen years. And in fact is now currently the president of the Global Smart Grid Federation. So it's not just in India, he's a global authority, but he's been pushing the envelope. So before he shares his slides, if you could load them and have them ready. Meanwhile, I'll just give a 2-minute overview, since Harry asked me to join this discussion, on what is blockchain, how does it apply to the energy space. I don't have slides. No slides. This will be the worst presentation you've seen on blockchain. I'll give a very limited view because time is short, and apologies for oversimplifying it. Now, I'll start with a show of hands. How many of you know what blockchain is? How many of you understand what blockchain is? Few hands will come down. How many of you like what a blockchain does for you? Even less hands went up. And so this is the real fundamental point about a blockchain, is the disruption that it can enable. Now, what is it? Most of us have heard of Bitcoin. And the only thing I hear from people is, damn, I wish I bought Bitcoin when it was $1. Now, Bitcoin is an implementation of a blockchain, and it's one of several cryptocurrencies. There are many, Ethereum, Ripple, then Dogecoin. I mean, there's so many, and some of them were literally created as jokes. So in all of these, a blockchain is nothing but a distributed ledger. Think about a database. We think of databases, they're sitting somewhere. So Discom has a lot of data. Why would you want to bother distributing that database, that's ledger? Because it's about the transactions. In a blockchain, it is at least these implementations are an entirely decentralized blockchain. You can have a centralized blockchain as well. How these operate is based on lack of trust or trust on distribution. So today when you go to the online and you buy something, you may notice in your browser there's a little key symbol or a lock symbol that will show up that says this is secure. It's encrypted. For that encryption, you're still relying on a key that you have to have a trust on. So these keys today are given by trusted entities. VeriSign, Microsoft has them. So the third parties you are relying on. In a blockchain, you don't need to rely on a third party. Oh, you have the slide? Yeah. You're distributing it amongst many stakeholders. And so it does not require this centralization, is the real premise for a peer-to-peer or edge-to-edge transaction in the energy space. So what are the use cases is really the key, because why would I bother? One downside I will state, and why I'm sort of on the fence, is the definition of blockchain relies on a proof of work. Proof of work means each transaction then propagates, calculated, and 50% or more of your network has to approve it. That is how you get distributed trust. Now this computation is by definition and by design very difficult. Otherwise you would have people gaming the system, cheating it, beating it. So this computation is energy intensive. And that is one of the challenges with a lot of the cryptocurrencies. So you have new flavors of blockchain which are attempting to be more energy efficient. Because otherwise, as you've probably seen these statistics, Bitcoin alone is demanding an energy consumption greater than many countries, because that computation is so intensive. So that's a limitation, that there are attempts to make them less energy intensive, but still computationally intensive, because you need that trust level. So I'll leave it there and hand over to Reggie. Hopefully I didn't break some of what you're going to say.
Thank you very much for this opportunity to talk about blockchain applications in the power sector. There are more than, I won't get into the first slide, which Rahul already explained, except to add that it's because of the crypto mining, there is a huge amount of power consumption. But for other applications, it's like your laptop, nothing much. There are so many blockchains on which we do these kind of applications, banking applications, power sector applications. There is hardly any. And the difficulty index of mining, particularly Bitcoin, has gone up in geometrical proportion. So it's exponential. Yeah, it's designed that way. That's way. So energy consumption for using blockchain in power sector or banking or financial or any e-governance applications, it's not. Today there are about 28 different use cases of blockchain in power sector alone. And Energy Blockchain Consortium, one of the associations globally which we work closely with, you can go to their website and see. I won't take which are all this. There are two of them which are very popular and fast growing. One is the REC certificate or the green certificate, the certificate of origin that you bought green electricity from where, the electrons have come from where. That proof is one of the very important application. Another one is peer-to-peer trading of electricity. So my solar panels on my roof, I am selling it to somebody else. So these are the two things, and we did two pilot projects in India. First one we did it with UPPCL. The reason why these days, every project we go to UP or one of those difficult states, because in the last 10 years, most of the new technologies we brought to India, we did it in Delhi or in Bombay. And when I go to a state, there the DISCOM will say, no, you can do it in Delhi, but the Tata Power and BSCS, they have very good people, they have a lot of people, so we don't have people, so we will not be able to do that. So we wanted to completely bust that myth. We went to the most difficult state to do, otherwise Tata Power was after us, please, we want to do this project first. But we tied up with a technology provider, we work with a lot of them, but we found an Australian company being the cheapest, called Power Ledger, and they have done work similar, closer to us in Asia, in Thailand. So we partnered with them and we did that project here. What we have done is that by the time, although we've been talking to UPPCL, the UP regulator was talking to us, but it took over a year to get an order in hand. So by the time it was already COVID. They gave us an order in first week of March 2020, and by the time we started doing the work, it was already locked down. So finally in August we went there. We wanted to have about 15-20 customers to be part of it. Some of them who have a solar panel on their building, who are prosumers, and some of them net consumers. Among them, the transaction will take place. The Regulatory Commission has given a permission to do that, although peer-to-peer trading of electricity, strictly speaking, not allowed under the Electricity Act, but Regulatory Commission under some provision had given it's a regulatory sandbox approach. You do a experiment based on which regulations can be framed. So this is something which has been done around the world for new technology. So what we have done, this was basically a mock trade. Whatever trading which people have done, there was only a paper transaction. There was no actual money transaction. They all continued to pay their regular electricity bill. So the traditional model, what you do, the net metering, what everybody, prosumers can sell it back to the grid only. But in a P2P model, you can sell among yourself. So this is the difference. We, as I said, because of the COVID, we couldn't have many people. With great difficulty, we recruited 9 prosumers and 3 consumers. And this was the, where do I find the pointer in this? There is no pointer on this. Okay. In the Lucknow distribution company, and the same thing recorded on our meter as well. And here in our smart meter, we put a network interface card with a Vodafone SIM card, and it went to the HES Hidden System Cloud, which was integrated with the blockchain platform in a cloud again. And that blockchain platform integrated with the UPPCL billing system to generate a shadow bill. So this is the billing system integration, for which we again took the help of a system integrator. The smart meter data coming to HES, going to the Power Ledger's blockchain platform, connected to the UPPCL billing system. Yeah, so different trading rules we tried. Dynamic trading, people bid in the morning. Like in the exchange, the matching happens, and then we came with the grid rule or a catch-up rule when the meter reading could not be taken. We tried all that for 3 months, different rules, and finally people said that the amount involved in a day is very little. So like a stock exchange, I go and I spend half an hour, we earn some money. Here, whatever said and done, those who have 5 kilowatt or 20 kilowatt, the numbers per day is very little. So they said that let's agree on a price, that is a average price. There are different price determination mechanism after trying after 3 months. We had a stakeholder meeting, and finally they said that it's better that we'll agree on a mutually agreed between the prosumers and consumers. That came to 5 rupees 60 paise. Everybody was happy with that because commercial and residential customers pay about 8 to 9 rupees plus surcharges. And a net metering policy which was revised by UP Electricity Regulatory Commission in 2019 made it net surplus you exported to the grid, you get only 2 rupees. So, and it so happened that there are some buildings which are there, particularly a college which was there, which was part of our system, the trading system. 20 kilowatt panel they installed only in 2019. 2020 onwards, college is shut. They don't use even 1 kilowatt hour. So everything going to the grid and they get just 2 rupees per kilowatt hour. So when they come into this scheme, they can sell it to the 3 net buyers. They are willing to pay 5 rupees 60 paise or even more because the same shops fellows are buying from the grid at 8 rupee, 9 rupee or 10 rupee even. So after the successful running of this for about a couple of months, we gave some recommendation to the Regulatory Commission and UPPCL, and the Commission in their order, tariff order in 2021, this was commissioned sometime in December 2020, and 2021 July tariff order, they said that they have taken note of this successfully completed pilot implementation, and it should be made available to all the customers in UP. So what is happening currently is that the business case, this is exactly what I explained. If you are net surplus, you get 2 rupees. If you buy from the grid, 8.5 rupee plus other charges which you end up paying. So this will help in scaling up of DER in the state. And some of the recommendation we given was that extend the platform to more participants, energy trading on P2 by Regulatory Commission. The price at this 5 rupees 60 paise which we recommended, we said every year let the commission say whether it is 6 rupee, 5 rupee, 4 rupee, whatever. Everybody will go by that. That will be easy than everyday people bidding that. So set and forget is something which people liked it. And also we said that 10% of that money, if 5 rupees 60 paise, another 56 paise should go to UPPCL for using their network. Finally, a buyer, what is he getting? The electron may be coming from anywhere, but although I have a contract, these are smart contracts, I am giving say 5 kilowatt hour in a day to the UPPCL wire, and you buying from me that 5 kilowatt hour, but actual electron may be coming from somewhere else. This is just a trading platform. So a network access charge, about 10% to start with. It could be more, it could be less as the volumes increases. And one of the main thing which we like to do in the next is the Kusum scheme, extend the program to the solarized agricultural pump set. So why is it so? Afternoon I will be talking about distributed energy storage system. There I will talk about that. So this, they wanted to, UPPCL wanted a proposal from us to scale it up. So we were waiting for the election and the new government and the new leadership. Now everything being same, maybe next week we will be submitting that. The same thing we did it for Delhi. Only difference is that in Delhi, we had about okay. So we had about 117 participants. Some of the buildings were of Tata Power themselves with solar panels. Many of their grid substations have solar panels, and their offices which are net buyers, and also the real customers. The actual consumers, they had about 62 of them. Sorry, 41 plus 21, about 62 of them, yeah, the real consumers they had. So this project also we ran, by the time we commissioned it, the second wave came, most of the people were running helter-skelter. So although it was 6 months, we said we will do a trial and then make recommendation to DERC, but we kept it as a pilot till October, and we submitted the recommendations in November. December we made a presentation to DERC. They were quite, this was the first phase what we have done. The slides will be available to everybody. I'm not going through the details of any of these things. So the previous scheme and this scheme are exactly same, except that we didn't put an additional smart meter because there was already smart meter existing in Tata Power. All the people who have been selected, 1 or 2 grid substation, they didn't have a net meter. We enabled that, and we didn't have to do much of the same HES of the smart metering system going to their MDM. The MDM we integrated with the blockchain and integrated back to the billing system. So this about 10 months of from January to October, 10 months results, we made a recommendation given to the, these are some of the total trading volumes and all that we presented to the DERC. DERC promised that in January they will come out with some order so that it can be scaled up in Delhi. But then the Omicron came, the commissions were closed for till end of February, and March, as usual, they are busy with the March work. So they promised that April they will issue a order. So we expect that at least 2 states have order for doing that. So if you go to, some numbers are there, so I won't get into the more of the details, let it be there. What has parallelly happened is that there is an order issued by MERC. Those who want to buy green electricity, that's based on a petition filed by Tata Power Mumbai. The MERC issued an order sometime middle of last year. So if a customer wants green electricity, they can contract it, supply to them, and charge an additional wheeling charge of some 63 paise or something like that per kilowatt hour. So there are a lot of people, socially conscious people, they wanted to pay, even if it is more expensive, they are willing to pay. Even 10 years ago, World Bank and IBM and all these organizations used to buy renewable energy. You move to US, there is a REBA, Renewable Energy Buyers Association. Their target is 100 gigawatt of renewable energy among those 200 people. So same thing, an Indian Renewable Energy Buyers Association. Somebody mentioned about that, Vedanta wants to buy. Many other people wants to buy. Today, if you look at it, if you contract, say, a solar farm or in Rajasthan or Madhya Pradesh, where electricity is available at 2 rupee 30 paise or 2 rupee 50 paise, after all your wheeling, cross subsidy and all that, it will still be less than 5 rupees. And on a blockchain platform, if we allow that to be traded, it will be much less than the commercial rate. Many buildings are today paying in most part of India. So this is something which has to happen. Mr. Ganesham Prasad said that 100 kilowatt is bringing the thing down to for green. But another very interesting order which came from Ministry of Power this year in January is about the new rules for EV charging. The one good point in that is that public charging station can contract green electricity on open access. They should be given. So you have a EV charging station in Delhi, and he contract electricity from a solar farm or somebody's rooftop, and he says that you pay me 1 rupee extra. And in many cases, it can be even 1 rupee less than the grid power as we move forward, or 2 rupee extra. You have the option to charge your car with green electrons. I give you a certificate of origin, a QR code, which will track you down to from where it has come or where it is contracted the green electricity. So one narrative about electric vehicle in most discussions is that we are only shifting pollution to the countryside where most of electricity is produced from the coal. And you are driving an EV in Delhi, you are only, the global pollution has not come down, you are only moving it. Das Gupta sir is going to ask this question. So, but here, now we have an option. You buy green electricity at a higher price or the same price, and you can try with the pride that I am driving on green electrons, which I brought, and I have a certificate of origin. These new technologies can make all this possible. Anybody, any question? I'll be happy to do that.
Vishal, could you wait for a mic? Yeah.
So P2P at scale, how will it be different from a micro open access? Because open access otherwise also has same fundamentals. It's just that when you start losing larger revenue, you try to step in and have CSS, additional surcharge, surcharge, duty. So what's your take on that? It's a very fantastic concept, but...
This is exactly where we are expecting a more detailed regulatory order with clarity on these points. So the UP Regulatory Commission view was that this is not even 0.001% of the total million units consumed in the city of Lucknow. And so hardly any impact on the discoms revenues or anything, but at the same time, you are helping them the rooftop solar offtake in a big way. And also REC, earlier this was not allowed as REC. Now the new regulation says that rooftop and P2P traded will be counted for the REC obligation of the RPO of the discom. So that's something which they are working on it. So I don't know, finally this 56 rupees paisa is what we recommended for the discom. So finally it's going to be 1 rupee or 2 rupee or nil. We don't know. Maybe regulation will come soon.
That is the key thing, because RE is no longer a toddler. To quote Mr. Sone, it's not a toddler that needs support. Now it is the 800-pound gorilla in some cases. The growth is in RE, which is good, but how do we keep the fiscal issue balanced? This enables more nimbleness, and what is really interesting is the smallest player can get into the RE without their own roof, and also without captive, or which is available to industry, or open access above 1 megawatt. So this is another tool in our arsenal, and thank you for that presentation, Rajay.
Thank you.
I think before we close, I just want to give a quick update. We've had a slight change in schedule because everything has been time shifted, phase shifted. Dr. Deo will present his plenary remarks after lunch, so we'll have food for thought coming after food. And we also have more discussion that then we'll have more time for, because out of the box thinking cannot happen when we're time constrained. So thank you for your patience as well as rapt attention during a very detailed set of presentations, starting with Sri Ghanshyam Prasad in the morning, and look forward to continuing the discussions, everyone. I think it's now lunchtime, Neetu, is that? Lunch at the Glass House. And there are buggies available or leisurely stroll. Thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. All ready to start? I don't see many ladies, so it's only gentlemen. Okay. Lady and gentlemen. So please tell somebody that we are starting. Some people who are standing outside can also come inside. Or maybe send a message to the dining hall that we started the session. We start the afternoon session with a presentation, a speech by Dr. Pramod Dio, former chairman of Central Electricity Regulatory Commission, former chairman of Maharashtra Electricity Regulatory Commission, and one person who spent half of his career in electricity sector and richly contributed to the development of Indian power sector. Sir, please come to the stage, sir. Need to see some people are around, ask them we started the session. Also call the dining hall and tell them we started and send them in. And some need to also check with Mr. Dole whether he is also part of this session. He's coming.
Thank you very much. I've been asked to talk about the electricity futures market. Hello, can you hear me? So my session is about the electricity futures market. It has a history because when I was chairman CRP in 2009-10, we had started this concept of futures market. And as we were doing that time the Power Market Commission objected to that. So they said that this is their area and we are encroaching over them. So the matter went to Mumbai High Court. Mumbai High Court heard it, and what Mumbai High Court said is that both CRC and Power Market Commission have jurisdiction. Now, as you know, that Power Market Commission has been merged with SEBI. So the dispute remained, and there was really no resolution for a long time. When I had demitted office in 2013, before that, then Cabinet Secretary, Chandrasekhar, he had called a meeting, and in that he had tried to find a solution, where the idea was that both will have jurisdiction, because that's what the High Court said that according to the law, both have jurisdiction. So obviously, it can't be just left to one. Both have to work together. But unfortunately, what happened is that this was minister there. And minister was Sharad Pawar. Because I learned about it also very accidentally. I had just gone to call on him. And then I said that this is the dispute. So he said, no. How can cabinet secretary decide a matter which is to be decided by two ministries? So the matter went to Supreme Court. In Supreme Court, it was pending for 10 years. It is only recently Supreme Court has given an order because they suggested that it should be a consultative process. And in the consultative process, what was agreed is that the power futures is something which should be controlled by CRC, and derivatives, financial derivatives, will be controlled by SEBI. So this is the present position. Now, CRC is yet to formulate any regulations for that. They will have to start with a discussion paper. So what should I really speak? Because I can always take some presentation and then say that, okay, this is the futures market. But I want to raise given this opportunity, and since Mr. Hari Dhaul is also here, I want to ask that we have been talking about market. Is the market really going to be working in Indian conditions? It will always work partially, because we have had a lot of exposition on this. But the difficulty really comes is, you again go back to the DISCOMs. And for the DISCOMs, this market really doesn't exist because they are stymied by the way the political authority in each state, basically it is the chief minister, it can be from any party, he would not like to increase the tariff for certain categories. As we know that for agriculture, tariff is almost free. In some states there is some nominal tariff, or they give subsidy. Many times the subsidy is not paid. I'm not going into that. But the fact remains is that you have rules now framed by Ministry of Power, which says that the tariff for industry and commercial should not be more than 20% of the average cost of supply. Now,
offices all over India. They already had spent the money. And if you look very carefully at the transmission sector, what do you find? You find that it's all cost plus. Naveen Singh's company, the previous company he was working in, is making tons of money. Why? It's cost plus. There's no real competition per se except while you fill in the tender. Am I right, Naveen? Okay. So it's cost plus. So everybody is very happy setting up transmission projects. Paisa to milega na? Kya problem? Where does the money come from? It comes from this pool which Power Grid is handling throughout the country, which is full of debt, equity, and other funds, and the transmission charges collected from all over the country, and then from there they get the money allocated. Now what's the point I'm trying to make? The point I'm trying to make is this: Power Grid could kill any private sector guy by underbidding him in 5 minutes. The same thing will happen with DISCOMs when the competition comes. The DISCOM has tremendous power to kill any kind of competition if it chooses. Okay, and if content and carriage comes, which by the way was stalled in the last 2 years, the consumer will benefit. And Ghanshyam Prasadji is alluded to it, that there is a movement now to allow renewable 1 megawatt and above, 100 kW and above customers to be able to access the grid and have consumer choice and buy and sell power, which is fantastic. So the number of consumers now will go into crazy numbers, and I think Naveen Singh will see 3 other power exchanges coming up to handle the kind of load. But be that as it may, the fact of the matter remains that the grid, the distribution companies, can become profitable if somebody sits down and takes a rational decision of giving the farmer energy security thanks to the solar energy, based on the fact he only needs power for 1700 to 1800 hours in a year.
solarization of agriculture pump sets is obviously has now started. But now the issue is that most of the pumps, like in Maharashtra, take Gujarat also, they all are connected to the grid. And the farmer, who is the farmer? Again, they are your MPs, MLAs, Jila Parishad, office bearers. They control everything. They are going to argue, yes, we will go for solarization, but we also need grid backup. So that in case
the sun dies, we will get electricity.
That we will have. Now, that whole mathematics that you require power not for, you don't require power for 24 hours in agriculture. And in fact, one of the complaints of the agriculture used to be, when you go by rotation, 8 hours, then we don't want power late at night.
But you don't need, the sun doesn't shine at night.
No.
Solarization with the khalas ho gaya na,
So
sir.
that's why it will happen.
Yeah.
But now the question comes, what the farmer is growing, when farmer means I am putting it in the inverted commas, he is growing commercial crops. He says, now there has been a break, because after all solar also there is a fluctuation. Now I need power from the grid. You allow me. And
For
that's-
what? This is free power available to you, sir.
No, free power is available, but he said this power is not sufficient. This is not available to me when I want. So I need a grid connection also.
Exactly. Let me come in. The Kusum scheme, the revised Kusum scheme, talks about 30% grant from Government of India, 30% grant by respective state government, and 40% to be put in by the farmer. So farmer today enjoying free power, he doesn't want to put in that 40%. That's why Kusum is not going forward. So what we are advocating, we have been talking to a couple of states, that we should allow a third party to come, third party aggregator to come, put in that 40% capital for solarizing. It will continue to be a grid connected. The pump will continue to be grid connected because farmer needs water only 200 days a year. There are very few areas where he wants more than that. So the surplus electricity, 30 to 40% of the surplus electricity generated from the panel, the third-party aggregator should be able to sell it in the power exchange. So his return on investment on the capex of that 40% is taken care. So this is something which we have to commercialize.
Absolutely.
And many of them may even come install storage also. He can arbitrage at the a higher price during evening hours.
So now what will the MLA say, sir, when it is happening?
Where?
अभी MLA उसमें इन्वेस्ट करेगा ना सर पैसा, उसको मिलेगा, पावर का पैसा मिलेगा नहीं, फॉर सरप्लस पावर बेचेगा वो.
No, if what we are talking about the decentralization of power supply in the rural areas really, and this is something which should have been done right in the beginning. Instead of that, we went for, but that was a model we have lived with.
Agreed, sir. अभी आगे की बात करो, sir. पीछे
So
को छोड़.
आगे की बात कर रहे हैं. Let us try this model because when we do that in agriculture, when you do that, once you have solved the agriculture thing, then the issue becomes simpler because then we are left. Even this will take care of many of the small residential consumers in the rural areas. That's what will happen because I always ask the sugar factory, you have got your own farmers. Why don't you yourself have a co-generation plant? Why don't you supply to them that? So if you were to combine your solar, wind and co-generation, then it is possible to have this model. But let this model be tried out and demonstrated that it can work. And because otherwise, politically, we'll continue to have the same issue. Again, we will be discussing.
Any solar companies here? Solar, AMP Solar, you're there? Anybody else? There? Greenco is there? You're not solar anymore? Okay. Can you please take a mic, please? Hello? Vijender? You mic do sir ko. I want to know what are the hurdles you're getting in putting rooftop solar and what are the problems that the DISCOM is creating for you now? पहले ये सर को दे दो फिर उन सर को दे दो. I am told that the DISCOMs are now working on a situation where if you generate solar rooftop power, then they will penalize you.
Sir, the initial days there was a fear that there will be reverse power flow. How do you?
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
hello. Yeah, hi. So the biggest issue is on the implementation of the regulations, right? The net metering, etc. That what we see across, right? So there is a theoretical, you see net metering regulations everywhere, but we don't get the permissions on time, right? There are a lot of other challenges with respect to the licensing front or the getting the permissions part, both for open access as well as rooftop, right? But you were saying something, sir. You had a query that I missed the last question. That
My question is,
Mhm.
today, if you set up rooftop solar,
Mhm.
as Dr. Deo says, in the rural areas also you can set up rooftop solar for housing under a subsidy scheme. And if the housing is going to require the electricity, let us say during evening, a farmer's house, farmer is not there during the day, he may need power in the morning, evening, or it may be a solar pump where the power is not required 24 hours, but the sun is shining.
Mhm.
He can export power into the grid back, right?
Yes.
And so therefore, if he's allowed to sell that power as RE power into the grid, plus he gets the REC stroke, the environment certificate or carbon trading certificate that he gets on top, that should make it enough for him and worthwhile for him to invest in that project, because 30% is coming from central government, 30% is theoretically coming from state government. Would it work, and what were the difficulties you faced?
Sir, but this agriculture feeders, most of them, they're not working. Right? The biggest challenge is that when the solar is generating, the feeder has to actually take the power. The farmer scheme that has come across multiple states, like Karnataka farmer scheme was very famous. It has not worked out at all.
No, we're not talking about feeders anymore. We're saying disconnect the farmer from the feeder.
Okay.
He's getting a solar pump in his field. As soon as the sun shines, the water comes, field is watered, over and out.
No. So power has to be consumed only for the water pump storage, right?
Yes. That is one part. The second part is if he gets connected to the grid,
Yes.
then whatever surplus power is left after he's not consumed the power for his
Mhm.
pump, he sells into the grid.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So surplus power that he's not able to consume, for that grid has to be operating or that to absorb that power.
Correct.
Right? Feeders have to work for at least daytime, right? If it's not in night time. But you will see agriculture feeders mostly work in the night time, right? Because
That is now. But once the solar comes in, it will work in the daytime.
the discoms have to come up with the proposal that the solars are installed in these feeders, that we have to be able to absorb the power which is generated during that time. So that realignment has to be done.
So your challenge is whether the discom will be able to absorb the day power or not.
Correct.
After the, okay, so that's one challenge. What is the other challenge?
Sir, apart from this, there are a lot of other issues also.
Yes,
there
go
are a
ahead.
lot of other issues also, like
Just introduce yourself, boss, please.
I'm
Introduce.
Sumit from AMP only.
Yeah.
So basically, there are a lot of other issues also. I can simply add on from I'm representing the AMP in Gujarat. There is a problem that lot of companies have put solar rooftop, but actually they are not getting either the net metering nor the permissions for wheeling the power to their own systems, the own plant. So that is the problem what government is creating for them.
Why is that?
So they are telling the regulatory clarification is not there. Let's say, sir, the policy was up to 31st March. The plant commissioned in April, somehow delayed due to certain XYZ reasons. They are telling as the policy has expired and now net metering is not allowed above that particular limit of the kilowatt system. So we will not allow to wheel the power. The plant is ready.
So I think this is one recommendation we should give to Ghanshyamji, and please make a note of this, that the state discoms are unnecessarily creating problems in net metering and open access and whatever else you want to do for their own consumption. Fine. Can you just pass on the mic to this gentleman here? Yeah, this one. Yeah. You, sir, you raise your hand, sir, please. We'll come to you, sir, in a minute.
Yeah, I'm from Abrava, and we do.
Sir, can you speak into the mic, please? We can't hear you.
Oh, is it clear now?
Yes.
Okay. So we don't have any solar rooftops. We're not into solar rooftop business.
But you raised your hand on net
We are
metering.
into the SECI bits, which are not rooftop.
What's it? It's okay. Let's talk about roof
So
bottom.
that doesn't have net metering and all those issues.
Okay. So you're not into retail, farmer
Yeah,
type
we're
of
not
situation.
into retail,
Fair enough.
right.
Somebody here said they raised their hand. Kaun hai bhai? Solar mein? Greenco? Who's Greenco? Raise your hand. Don't worry, sir. We'll put your roof on top. बात तो करो. हाँ. बोलिए. What are your challenges in renewables right now?
Challenges is
with the
main.
discom, with the discom. Do you have any
the-
challenges with the discom or not?
Yeah, I'll tell you, sir.
बताइए.
The line, transmission line availabilities, that's biggest issue, which is impacting the plant availabilities.
Okay, so the transmission
Line.
line congestion is
33 kV lines, normally the way like they are connected, lot of rural connectivity will be there, feeders. If any issue is there in one of the feeder, and that will trip, that will have a cascading effect in tripping the entire grid
So
substation.
why don't you switch to 132 kV for future projects and connect to the CTU?
Most of our new projects are 132 kV. Some of the old projects still we have the
You are suffering
limitation,
that,
33 kV. So that's where I think, but discoms are also working a lot in improving the infrastructure around the 33 kV grid
Good.
substations.
Good. So my proposition to all of you guys who are in the solar field is that the big market now is, and I hope you guys agree, is the rooftop solar and the farmer solarization. Because the farmers are millions in this country and most of our activity is related around agriculture. So if we can give him the energy security that he is connected to a solar system and he gets his power, he's happy. The next point is, who will pay for this? To that, Reggie and Dr. Deo are saying that he must be connected to the grid so that surplus power can be sold, because the farmer only needs it for 2,000 hours. Maybe solar power will be available for 3,000 hours or 3,500 hours in a year. I don't know what the PLF will be. He can then sell that power on the exchange or wherever and make money, which will pay him for his return on investment. Is that okay as a proposition? Anyone objects to this idea?
Yeah, I am with
You're
you.
objecting?
I am with you, but and at the same time, I want to add one more idea. The way like we have the green revolution and then milk revolution. Similarly, with the cooperative sector drive, probably this solarization at the rural areas, we can have a better result.
So you're suggesting it should also be in cooperative areas?
Absolutely. Cooperative movement, the way we bought the green revolution and
So you're talking about solar cooperatives?
Solar cooperatives.
Good idea. We shall patent it with your name. Great.
Thank you, sir.
No, there are so many cooperatives in rural area. The same people can, they need.
He's saying you can also set up a solar
It
cooperative.
doesn't have to be necessarily cooperative. What we are saying, we have an entrepreneur who is willing to invest 40%.
Exactly.
And when he invests 40%, he is going to calculate whether he is going to get return on that. And based on that, we are going for a now decentralized model. We already have a centralized thing, but here we are going disaggregating the centralized model and goes for and then the surplus power becomes available, then obviously should be. Because this has an advantage. We are not starting with the cities, because immediately all the trade unions will be up in arms. They say कि this is you are selling family silver, etc.
नहीं सर, उनको मैं दे रहा हूँ सोलर पैनल दे रहा हूँ, कहाँ फैमिली सिल्वर है?
No, I'm talking about the great advantage of when you start with the semi-urban and rural area. There is no question of saying that you are going to lose. The opposition comes from the employees.
Correct.
Of the discoms.
But in this case, it will not come because you will be putting a PR campaign saying this is to give the poorer sections of the farmer his own pump.
That's what I'm saying. But I'm saying that when we are talking about confine it to the rural area and semi-rural area first.
Yeah.
Don't go for this thing. Because otherwise, then it becomes a issue. All the trade unions will start saying, you are saying, because what central government is attempting in the urban, there are UTs, union territories, that model is not going to work.
So what are they going to say? What do the trade unions say?
So what I'm suggesting is that let's do it in the rural and rural areas. This is done by a private entrepreneur who invests. He has also the advantage of grid connection. He has a surplus which he sells, and he has the option.
He can sell it.
He doesn't have
तो
to
उसमें
necessarily-
trade union थोड़ी object करेगा
He
sir.
doesn't have to necessarily sell to the discom.
So let's ask him, say he's from trade union organization, whether there'll be objections. Kerala.
So you know the Ashok Rao, what he keeps writing, that immediately thing will come. Now, obviously, it doesn't work for a Chandigarh or Dadra
Not only
Nagar.
Chandigarh, we're talking about rural areas.
Yeah.
We're talking about the fact that the discoms are having a loss because I'm talking about basically the rural areas. You're right. In urban, we have another challenge. I agree.
No, this is a great
No,
program.
there will
We
be-
have to operationalize. It has not happened anywhere. We had several rounds of discussion in Karnataka.
Let me also add, this also will be opposed. It's not that it will not be opposed, because the great facility of extra income that comes from selling electricity to agriculture pumps is that you can also exaggerate how much you are selling.
Understood, sir.
So,
We understand.
but that's why we want to now de-link. So because
Mike for madam.
because we need to de-link, that's why I'm saying we must de-link that. So this should not be.
Okay,
about
we have to get ready
that-
to face opposition. I think that's a valid point.
So in Karnataka, more than 3 million irrigation pump sets are there. We had several rounds of discussion, but then again last year COVID came, nothing more.
So we have one more
started.
concept recently, which was issued by Ministry of Panchayati Raj. On the very same topic, they are discussing like if a farmer is there, if he has a certain portion which can be used for the solar rooftop installation, the finance can be utilized by the state fund or the Panchayati Raj fund. Even some soft loans kind of thing can be made available to him. The income, whatever he'll be getting for using the certain amount for his utilization and selling it to the discom, that will be an additional profit to that particular rural area. That was the concept which was proposed by Ministry of Panchayati Raj in very recently.
Okay, so let me just react to that. I have not studied this, but we had started a movement about 10-15 years back called creating 100,000 utilities under the Panchayati Raj Ministry. That time we had the blessings of the very resilient Minister Mani Shankar Iyer, who was the minister. Then we found out that under the Constitution of India, the central government has the authority to tax, the state government has authority to tax, and the panchayats have the authority to tax, municipal bodies and panchayats. But there is an amendment in the Constitution, I forget, in 72nd or something. That amendment has been accepted and ratified by a state before you can do the Panchayati Raj project. So it's even today, I don't think it's happened. So a lot of states will get left out, a lot of Panchayati Raj initially get left out because they don't have the power to do this, what you're saying, A. B, the second trouble or problem we faced at that time was that these under section 62, if I remember correctly, the state government has to declare a area rural for this to kick in. So there were two hurdles. One was a constitutional issue, and the second was Electricity Act May. There is one provision where the state government has said this area is rural. Then you could do this entire project that you're
For the
talking about.
Ministry of Panchayati.
The third challenge, which you correctly pointed out, is once somebody invests, how will he get the money back is the challenge. Because now you have to collect money from the farmer. Right? Before you could go around here and there and do all that jiggery pokery, as Dr. Deo says, and then you could have collected the money as subsidy or whatever and say, this is my loss, ARR. But will the farmer pay you or not? And there's one more fantastic thing that happens. Because you're in that area, you don't have a choice. You have to sell to that same farmer. And if he doesn't pay you also, you have to still sell him. You get my point? Like this group captive tamasha which is going on in the country, I have an agreement with him, you and so and so. Now he doesn't pay me. I'm a generator. But I have no choice. I have to keep supplying him and keep saying, please make a payment kar do 5 saal ke liye, 10 saal ke liye. Because if he gets out of the system, all these guys get penalized because that percentages of captive, group captive, all that nonsense goes off. You get my point? So it's like a banduk on your head.
So you say this concept won't work at all.
No, I'm
If
saying
we have
it
to-
can
yeah.
work in certain areas, it will have difficulties in certain areas. It's a damn good concept.
Yeah.
We worked a lot on it. I'd like to share it with you.
Sure.
Sir, I would like to understand why the talks on DBFT is completely stopped. That's one stroke we can remove all the problems in power sector, right? If a government wants to
What is the DPFD? I don't understand.
direct benefit transfer. right? So let's say if a government party wants to subsidize, let them transfer. It has worked very well in COVID, right? Central government has done a lot of work on Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana.
I will tell you the answer to that.
Yeah.
In fact, Director MSCDCL, he was to be almost suspended by Finance Secretary because he refused to accept this direct, because he said Maharashtra government, as I told you, this was the example of farmer. The tariff is the average cost of supply is supposed to be 6 rupees 70 paisa. And State Regulatory Commission has fixed the tariff as 3 rupees 50 paisa. So to make it 1 rupee 50 paisa, that money is given as a subsidy directly to DISCOM. So MSCDCL gets this money. So this money is an assured money. But what about that 1 rupee 50 paisa? That is not paid. So the question comes is that this director, his argument was, at least I am getting this money for 5,000, 6,000 crore. But if you start giving this money directly as a DBT to farmer, I will not get anything. So question comes is that this 1 rupee 50 paisa also should be paid to DISCOM only then, or whosoever supplies. It need not be DISCOM. If we are talking about the decentralized model, let it be paid like that way, because otherwise we will have, that's why the DBT people talk about DBT very glibly. They don't realize what happens, but this money doesn't. So what has happened is that in the DISCOM's accounts, since this is money is a bill, so it is shown as a receivable. So it goes on till unless you write it off. So this money is really not available, and that's why the DISCOM faces serious problem of cash management.
Does that answer your question? DISCOM का vested interest है कि they can show it at least कि farmer ने पैसा नहीं दिया है, but at least in my books I will show it as मैंने लेना है. So
Okay.
he'll go to ARR to regulator and say, sir वो industrial वाला tariff थोड़ा वो 4 पैसा बढ़ा दो, so at least I'm compensated for cash flow. You know how it works. You live in the energy world, right?
Then privatize the DISCOMs.
Huh?
Then privatize the DISCOMs.
Oh यार privatized DISCOM की भी बात सुन लो. तुमको क्या लगता है private वाले दूध के दूल्हे हैं क्या? हम यहाँ पे हैं, दूध के दूल्हे भी हैं, but it's not that simple. The model is the same, whether you are government or private. I mean, I don't think private DISCOMs are supplying too much power to agricultural farmers unless I understand correctly.
They cannot supply really, it will be very difficult.
Huh? So she says the quality of supply is different, so the kind of power private fellows give is beautiful. It's different color and less interruptions. Yes. But his point is, do you subsidize the farmer as private?
See,
I don't think so.
Let me add, in 2002, after I had joined MERC, state government asked me to study whether Jilla Parishad could be handed over power supply. And I found that Jilla Parishad were very enthusiastic. And we did a very detailed study. The argument was that all 11 kV feeders should be transferred to Jilla Parishad. They should manage. Because we found that many of the linemen were missing, or they had appointed their own deputies who were paid because since the salaries have gone up so much, they were working. So just why Jilla Parishad said that we ourselves will manage. Why do we need this thing? You can take your lineman and we will manage this supply. So this was a report given. Obviously the energy minister said thank you very much, very good report. And then obviously it has been forgotten. But why I'm saying is that it is possible to do that. That's what his idea of a decentralized, rural. Mistake we have made is that we have gone for rural electrification in such a big way, forgetting that if we had done it from the very basic level, you start with the foundation there, and this agriculture supply, etc., would be taken care. And then as far as the privatization of urban, etc., let us leave it. That is going to be a politically difficult issue. Why should we bother? Anyway, it will happen. Because once the DISCOM finds their financial is good, or some private sector will come. But private sector cannot handle rural areas, because it will be extremely difficult for them, because there you will find that the local politician tells the lineman how to load the transformer.
Oh, by the way, transformer. In this area, we did a survey in this whole area. One transformer of 60 or 65 kVA has a loading of about 100, 110. Okay, that's the normal. Then the transformer blows up. Then it's a very bad quality transformer. Very bad. So there's a whole industry here, or two industries are running. One is to keep giving transformers, rewinding and fixing and whatever. And the other is the motor industry. So everybody here has these pumps, no? Motor for irrigation. So I didn't know this, but I find it fascinating that the voltage goes up and down. Then they'll give a single phase. The motor is to run on 3-phase. Then there's a little box where the single phase is made to 3-phase and the motor runs, and after some time it burns out. So there's a whole industry here for rewinding motors. You get my point? So it's all employment generation, entrepreneurship, everyone is happy. Surplus transformers have been bought for replacement. Transformer companies, basically the L1 gets the order. So obviously you know what happens in L1, the quality of the transformer is excellent. So all that is part of the system. So the point made is, by Dr. Deo in his one sentence is, can the market model work in the Indian context? I think there are some exciting challenges, and I think we should have a sense of humor when you deal with the Indian situation, because that's the way the Indian situation is. We want to become like America and we want to become like Germany, then we don't have the purchasing power to do that.
So in the first place, we should not be giving any 50 kVA, 63 kVA transformer in the distribution system. It should be at least 400 and above.
Very good. So 400 and above will have a 700.
It's only marginal cost of the entire distribution system. The main cost is in the cabling. And you are going to put a small toy like a 63
Mr.
kVA.
Pillai, I totally agree with you.
It should be stopped.
I agree with you. But then what about the poor fellows who got a whole industry of 65 kVA transformers? No. Whose cousin or is a chief engineer?
Load will grow. Sir, I tell you, I was shocked to hear that in Delhi by regulation we give LT connection 100 kilowatt. By your 3-phase connection in your house, I can give you up to 100 kilowatt in Delhi. Maharashtra, I think they give 120 or 130 kilowatt. Madhya Pradesh, LT connection. Madhya Pradesh also gives 115 and many states. But when you go to Karnataka, 30 kilowatt. Anything above 30 kilowatt, you have to pay for the cost of a transformer.
Now you know why.
So next presentation I have asked for FOR that we have to have a uniform rule all across India. You upgrade 3 lakh crore rupees we are spending under RDSS. Let's have uniform standard for equipment. For an electric vehicle charging station, somebody is going and asking for 50 kilowatt. They said, no, in Karnataka we don't give more than 50 kilowatt. In Bangalore city, 30 kilowatt is my limit. Delhi we give up to 100. And we are trying to make it 150. You can do that.
So I'm very happy to hear that we have all the ideas on how to make discoms profitable. We have the solutions. I think we'll put it down in a sort of a note. And then let's hope somebody reads it and does something about it.
So coming back to the main topic on the derivatives.
Horsepower, according to the official record, Maharashtra has 70% pump sets which are 3 horsepower. When this Bureau of Energy Efficiency had taken up this project in Sholapur, they found those pumps were all 7 or 8 horsepower. And the agreement was they will be replaced by the same capacity. So that's what Ajay Mathur had to do. This is a record. We also knew about it, but we have a proof enough. This is what happened. So also the rewinding of this transformer is a very big industry. So that's why the vested interests come. So that being the case, that's why let's not get into this trap of privatization. Because immediately you will run into these problems with the unions. So let us start with the rural thing. Try doing it.
Agreed, sir. Totally agreed. Let's make discoms profitable by making rural areas profitable. Done. Done, sir. Done and dusted. Any questions before we close?
So any last word on regulations for derivatives?
Yeah, derivatives में कुछ कहिए.
That was a topic you are.
Regulations.
No, derivatives में कैसे regulate करोगे?
Derivatives.
Now that SEBI is coming.
See, those are the things. There will be always player who would be interested in that. We are talking about the financial derivatives. Financial derivatives, obviously, power sector people will not have expertise. So those will be the people who will come from the other market thing. And as far as your power futures is concerned, those who are willing to take that risk, and that will happen as the market is developing. So where we are to start with the market. Today what is happening is we are talking of the market from the top. Let us also start from the bottom. As we develop this market, then there will be the people. Otherwise, all the schemes that Joint Secretary has presented, they're not going to work, because those are the schemes which will remain on paper, and we can have more seminars. So let us at least agree.
No, we had very good progress in last 1 year, 1.5 years with the RTM, DAM, GDAM and all that. So this is the market development is anyway happening. So this is the time we should come out with enabling regulations to make more products.
I think we can have a fiery discussion on this over tea, because we are running not only behind time, we've gone behind days now.
2 hours behind.
We are only 2 hours behind, so the way we are going to be 24 hours behind.
Yep.
So I think we need to get on.
Yeah. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. And we'll start with the next session. But in the meantime, those who like can fill up your coffee mug, tea cup, and come back. And I will invite the next session presenter, Mr. B.B. Mehta, Director, State Load Dispatch Center, IT and Telecom of Orissa Power Transmission Corporation. मेहता साहब के लिए चाय इधर दे दीजिए.
Hello? Audio check. Check. Noise. Check. Check. Audio check. Audio check. Check. Manju.
चल रहा है ठीक
Check. Audio check. ಬರ್ತಾ ಐತೆ ರೈನ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಆಡಿಯೋ ಚೆಕ್ 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 ಆಡಿಯೋ ಚೆಕ್ ಕ್ಲಿಯರ್
Ladies and gentlemen, we will start with, so Mr. B.B. Mehta,
check.
One of the most knowledgeable person in the Indian power system. He was head of Gujarat Load Dispatch Center for a long time. Before 2 years ago, he moved to Orissa as director at OPTCL in charge of SLDC. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. Before I speak something on the electric vehicle, I have certain views about the rooftop solar. Sir, who installed the rooftop solar? The person has a roof, who has a koti bungalow. He is not a BPL, he is not a poor person. And to install that rooftop solar, the government provides 30%, 40%, 50% subsidy. Matter doesn't end there. With that, who owns that house? A husband and wife both are serving, having salary 1 lakh rupees per month each. They are being provided subsidy to install the rooftop solar. अभी गाड़ी आगे जाती है क्या है? After installing the rooftop solar, during the daytime nobody is at home. They will be injecting power to the grid, and it will be recording in the meter. That is a 1 year banking. I repeat, it is not a one billing cycle banking. Whatever solar energy generated, it will be settled by financially after 1 year. And during evening, during night, they will operate 3 air conditioner. अपना है, बच्चों का है, पिताजी का है. And for that, poor DISCOM has to buy the power at a highest rate of the day. So this is killing DISCOM every day, and we are paying subsidy, we are regularizing, and to kill it for next 25 years. This is the fact. It's not against anything, but DISCOM has to be protected by such type of killing injection. What is necessary? I am not against the rooftop solar, but the energy to be settled block by block. There cannot be banking. यहाँ पर तो ऐसा है कि 1 month it is not settled, it will be credited. Next month it will be settled. 3rd month it will be settled, and it will. And if any energy is left out, it will be paid in cash after 1 year billing cycle. So this really hampers the DISCOM. This has been observed in Gujarat because we have almost 800 to 900 megawatt rooftop solar in the distribution company of the Gujarat. And this kills the DISCOM. We'll come back to my assignment, electric vehicle. The ultimate in the electric vehicle, I have shown this one. So the electric cruise, this is what the battery can do, electric vehicle can do. This is what we can achieve. We were talking about 2-wheeler, 3-wheeler, 4-wheeler. But the things that world is moving on electric cruise also. So it is a day of the, now it has reached the light of the day. We need to have it. This is all known to everybody. I will skip it because we are already running by 2 hours late. This is certain advantage everybody knows. This is various policies, say Panchamrit Action Plan was there, 2021, Go Electric campaign was there. Then Shoonya campaign 2022, E-Amrit portal by Honorable Prime Minister. This is one example. This you can play, please. Sir, this is the first solar battery powered aeroplane which has crossed the Pacific. And not today, not last year, it is way back to 2016. Yes, you please play this. I have no button to play this. This link you have to play. Or leave it otherwise. Yes, it works. Sir. No, it's the same time. It is first solar power flight. If you can do it, otherwise leave it. Yes. Go down. But it comes automatically. It's a VC. Yes, it is there. It is there. Yes. Now this is to be played. Leave it anyway. अब फिर से प्रेजेंटेशन में आ जाइए. You may not waste the time. Yes, sir. Sir, it landed Ahmedabad also. We went and visited it.
Skip this the video. People can
you
can move forward.
You please bring the PPT once again. I will be fast. Okay, now don't do anything. But I am not able to operate. ये पूरा बंद ही कर दो. आप पूरा बंद कर दो.
I think we come back to the present PPT, and we'll fix the problem, and during the break hours we will run the video. Now you continue. Please continue with the presentation.
Yes. क्या हुआ भैया?
The point made by Mr. Mehta on the rooftop solar subsidy. 3 years ago, from ISGF, we wrote a white paper. We saying that this is not required. 1 kilowatt of solar panel, including inverter, can be fixed before less than 40,000 rupees those days. Today, it has come down to about 35,000 rupees. and in a year you get around, most part of India, you get 1500 units of electricity. Your payback time is less than 3 years. So nobody needs a subsidy. Nobody needs a subsidy. But whatever subsidy which MNR is giving today for the rooftop to the customers, that should be given to the DISCOMs for strengthening the distribution grid, to handle reverse power flow, energy storage, and other things. And the biggest problem why it is not, many people don't know how much it costs, where to buy it, whom to get it installed. So that need to be changed. Like you go to a neighborhood appliance store, you buy, yeah, over to you.
So some others are Government of India EV policies, alternate fuel for surface transportation. Way back to 2010 it was thought. 2030 also it was that any MP was there. Then Government of India FAME 1 and FAME 2 is also there 2015, 2019. And the EV policies, there was enough freedom that the automobile manufacturer can sell the vehicle without batteries. Battery can be procured by somewhere else with a battery swapping thing. And GST has been also reduced. So a lot of promotional, then at a global level also EV 13 and a sustainable development goals were established. Now challenge with respect to India that still the capital cost is high, the range anxiety is also there, and insufficient charging infrastructure. Suppose you want to travel 200 kilometers, you are not sure that in between you will get a charging station or not. Then lack of technology, low mileage, recycling, higher dependency, economy impact. Even last but not least, very important, sir, average weight of person in India is higher than that of China. That was also I read somewhere, and I also found it meaningful, sir, for a two-wheeler. Yeah, for the two-wheeler. And this is one warning, sir, that some two-wheeler caught fire. Yesterday also this was discussed. We will not play this one. So this is one of the things need to be addressed very seriously. Some suggestions are there. 3A, to me, it is a accountability, adaptation, and amicable conversation strategy to be adopted. Sir, what will be the impact of charging on DISCOM? So this is very important. Suppose we have a two-wheeler or four-wheeler which we have purchased. We go back to the home at evening 6 o'clock, 8 o'clock. We simply go and plug it and switch the charger. It is the higher tariff. The DISCOM is paying price for that. Now, if we collectively see, if everybody does this after 5 years, the DISCOM peak will go like infinite, and it has to pay it. So, a remedial option, a suggestion from that there will be automated switching on facility at 2 a.m. midnight. And suppose
it can be whenever there is surplus power. So it's called V1G, V2G,
Sir,
V1G, smart charging. So whenever you have surplus, you can allow it. Whenever you have shortage, you can regulate it.
No, but sir, how the DISCOM will, how the consumer will know when he has to charge? So to me, midnight is almost all DISCOM is a lean period. And if he is in emergency, I have put one word that there will be a toggle switch, that he can switch it on immediately also. And DISCOM tariff or DISCOM low peak demand or low demand requirement will be at 2 a.m. That is what is said. But this is, without this, the EV facility will hamper the DISCOM statistic and financial position. Certain parameters with respect to Odisha, what we have done for the EV policy, road tax, registration fees waiver, recycling ecosystem, charging station, government policy for charging station also has come out. Sir, this year the tariff order for the commission for the distribution company, 5.50 per unit has been announced by the OERC for public charging station. This is first, they have, now many other states also come forward, but this will help for an entrepreneur to establish the charging station. How much he has to charge from the consumer has not been still decided. This is what he will pay to the distribution company. And
Delhi, it is 4 rupee 50 paise. There are 21 states where there are special tariff for EV.
This is one of that, sir, 5.50. And it was taught before lunch that green energy certificate or green bill system, if that any company, software house, data center wants to avail, then this year the OERC has published with a 50 paisa additional tariff for the green energy. This is to, then battery swapping system has been also thought of. Storage I will skip, some else will be covered. My intention only, we should more seriously think and take a concrete action on a pump mode hydro storage. Sir, we have planned 400, 500 GW by 2030. To best of my knowledge, we don't have any planning for the balancing or the storage as on today. We know that it is an intermittent, it is a variable power, but and battery cannot give a flexibility or the storage capacity in terms of gigawatt. What is required is we need a gigawatt scale storage. Yes.
Why is Sardar Sarovar not working?
Solar?
Sardar Sarovar.
Sir, more than 3,000 megawatt, I will tell you, sir.
Why it's not working?
Sir, it is due to administrative reason. It is a multi-state beneficiary project. Sir, it was one of my friend was a chief engineer there. He has tested. It is a Toshiba machine. It is up, available. Tail rest dam is also there. But due to administrative reason, it is not working. So today in India, more than 3,000 megawatt. I have the list of each plant, which is built as a pump mode storage facility. All technical features are there, but not in use.
What's the efficiency?
That is also required. But what I feel that the only requirement for if we want to harness the renewable, if we want to have a green footprint with us, if we want to leave the carbon and bye-bye to carbon, we need to go for a renewable. But to accommodate renewable to the present lifestyle and the method of power consumption pattern we have, we need to have a large storage and flexible thing, and only pump mode hydro. And off river and on river both is feasible. We have n number of mines which has been declared sealed by the Coal India Limited that can be plastered and that can be used as a off river pump mode also. So, but we need to take a serious call on that. This is some more details about that. This is some idea. Sir, these are certain other views with respect to, we have a good team, many regulators are there. Sir, very important thing for the grid operation, the deviation, the DSM bill is prepared on an energy meter, and the person who manages the grid at SLDC, he used some another meter. And there is a gap. The SCADA data never match with the energy data. And somehow other, this is a flow which hampers the DISCOM, state holding company, and there is no solution to that. So there is an urge from this stage that SLDC may be permitted to tap those meter data. Now earlier the meter was not having facility to extend the real-time megawatt value from that ABT meter, but the new version support it. And the same data is made available at a disposal of the SLDC control station. There will be less error. At least he knows what he is supposed to pay, what he is going to have a deviation. Today, what happens, using SCADA data, I am managing the grid. When after a 1 month, four week billing cycle, I get a bill, it is surprise to me. And there is a huge mismatch. This point was raised with this National Power Committee meeting with CERC officials. Unfortunately, it was concluded that the SCADA data is matching with the energy meter data, but fact is not there.
Surprising, ABT implemented almost 15 to 20 years ago, and it took so much time for this very important point to come up.
Sir, basic thing, say, I am paying some different meter, I am driving the show with some different meter. And today it is technically feasible that apart from the SCADA facility, SLDC can be extended a meter data from all the interface ABT meter in a real-time mode. That is not a big thing. It was proposed, even it was agreed when I was in Western region, we got it agreed at the WRPC level, and Gujarat is implementing it. But it is now not, say, there has to be a regulation. There is a regulation for 55% technical minimum. Why there is no regulation for SLDC that you have to monitor the data from the ABT meter only to control the grid? So similarly, yesterday also it was told by Haryana chairman, sir, that sir, we know what is demand met. But there is no compulsion regulation that I have to have a correct demand forecasting solution. Sir, we are going to the Mars. We are achieving very medals sealed at various targets. But the thing which I need to do day in and day out, I don't have a technical scientific model to know what is my demand for today, tomorrow in a 15 minutes time block. We all depend, all states depends only on Excel sheet, some personal expression, personal experience, and it varies from person to person. We don't have any machine-dependent demand forecasting solution. There has to be a mandate from Commission. You have to establish, you have to achieve, for which what is further required is weather data, demand pattern data. Sir, we have Indian Statistical Institute, ultra-modern facility, all forecasting solutions are with them. IMD is there. But unless otherwise it is not propagated thoroughly, a regulatory mandate has to come forward. What has happened in 2020, October, Mumbai collapse, or before 2 months also, South Mumbai grid failure. This SCADA data is there at the disposal of the grid operator. He doesn't have visualization software. What else if? Which is a mandate, which is in need of time. I am running a grid because we have studied both the case much in detail. The first interruption and the collapse was having 2.5 hour gap, or more than that window was available. But even though we could not take the correct decision, it was not that he was not interested to do it. He could not think about that. We are talking about AI and machine learning, but we are not providing a supportive tool to the grid operator. As if, what if scenario, that your grid is going to affect, you are going to hamper the security under certain another contingencies. So that type of tools has to come forward. So this should be a mandate also. So dependable demand forecast is also need of time. Sir, RE framework, I have to say something more about this also. What has happened? The green power and brown power are merged together. But the deviation of the green power is accounted separately. The deviation formula itself is different. And deviation formula for the brown power is different. As control station person who operates the grid, how can he drive the car with a two different speedometer? I have my own judgment or views on this. Say we can have a concession on the penalty of the variation of the green power, but we cannot have different formula to compute the error therein. There we have declared denominator as a available capacity or a declared capacity. Sir, how can you left a denominator at the mercy of the developer? He will never give less than the installed capacity. So error is going to be always less. And this creates a real problem.
Judgment or views on this.
Say we can have a concession on the 10,000 megawatt renewable. As per the present Renewable Deviation Settlement Mechanism Regulation 2019, 8% deviation is allowed with a zero penalty. So naturally the developer will forecast more. 8% of 10,000 is 800 megawatt. But at boundary, I am bound to control with 250 megawatt only. That is also a commission regulation. This is also a commission regulation, sir. Sir, how a person can control the boundary parameter with 250 megawatt when inside they are going to deviate by 800 megawatt? So we need to take a call on these things, sir. We need to have a refinement.
This is very, very, very interesting. In fact, in Maharashtra, the same question was asked, and I got a very roundabout answer.
Sir.
They are doing a DSM by, you know it better, they do a rounding up formula within the DISCOM. MSCDCL was not insisting on those SEM meters for each renewable facility.
Right.
So there was no way of knowing the deviation in real time.
They don't, they cannot judge.
So they were doing the hisab kitab and adjusting it. You get my point?
Yes, sir.
And same thing was happening in this 250 megawatt deviation of CRC regulation or deviation settlement. So what is happening in Gujarat? Tell me, since you ran the system.
Sir, it is really difficult. One more seriousness of this. With that, the 800 megawatt will be forecasted more. Now, renewable being the must-run status in a merit order stack, it sits in the bottom. We have an Infosys ERP-based solution in Gujarat. So that will be sit in the bottom, and topmost highest variable cost plant will not be scheduled for tomorrow. अब 12 बजे गाड़ी शुरू होती है रात को 12 बजे. That additional forecast which was done by the developer doesn't take place. and SLDC run here and there to meet the demand, because electricity is not generated, merit order is not dispatched them. So they have been asked to remain in a reserve shutdown, and we have to take an emergency call and get the power from the base station, which is very highly costly, or we have to run here and there, we have to take the shelter of real-time market. Sir, for real-time market also I have one say. Say with the introduction of real-time market, DISCOM ability to revise the schedule of central sector has been delayed by 1 or 2 blocks. Sir, I should be having, with a new advancement of technology, I should able to revise nearer, not the later. Just to facilitate the RTM. I have the good advantage of RTM, but I am sharing the pain area of the DISCOM without giving any additional technology tools. Now he's been asked, पहले वो 6 block के बाद बदल सकता था. Now he can change only after the 8 block. Just to accommodate the RTM, sir. Did we provide many good load forecasting, demand forecasting tool? No. But we asked them, now you cannot change. And surprisingly, if it's a renewable power, he can change up to 1.5 hours. The people inside me can change it, but I cannot change, sir. This is, both regulations are from the same commission. So we have to take a call for refinement of it. This is what I said, 8 to 12%. Sir, at least 5 paisa penalty, 10 paisa penalty has to be there. 0 penalty creates a lot of problem for the grid operation.
Move a little faster. Can you move a little faster?
Yes. Now one more thing, sir. With respect to forecasting of the renewable power, the people will claim we can give a 90% accuracy. Sir, it is a mean absolute error. Sir, the days accumulated together, the error is subtracted and added between each other. Sir, my billing is 15 minutes each. It has no relation with the next block. So what is actually important from the forecast service provider, I need a reliable, correct forecast to the extent possible for each time block, sir. Otherwise, it has no use, mean absolute error and root mean square value. Sir, a request is there. We have a very powerful body, IMD. A subgroup of the power IMD to be thought of. Lot of fund is available under PSDF, more than 10,000 crore rupees. They are expert in the, and they will concentrate here. Sir, what happens that today the IMD's motto is not the windmill operation. They are serious about whether the flood will be there or not, heavy rain will be there or not, whether they need to shift the animals, men and material or not. But for us, if there's more than 10 meter per second speed, the wind turbine blade gets locked. So the resolution at which we want to know the weather data, that requirement is totally different than what IMD is doing. So a necessary subgroup is necessary. But without that, probably the wind forecast will be a challenge, and we'll run the show with a variation on the thermal plant. This is what we are doing raison today. So this is my just views that if we are planning by 2030, 500 gigawatt, what is plan for mitigate intermittency, variability, unpredictedness, target for balancing, any support for improvement of flexibility of thermal. So the state GENCO 210 megawatt BHL machine installed between 1980 to 1990. 144 machines are there in the country, all are running. They are not able to run at 55%. They need to have some investment. Their PLF is already low. Their state commission will not give additional capex because their PLF is already low. So this is the problem, and they are being operated at 55% or below with a fuel support, like specific oil support. So that will end up with a very high variable cost when we ask them to bed down to absorb the variability of the renewable. So we have to take a call on this thing. Any supported tariff for balanced service provider, private company can be brought for that. And compensation for the tariff for the generator below 85%. Sir, today all the ISGs are finding all this easy because they are getting compensated if it is operated below 85%. But state GENCO, no state has such this provision. So no state GENCO are getting benefited. We have seen in the morning more than 50% capacity of generation lies with the state, and for which regulation, compensation, does not exist at all. This is about RE planning. Many states did not accept a preferential tariff for a valid control period. There was before 4 years, it was just that people should go for a reverse bidding. Then even the discovered rate projects have been denied after issuance of LO. PPA have been cancelled. Realization of RE energy versus proposed is limited to 25% to 40%. Regular payment to RE project is also a big issue. Many states, many places, the first transmission line up to the pooling station is built by the developer, though he is asked to pay the transmission charge. Say, the PPA says you have to deliver the power at my grid substation. ठीक है भैया, आपने वहाँ तक हमने line लगा दी. But even though that power, now it has to travel inside the state, for that they are paying 40 paisa transmission charge. So we have to take a call on that. Many other things. Rooftop solar, I said everything. I think I have done what I meant to say.
Thank you very much. Some of the very, very pertinent issues which most of us don't even know. And as I had said in the beginning, Mehta sir is one of them with hands-on experience in running the power system. And we should some of the issues which he raised, I'm hearing first time. These are actually in the operational issues on the grid. And this is only going to magnify. As the more renewable comes, these are going to magnify both technically and financially. So we need to have a bigger session with Mehta sir and a couple of other people. We will arrange a webinar within a month, sir.
Sure, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That is wonderful. So we move on to the next session. The pleasure of inviting Mr. Haridas Menon and Ms. Mindu Madhavi to the podium, please. Mr. Haridas Menon is Chief Operating Officer from Greenco Asset Management, and Ms. Mindu Badavi from India Energy Storage Alliance. Welcome to both of you. We are running late, so please load your, you load it from here? Okay, very good.
You put your laptop. Mine is the presentation.
Even mine is the presentation.
Is there? They have it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Unless you can come here, you can keep it here.
Before we get into the presentation, let me introduce myself. I'm Bindu Madhavi. I'm Director Policy and Regulatory for India Energy Storage Alliance, which is an association for energy storage and electric vehicles. So maybe the interesting thing today, we are talking about lot about RE and market. The one more piece which is missing in the equation is storage, which I would like to highlight few of the points, which direction we are going and what more needs to be done in that direction.
So now that the presentation is being loaded, let me start off with my question. How do you define storage under the Electricity Act?
So right now within few days before, couple of days before, we got a clarification under section 38A of Electricity Act. They have included storage as part of the asset. Based on that, if it is coupled with a generation, it will be called as a generation asset. Same with the other transmission and distribution. But the link here is when it is a standalone. So how are they treating that? Still that part is missing right now. No issues. capture the recent policy and regulatory landscape as well, because many of us might be only seeing at the power sector as a whole, RE as a whole. Maybe storage is missing that link. So I thought I can educate little on that as well. Definitely, this is not the presentation.
Very mysterious. Iron Man. Okay.
Mr. Valvalkar might be.
You're going to be hoping he looks like that. He's actually himself a storage.
He's a storage man, we call him. So unfortunately, he is not available today. He thought I'll be speaking in the same line, so he wanted me to be here. Okay, sure. Still little blur is there, but I'll try to cover. Before I get into the details, like I have explained, we have it's the 10 years today, like in this year, ISA has been established. We have been into India energy storage as well as electric vehicle business. We have different members who is part of our association, like 160 members, including NTPC, Power Grid, many battery providers, even the big companies like Amar Raja, Fluence, and even many battery manufacturers, swapping industries. They are all part of our association. So whatever advocacy work we are doing, we have been taking the consolidated inputs of all these industries and have been advocating government on several aspects. So I will ask a reverse question right now. It's okay, we are all talking about why do we need energy storage, why do we need it all? We have RE, we have pump hydro. Isn't it enough? That's the right question. But the question is, we have this battery energy storage requirement that has been captured by CEA as part of optical generation mix, which is coming across 1808 gigawatt hour. My question is here, when we are talking about the capacity requirement of 2030, why are we just focusing on that 817 number? Why not be including battery storage as the immediate capacity that is also has to be included in the total capacity? How are we going to achieve the 500 gigawatt target if we don't have the balancing mechanism? One side, we have plans to bring the thermal generation to 30% by 2030. That was after 2030, we still don't have plans, but still, are we going to balance it out in a right way? And if e-mobility is coming up in a larger way, charging infra is coming up. Just now, BB Mehta sir is talking about how RE plus charging infra can work. My question is, if you have the RE, if you have the charging infra, until and unless you have a storage which has to be put in place, how are we going to take part of the challenges that has been arising because of RE? Instead of, for the peak power, how much is the distribution company is investing in? Instead of that, if we do have a storage facility that can be installed for 12 years, what is the output that has been getting out because of that solution? That needs to be answered. That has to be done a system study behind that. So why India needs a storage vision? Can renewable energy ever completely replace coal power? The answer is yes. A study is. There has been countries like Iceland and many Australia and many other countries have started developing on 100% RE. Even Iceland is 100% RE now. So there are many islands also which is coming on 100% RE. So it is quite possible. But at what cost, at what time, that needs to be answered. So some of the common slides I would like to skip because everybody knows why storage is required. So if there is a solar and wind, the duck curve, the very famous duck curve, how are we going to achieve the matching the demand, shaping up the target? So that's why the storage is important to be there. The another question, when we are talking about the storage, the particular point which I've been listening from many of the discoms is about the price, or we talk about the tariff. Why are we talking just on the tariff? We have to see the different perspectives that fall part of the blended tariff. That consists of round trip efficiency, C rate, what is the number of cycle, what is the depth of the discharge, what is the system level cost. All these things make a bigger picture when we coming across the blended tariff which we are talking about. So this is the graph to show you how the prices have been reduced over the years with ACC PLI kicking in. ACC PLI is nothing but advanced chemistry cell. There is an incentive from the central government for a 50 gigawatt hour capacity for the advanced chemistries. So the manufacturing has been kicked out. So the prices are expected to further blend down. So we have to see which chemistry falls for the particular kind of application. Based on that, we have to decide whether that kind of chemistry and that kind of chemistry is applicable for that kind of cycle requirement over that application. So this kind of analysis has to be done instead of talking just about the storage as a single particular area. So this is a graph which showing like for 4 hours what is the kind of installation cost versus 1 hour storage for installation cost. Like you can see, if the number of hours are more, the cost is coming down. So here we have to understand how much we are utilizing the ESS. That depends on the cost as well. So this is again one more kind of graph which we want to show you, like till 2027, what is the kind of tariffs that can be possible in the base case and the best case possibility for 1 hour versus 4 hours kind of storage. So this is how what I'm talking about. We need to focus on the major picture or the bigger picture of system level cost optimization instead of just waiting for ESS cost reduction. So when we see how RE has been evolved right now today and how it has been targeted for 2030, in the primary case when it was in a booming phase, if we have compared with the thermal, RE would have not till come into the place that is right now. So we cannot wait for the prices to just come down until and unless we start doing it in a bigger way and start coming out with the bigger projects. So this is currently the status of energy storage policies and regulations in India. So honestly, in 2014, there was a standing committee on energy storage which was created, and the boom has started, and CERC has done a lot of work on ancillary service regulations, how energy storage can take part there immediately and all. But the past 2-3 years has been very good for the storage industry. The storage policies has really started coming out. Thankful to Ganesham Prasad ji, who is leading all these activities at MOP level. So we have started seeing several of the policies like ancillary service regulations has been finalized, and comprehensive storage policy which is under final stages now. And there are large-scale projects which are going to kick in, like NTPC project is going to come for 1,000 megawatt hour, and similarly SECI project is coming for 1,000 initially, then 400 megawatt hour 4,000 megawatt hour kind of bigger projects has been planned for it. Similarly, we have 12 gigawatt Ladakh project which was recently announced. So that project, if I have to say, that project is not just talking about the storage as a generation asset. It is also talking 1 gigawatt as a transmission asset. So in my next slides, I'll show you why do we need to focus on storage as a transmission element as well, just not limit ourselves as a RE plus storage element. So these are some of the policies and regulations that has been key in how it is shaping up in India today. Like even the state RE policies, not every state right now, I think 9 of the states are active in India right now who focuses on storage as well. But of course, some of these states focusing on the manufacturing, some of them are progressing on the RE plus storage kind of policies. But right now what we need is a mandate. I'll tell you why. So again, before I jump in there, so when we are talking storage as a smart grid element, most of the time we are in a position we'll think it will be only T&D upgrade different. No, it can do multiple benefits if we consider it as a transmission asset. It can be a congestion relief, it can be a transmission support, it can be a T&D upgrade different. If 500 gigawatt kind of non-fossil fuels is coming up, the higher requirement of substations will be there, transmission corridors it will be there. So if the planning has been done directly from today, including storage as part of the planning element, we see lot of scope for the storage in future. So I'm just trying to show you what we are talking right now in India, mostly on the transmission, but on the globally, if you look at it, already we have a concept called virtual transmission. Like instead of having an entire transmission altogether, you can come out with a virtual BSS which acts as a transmission element. We have 4 gigawatt hour plus kind of storage projects which are presently considered for construction or under construction right today. So this is some of the example like how India is progressing. So these two are the recent examples.
Hello. Sorry, I'm not very intelligent. Can you just go back to the previous slide and explain to me what is virtual transmission?
So, sure, I wish I could have... I wish I could have shown you the picture also. Because of the time limit, I have deleted few. But it is nothing but instead, if you have 2 towers, instead of constructing a 1 new tower, you will install a BSS there. So the operation which that element of the transmission is doing, that the same element, this element will be delivering there. So therein you will be reducing the entire cost of constructing a new line just for few days or few years. You don't have to avoid going to another level of cost there. So that is called virtual transmission.
So what is the application for this?
This is already implemented in
French? No, application.
Sorry.
What kind of situation do you have this?
So this, if you look at the right, left 2 points, load relief.
You're eliminating a tower and a line. And you're having a storage, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Sure. So this is some of the examples like how India is progressing right now. Leh Ladakh project and the other one is on the Kavada project, which I have tried to give you there. This Kavada project, if you see, the entire planning has been already done a couple of years before. So it is under the process of finalization. But still, they have tried to see what is the BSS capacity can be if we conclude. Then they have seen the substantial cost relief over here. Same with the Ladakh case. Ladakh case, I guess 5 gigawatt of kind of capacity they were able to save it. It is there in the public. This was quoted from CA minutes from with all the states. So if we do it for the couple of plants, lines, this is the results. Imagine if we redo the entire transmission planning with having BSS in place or any energy storage system in place. So this is how gigafactories are going to come up in the near future. Already 50 gigawatt hour of ACC battery storage has been approved. And by June, we are assuming by June, the first start production of Indian gigafactories will be starting. If once that happens, we can see much better prices in the future. So this is our assumptions again, like how it is going to be by 2030, there will be going to be a 190 gigawatt hour kind of market for the batteries. And by 2035, it is going to be 500 gigawatt hour minimum requirement that is going to come out for the batteries. So this is again, I have been, before I come here, I have been doing a lot of research with the states, with the central authorities, even with the POSOCO. So certain gaps I would like to try to create here. Like what is the requirement if we have to reach out to the energy storage targets that meet with the RE targets? One, there is a requirement for target for the country. It should not be just based on that this is the requirement as an optical generation mix. It has to be included as a part of the capacity requirement of India. So the next current status gap findings has to be done and evolved, and that has to be addressed. So learnings from the global policy developments and its impact has to be taken. For an example, if we look at the ancillary services regulation, which we recently have seen it, already anyone in the country who knows what is the energy storage which can provide the entire benefits, it is CRC, no doubt about it. But when you look at the final regulation which has been coming up, the missing part is the fast response that it can be able to achieve. So what we say, so when there is a direct implication, why are we not trying to utilize it? That is one point. And storage requirements for the various application has to be there. And identifying barriers has to be there. And we have to have a framework for based on whatever target projecting. And any incentive and support that is required from center and state governments that has to be provided for the storage to kick in. So these are some of the gap findings that I have been able to brought up by my research with the states and center. One is on the central advisory on storage target is missing. Mandatory directions to guidelines to states is missing for the storage. Still we are saying may or may not storage. We have to say RE is there, that has to be a storage. State focus on requirement of storage based on RE target is there. There should be one problem when I have reached out to several states is that one side you are asking us to bring up the RE, whatever we have the projections. And the other side, you don't have a plan for thermal plants, how to retire it and how much to utilize it. We are just cutting down the requirement which we are using now. So there has to be a clear-cut plan for them. So there has to be a vision and guidelines for the climate targets, and middle-term review of national electricity planning must be there, and framework for safety and standards, which has been not finalized from last 2 years from the MOFCC. That has to be immediately finalized, and competitive bidding guidelines has to be finalized. Not much, sir, just two. So I have charted on 6 key requirements for developing storage to support India RE vision. One is on the comprehensive storage policy that has to talk about phase-wise development targets and strategies that can cover long-term planning, and setting up of storage targets and storage purchase obligation instead of hydro purchase obligation or renew purchase obligation. We should be technology agnostic, and we should say it should be a storage purchase obligation across value chain for ancillary clean power or the T&D. And we need to have a clear pipeline for RE plus storage standards for setting up for next 3-5 years. One side, if we are demanding, if we are creating gigafactories, other side, demand is not clear, then there is a clear gap. So the demand creation also, we have to finalize it right today. Then we have to have a separate fund for accelerating the deployment of grid scale storages, for at least for the first few years till the industry kickstart the deployment. And we have to include storage capacity under optimal generation mix. And there has to be a study that has to determine whatever the targets is required for individual states and impact of meeting those targets. So these are the 6 points which I have been able to bring it on based on my understanding and my discussions with the states. So various storage technologies are seeing significant performance improvements and cost reductions over years. This is expected to continue over the next decade with the scaling, manufacturing is scaling up, and already many of the states and center has started looking at. We are expecting storage will able to have able to get that kind of growth if we are able to address the points which I have right now addressed here. So that's all from my end, sir.
Thank you very much. You please take the seat and
so
request.
We have Energy Storage Week, which is coming up in 1st May to 10th May. Please join us there to have a round of complete discussions on the storage and EV. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Haridas Menon, over to you.
Okay, I'm going to make it like 10 minutes, catch up for some of the time that we are in deficit. Basically, I'll skip my introduction because I've been already introduced. My idea here is to really give a picture of what Greenco is doing in this much discussed subject called storage. You know, there's a lot of stuff going in the popular media, in the newspapers, but there's hardly anything of this nature that I'm going to talk about that you know, we would have seen in India. You know, it's really path-breaking, it's really mind-blogging, or you know, blockbuster, I should say, in terms of what you're going to be seeing. This entire concept, what Mr. Mehta also alluded to, and I also felt that a lot of times when we talk about explosive RE growth, 450 gigawatts to 2030, how is it possible if you don't have something to balance it, balance the variability? The requirement for a large-scale storage, not just one, but many, to be able to stabilize RE and kind of phase out the so-called base load stations, which means the RE plants, wind, solar, has to now metamorphosize into a base load plant, which is what we call as around-the-clock power. And you'll see in the presentation and how we have utilized the combination of wind and solar, or let me say the other way, solar and wind, in conjunction with a large pumped storage plant to provide RTC power, which means you have utilized the plus points of renewable power, which is green power, clean power, at the same time kept the you know, fabulous aspect of being able to take base load and stable power. So with that, let me go into this. So what you're seeing in this picture is basically the model, the artist impression of what we are trying to build. And also speaking with Madam, you know, the popular concept is that a pumped storage is going to take ages, at least a decade to build. And we have broken that myth. We're going to build in 2.5 years. So, okay, just to go a step or two back, on the left side of this thing, you see what we have today, you know, 7.5 gigawatts of consolidated, cumulative between solar, wind, and hydro. So that's, in our terminology, you know, we like to call this as Greenco 2.0, Greenco 3.0. So this actually constitutes Greenco 3.0. Now with the decarbonization, decentralization, all the Ds that come together, you know, we're moving into Greenco 4.0, and this intelligent energy utility platform comes in. You can see there, we're trying to bring in storage, not necessarily in combination that way, but in an island of itself, and we talk more about that. Essentially, to bring in, it's kind of got the win-win, wind part of the renewable, wind part of the thermal stations, and kind of make it baseload stations. A little bit more about you know, where we are, and we're moving into storage assets. And then it doesn't stop there. We're getting into green hydrogen. So we call it as zero carbon. So I think you can see the entire range or the entire spectrum on how the vision has been taken. And this is not just from today. Okay, today these are the things that you hear and read. But this vision is from at least 2015-16 timeframe. So you know, personally, I'm kind of quite grateful and quite in awe of the leadership in Greenco, who had the view and the vision to think about these things and bring this thing to fruition. The fact that today we are building a 1200, one of the three 1200 megawatts pump storage plant, it's a proof of the pudding that the visioning was at least half. Yeah, I'm coming there. So here, this chart tells you part of the answer that you asked about. The Andhra Pradesh 10.1 gigawatt hour. That's the one that is December 2023 commissioning. That's in a place called Pinnapuram, which is pretty close to Kurnool in Andhra Pradesh. Okay. On the other side, you see Karnataka in a place called Saundatti. A similar plant is coming up, which is not far from here. And Madhya Pradesh 10.1. The other ones in the orange color is still under development. So you can see how we are changing the RE vision that the Prime Minister alluded to, and we're providing the so-called backbone for 450 gigawatts of RE and its variability, which otherwise would have caused mayhem in the kind of transmission system that we have. So
Mr. Haridas, can you please explain to me 19.1 gigawatt hours means what? How many megawatts?
So I will come to that. I'll come to.
In 1 hour, you'll generate 19,000 megawatts?
No, I'll come to the specific capacity in a plant in Andhra Pradesh. We have 1,200 megawatts of pumped storage. Okay, it can give you 10.1 gigawatts hour of daily energy. Okay, daily energy.
Okay.
So this is the
hours I got concerned.
Yeah. So
I thought in 1 hour.
Yeah.
I got confused.
No, I think more follows. I think just stay with me. Basically what I'm trying to provide here is, all talk and this is action. We talk policy, we talk, we hear so much of things, all the convolutions that the industry goes through. But, really some action to take place to provide, the kind of backbone to the large RE dream that the country has. So I think this is pioneering in itself. And as I said, just not stopping at that, we're going into electrolyzers. We just signed a cooperation agreement with John Cockerell of Belgium. Electrolyzers to green hydrogen, and green hydrogen to green ammonia. So you can see, we've kind of gone way ahead while people are still talking BESS and very, very, very small kind of things. And one wonders when the commercial viability of those will actually hit, and when the economic sizes part would be addressed. So now we get to the specifics. Okay, I think everyone will be aware of what a pumped hydro storage plant is. So basically, at a concept level, you have two reservoirs. One, what we see on the left side, the high reservoir, and one at the bottom, which is the lower reservoir. Traditionally, you could have used any power to pump up the water. Okay, but here we're going to be using wind and solar to pump the water up, and then when you need power, which is basically peaking, morning peaking and the evening peaking, we discharge the upper reservoir to be able to pump power in a kind of a base load sense. So what you're seeing there is the generator cum motor. So it can act as a turbine generator. It can act as a motor to pump the water up. And what is so simplistically presented here, really gets into fine details when you put the energy management system layer, you put the AGCs and the high definition combination of forecasting and all that AI that go along with it to make sure that all the aspects of the RE environment as well as the performance requirement to such kind of a pumped storage deliverance is all orchestrated in a fabulously smooth show. So I think that's where we are currently working. A little bit about how about such things in the world. You can see pumped storage has been there forever, and while the electrochemical and the other things are there in the market, but I think the mainstay has always been in the pumped storage. One thing which has been working not so well for it was the long gestation, but I think the way we are going ahead, we would have killed that myth forever. I think one of the slides which one of the previous speakers also spoke about showed the PSPs that are there in India, but here it is shown with some more color coding on what is working as a PSP, what is just working as a hydro plant, and few under construction. The point here is, while these are all there, it still didn't occur to us in a larger sense in India that maybe this is what we should have gone ahead with while we are building and ramping up the RE population in the country. So this is now the specific project in, as I mentioned, the Pinnapuram plant in Andhra Pradesh, very close to Kurnool, and you'll see some of the details here with respect to the location. But more specifically, it's a 1200 megawatt plant with 3 gigawatts of solar that will sit in the, that should be the next, yeah, 1200 megawatt, 9 hours of a PSP, solar plus wind. So solar is 3 gigawatts, wind would be 500 megawatts, 10.8 gigawatt. That answers your question there. And RTC power, commissioning 2023. So that's also the kind of Google picture that we have tried to plot it on how the 122 meter head that we have between the high reservoir and the low reservoir would be exploited to use as the PSP. Yeah, I think this is getting into more details. As I said, December 2023, we looking at commissioning, so work is going on, and I have some pictures to also show there. More details with respect to the overall layout of the plant. The Andritz machine is going to be delivered in possibly 7 months from now. Yeah, so this is the way we look at it. The pump storage of that capacity kind of serves as a full solution, and in some cases partial solutions in a variety of things. Is it an answer for all? Definitely not. But most aspects of what we want definitely is a solution. Okay, with some more pictures, I can just wind up. So this is about the turbine. And that's the picture. That's a real picture of how the work is going on. You can see the head between the higher reservoir and the lower reservoir. Again, some more construction pictures. Boring machines. Building the tail your head, HRCs and things like that. Yeah, all heavy machinery. This is the Andritz machine I spoke about. Yeah, so that's the picture of the plant that we are building. Should be commissioned by December 2023. Thank you. So.
Thank you very much. No doubt, pump storage hydro is the best storage mechanism for long duration storage. And today, in all the grid storage, 95% of them is pump storage. But when we did certain calculations in India, as you know, almost 2 dozen pump storage hydro plant pre-feasibility study has been done 2 decades ago. Nothing has moved forward. Only project which came in last 20 years is Purulia plant. Nothing else has come, not even to the detailed feasibility report. So the initiative by Greenco is really laudable. We hope you will be successful, and many more projects will be, project developers will come forward, and this new model of doing it in 3 to 4 years.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I have a question for Mr. Haridas. What exactly is the capex of the whole thing combined, and what is the actual tariff that you're looking at?
Yeah, this is a good question, but to be very frank, I don't have it on top of my head. Maybe I can get back to you with that. But the fact that we already have bagged a SECI tender in this regard, I think my recollection is we got a tariff of 4 rupees.
6 rupees.
6, okay. Yeah, so it's part of a tender that we have won, but that's only part of the capacity. Further part of the capacity is being offered to third parties.
Merchant.
Like you probably read it in the newspaper 2 weeks back, ArcelorMittal, and so on and so forth. So if that gives you some partial answer to your question.
You also get incentives in terms of RECs and the other incentives?
Yes.
Okay. So if you sell to the grid, you won't, but otherwise you can.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
capacity of your plant is 3,500 plus, here am I, 3,500 of wind plus solar plus 1,200 megawatt of hydro, or it is 1,200 megawatt?
1,200 megawatt is the one that you will supply to the grid. The transmission system is just 1.8 gigawatts. Okay.
You're using the transmission system only of 1.8 gigawatt.
1.8 gigawatt. The wind and the solar would basically power the
pumping up
water.
the. Okay.
And there are some times when it is pumping plus supplying to the grid. But the overall transmission is limited to 1.8.
Okay.
So primarily it is the 1.2 gigawatt PSP that is the power station.
Okay.
Everything else is a power consumed by the PSP.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay.
So both of you please stay. I'll be making a short presentation on distributed storage, and if there are any questions, all three of us will. That's the time when the power system operators started jumping. How will I do? My spinning reserve in those places are 10%. In India, it is 5%. It's 33%. How can we handle? But within 2 to 3 years, several solutions came up, including the wind prediction package and the solar prediction package. And till that time, what we've been doing was about demand response or renewable integration. One of the first solution which people gave was about having a gas turbine in every area control center. Whenever there is a problem, you fire it, the gas turbine. There are hundreds of gas turbines which were built in North America and Europe, which runs less than 100 hours in a year. It never going to get any return on investment. So finally, in California only, 5 or 7 years down the line, they said energy storage system should be there in all IOUs, investor-owned utilities. And so the phase 2, which we are talking about here, is about a minor to moderate impact on system operation. 3 main VRE generation determines the operation pattern of the system. You have to really bother about how much of VRE generation happening on your system. Phase 4, it experiences periods of the surplus, long-term surpluses. It's going to happen. So if you look at India now, some of the states like Karnataka, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, they are already in phase 4. And something similar to, hello? Yeah. So VRE generation determines the operation pattern of the power system. They are already in phase 3 to phase 4. And this is going to pose major challenges. And what do we need? The flexibility solution. In way of flexibility solution, flexibility at different time scales. For in phase 1, okay, nobody bothered about it. But phase 2, India as a whole and Maharashtra in 2020 comes under this short-term flexibility, minutes to dates. So there are some certain set of solutions for that flexibility. In phase 3, as I said, Gujarat, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu already in 2020 are in phase 3. And many other places will move to phase 4. What are the solutions which are recommended there? For that ultra short term, you have different set of solutions from on the storage domain itself, supercapacitor and flywheels to battery storage, pump storage, the modern variable speed units which Mr. Menon talked about, and the battery storage. Different solutions for different one. I won't get into the details of it. I'll come to the strategy of why we need and what is the approach to have distributed ESS in the grid. So out of this 175 gigawatt hour, 175 gigawatt of RE capacity which we are currently pursuing, 100 was allocated to solar, of which 40 was for rooftop. That's the only segment which we have not achieved the target. Only about 6 gigawatt out of 40 we have achieved so far. There are many reasons. But now, as I said, we have come to an inflection point that we'll see a revolution in the rooftop. And when that, in the new target of 500 gigawatt, if 280 or 260 or something is solar, at least 70, 80 is going to be from rooftop. And if we have to do that, we have to have different philosophy of storage connected to different places. So battery energy storage system at solar and wind farms, that is something which we are already doing, and there are different reasons for doing that. And one of the very important thing is DG set replacement with battery energy storage system.
ಇಂದಿನ ಆಫೀಸರ್ ಹೇಗೆ ಆಗ್ತಾರೆ?
Third one is district cooling systems with thermal storage. And next is irrigation pump set with, again, battery energy storage system. And the integration of electric vehicles with the grid. The large number of electric vehicles connected to the grid, aggregated as virtual power plant and operating them. And the smart microgrid. I'll explain each one of them in the successive slides. Before we get into it, there are 10 slides, then I stop. So this is something, the RTC contracts are already becoming feasible. In every area control center, there should be at least one solar farm or a wind farm that may be mandated to have battery energy storage system for stable operation. So many of them, with appropriate regulatory support, they will have a business case for doing that through price arbitrage. So during the day you store it, peak hours you sell it to the grid. The second one, India has, according to one estimate, we have more than 70 gigawatt of large capacity DG set. Here Mr. Dole has maybe 150 kilowatt or maybe 200 kilowatt here. So every hotel, every hospital, every government office you go, you see megawatt scale DG sets. And this come into operation few hours in a month or few hundred hours in a whole year. It's a dead asset lying there. And today at diesel coming at 100 rupees average across India, 1 unit of electricity from those DG set cost you 30 rupees. And power from a bus battery energy storage system, you buy from the grid at 9 rupees, you store it and you can still sell it at 15 rupee 40 paise. That's half the cost of the DG set price. And this is a modeling study which we have done for issuing a white paper last year, DG set replacement with lithium-ion battery. So there itself you have a return on investment. And as I said, DG set come into operation only when there is a power cut. But a lithium-ion battery connected to the grid is giving grid services 24/7. It can give frequency and voltage support. It can help renewable energy integration. It can defer distribution system upgrade. Many such support it can do. We are doing a detailed feasibility study currently and going to the grid operator to ask how much more money you give it. 3 5-star hotels we are going to do a study which already on. In a year, how many hours there were power cut and how many hours they operated DG set. And remove your DG set, I give you my battery, and they are not investing. A third party coming and investing a battery, and how much money the hotel owner will give per year, plus how much the distribution company will give, and we'll build a business case out of that. And this is going to be a very big opportunity.
If I can add it, sir. Ministry of Power has already, through right of consumer rules, they have advocated 100% replacement of DG sets with BSS recently.
But nobody is doing it. You
Yeah.
see the third bullet point. What a criminal act. We have returned to the PMO. They have ordered DG set for the new Vista project, the new parliament and the central Vista.
That's the point.
Pragati Maidan has 18 megawatt of DG set they ordered. We said we will get money from NSGM and put battery there. No, they have already ordered, but they said it is not in the CPW manual. I said in even your grandson's time, it will not be in CPW manual, lithium-ion battery. But nobody to listen. 2 years we wasted fighting with them, all of them, from the ITPO to NBCC to Palanji Mystery. Obala, my DG already lying in Pragati Maidan. I am not going to cancel it. So this is something happening on the side. So anyway, let me move forward. So NGT banned use of DG set from October to March in NCR region in 2018, but there is no compliance. So district cooling system, there is only one functional district cooling system in India, which is in GIFT City, which is in Gujarat, which is built under the supervision of our Honorable Prime Minister when he was Chief Minister. And the first office which is shifted there was of Mr. P.K. Misra's office, who was Regulatory Commission Chairman in Gujarat. So they all advocated for DCS for new parliament and the Central Vista project. But the architect said, if I now change from DG set as backup, or sorry, the central air conditioning system to DCS, the project will be late by 2 years. You want it or not? Finally, he vetoed it. So the parliament should be ready before the next election. So they are going ahead with the regular air conditioning. So this is 1/3 of the electricity only it will consume. basically. I have a slide and the end on the gift city thing. What is it that there is a huge centralized chiller plant make chilled water at 4 degrees centigrade, which is taken to each of the building through insulated pipe. At the entrance of the building, there is a energy transfer station where the chilled water, 4 degrees centigrade water, transfer chillness to another circuit of water within the building, and that goes to the air handling unit, the air blown over it, the room get cooled at 24 degrees centigrade, and that water comes back to the energy transfer station 15 degrees centigrade, which goes back to the central chiller plant. It's a very interesting project and very, very efficient if you do it. And this is the only way that in future we will be able to give cooling service to the people. India has only about 10 million room air conditioners for 150 crore people. There are only 1 or 2% of the population is having that. Suppose everybody have that, our power system will not be able to handle it. This is the only way to do that. But and the main point I missed saying that it has a thermal storage. The 4 degrees centigrade water can be stored in a large tank, and whenever there's a peak hour, the chiller plant will not work. It can be switched off. So that's a load relief during peak hour, and I can still give chilled water to all my buildings from the thermal storage tank. So I'll show some pictures of that at the end. This is one way of building distributed grid storage, not BESS, but thermal storage. Solarization of irrigation pump set, which I talked about it in between. So that 40% investment, farmers are not interested because he's anyway getting free power. So bring a third-party aggregator who will put in that 40% investment for solarizing the irrigation pump set. And they may even invest in a battery energy storage system if he is allowed to sell it during the peak hours. And here, again, there is something called a border carbon tax, which EU is going to impose from next year. So from 2023, all products which are exported to European Union region that will attract a border carbon tax unless they prove that this is manufactured with minimum 70% of renewable energy. You take the case of big companies will be able to manage that from India. Take the case of MSMEs who are making huge amount of different products. They will never be able to do that. So the same fellows, the third-party aggregators who are coming in, solarizing the agricultural irrigation pump set, they're selling. In the morning I talked about the blockchain platform, peer-to-peer trading. They're selling cheap electricity, that 40% or 50% of the electricity which they can use it, the surplus after the farmers' consumption, that can be given to all these MSMEs. And it's a win-win situation for all, and we should take it on a fast track. So this is another way of, always trouble with this. Yeah, electric vehicle integration with the grid, V2G and virtual power plant. This is something which large number of electric vehicles connected to the grid is going to be a major menace, particularly everybody going to charge during the peak hours. So we need to have smart charging. Remotely, we should be able to control that. Not only that, during peak hours, the electricity which is stored in the vehicle battery can be exported back to the grid. Vehicle to building, vehicle to home, vehicle to grid is a technology which is maturing fast. And the new generation of vehicles which are going to come, electric vehicles, that is going to be V2X. You take electricity, AC electricity from the vehicle for any purpose, for camping, for doing any agricultural activities or any activity outdoor. When you go, you can take electricity outside from your new generation of electric vehicles, which will be introduced from 2023 onwards. So this is something which, you go to the office, your vehicle you plug in onto a AC slow charger where the vehicle will be there for several hours, and you can program your car to buy electricity from the grid when the price is less than, say, 5 rupees. Sell it back to the grid when the price is more than 8 rupees. So this is something what is the evolving scenario. And hundreds of or thousands of electric vehicles which are connected to the grid, I can aggregate as a virtual power plant and provide frequency support, ancillary services to the grid. And this is another way and we are going to do a demonstration project very soon in Delhi with support from the Delhi Electricity Regulatory Commission. So every building, I see a future with every large building becoming a smart microgrid, which can be disconnected from the, islanded from the grid. A grid connected smart microgrid which can be islanded from the grid when needed and run its essential load through storage and self-generation. And also store in the electric vehicles which are, or your own batteries which are there behind the meter, and export again power back to the grid at a higher price when possible. And with smart appliances, even a step further will be your smart appliances will contract electricity from the cheapest resource on the grid through smart contract executed on blockchain and run its own applications, from your electric cooker to your refrigerator to every item. That is a second stage, but initially every building is going to be a smart building, an intelligent building which is grid interactive, buying and selling electricity from the grid in real time. So this is another way of having distributed storage. And now we all talk about hydrogen, and hydrogen is green hydrogen going to be generated from electrolyzers. A megawatt scale or gigawatt scale electrolyzer is an equipment which need not run 24/7. It can be run at varying percentage of PLF. It can shut off any time and it can immediately restart it also. So it can be a load when there is surplus generation. It can be a load relief when you need load relief. So the era of green hydrogen generation can again be a major support if planned, designed properly. The technologies like gas to power, power to gas is something which is becoming maturing very fast. So retrofit all hydroelectric plants with pump storage system wherever possible at marginal cost. The new plants may take, although you shattered that myth that new plants will take decades, but still many of our plants are stuck in various environmental clearances and various approvals. But wherever possible, and this will avoid RE curtailment. You can, as you said, wind power and solar power will pump the water up. So wherever existing hydroelectric plant also, we should be able to retrofit with a pump storage hydro. Another way of distributed resources, invest in ESS instead of FGD. CRC approved FGD. This is going to run into billions and billions of dollars of investment for setting up FGD in thermal power plants. And on the other hand, we are already talking about retiring thermal power plants. So if you are going to retire thermal power plants in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, why invest billions on that? Rather invest in those thermal power plants itself in energy storage systems. Put batteries there. Put whatever best form of the storage there, and install renewable energy resources there. That is what we should be discussing, planning at this stage. And the last will be on dynamic energy market. So encourage renewable buyers, RE buyers association, promote peer-to-peer trading of green electricity, which I presented in the morning. We have implemented 2 pilot projects, and there are some regulations that people would be able to buy green energy whenever they need. And also a time of use tariff, a real-time pricing. You all know about TOD. TOD used to be fixed price at 5 o'clock to 8 o'clock or something. Today, the pattern of electricity use has changed. You cannot predict that every day 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock is the peak. It keeps changing every day, particularly with more and more renewable coming online. So it has to be real-time pricing. I send a pricing signal saying that today 2 o'clock to 5 o'clock, I have surplus generation. I give you 2 rupee relief from your normal tariff. Whatever you want to use it, you want to pre-cool the building, pre-cool, you want to pump the water, do the pumping, whatever operations in an industry you can do during that 2 or 3 hours, go ahead and do that. You are getting electricity at a cheaper rate. And similarly, 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock in the evening, I am going to charge you 2 rupees extra, additional surcharge. You reduce your consumption or you postpone that consumption. So this is a study we had done for Gujarat about 2 years ago. That report was released in 2020. And when we went to Gujarat to do a pilot project, demonstration project, there are not many people with smart meters there. Smart meter being one of the preliminary requirement for doing a real-time pricing demonstration. So again, we chose to go to UP, the toughest state where it can be done. And incidentally, UP has about 1.6 million smart meters there. So we just started that project last week. So next week I'll be sitting there to design that. So about 100 customers we are going to enroll voluntarily and doing this 15 minutes or 30 minutes advanced pricing signals and see how much they are going to reduce their and what would be the impact on the grid, how much overloading during peak will come down, what would be the impact on the discom, how much of their power purchase cost can be reduced, what would be the impact on their revenues. So this will come out and we will be submitting a report for regulations to be framed in that. So there was one or two discussions about the yesterday and today also. People talked about the fire in the two-wheelers happening in India. So people become overnight experts on some of these things without understanding the fundamentals. Like 90% of the hydrogen experts around the world don't even know how hydrogen is produced, but they are all experts on the hydrogen. So same way with electrochemistry. All the people talking about batteries today don't know the fundamentals of electrochemistry. We are not one of them. Absolutely not. We don't know electrochemistry. So, but what happened is that electric vehicle came and some people went from India to China in 2016 and 17. And China, that time, that generation of LFP batteries were all well below 100 watt-hour per kg. Chinese government withdrew subsidy or grant for those kind of batteries. And that generation of LFP plant got shut down. They were selling it at peanut price. So they all came back and said that LFP is dead. Nobody in China is doing LFP. So they put, instead of battery chemistry, they said anything above 135 watt-hour per kg, they are giving still grant and subsidy. So some very influential people visited China and came back. One of the main problem in technology-related visit in China is that what the translator translate, what the man actually operating a system tell the translator who is non-technical typically, and what he or she translate to you and you understand, there's a huge gap in most of the time. So what they understood and came and told that China is no more supporting LFP, LFP is dead. In India, we should support only NMC battery. NMC batteries cannot operate beyond 30-35 degrees centigrade. That is the one which are now exploding. Why it is not happening in a bus or a car? In bus and car, those batteries are sitting in a cooled chamber. In two-wheeler and three-wheeler, you have no way to give that cooling effect, so it's happening. And the people who are started writing blog and all are very, very big. I'm not naming anybody, but that has actually influenced most of the two-wheeler and three-wheeler entrepreneurs. They are all again computer science graduates came out of IITs and other institutions on whom investors put in money. And they said, okay, small batteries, compact, more energy density, but today it's burning, including Ola. It is going up like bombs. So people need to understand that. So, but whereas in many of the market, even Tesla is going their Model 3 with LFP battery. And I'm sure Tesla, if they introduce a vehicle in India, that will be LFP. Most of them are going. Today, LFP, there are 165 watt-hour per kg batteries are there. And the battery manufacturing capacity, 567 gigawatt out of 745 is with China. When we go to hydrogen also, many of the components are there in China. So we are not going to come out of the Chinese control anytime soon. So I just wanted to show you some pictures of this. There are some slides, you will study it later. This will be given to everybody. District cooling system, this is the centralized chiller. From there, insulated pipes will take the chilled water. This is a chiller in Gift City, 5,000 ton capacity into 4. They have 20,000 tons of centralized chiller plant which produce water at 4 degrees centigrade. They are cooling towers on top of the building which circulate and cool that. And this is a 10,000 ton capacity chilled water storage. This keeps at 4 degrees centigrade. So every street, every new block of buildings which are coming, going to have a DCS, there will be invariably a thermal storage which can give you a load relief. And this is the way we need to design our new infrastructure, particularly commercial and residential blocks which are going to come, rather than every room having a window air conditioner, which is going to create local heat islands. And the man without access to cooling, his life will be more miserable. If you try to cross some of the markets where every shop has a window air conditioner, it's almost impossible to go from one shop to another shop. I stop here and I guess, Raja sir, are you there online? Mr. VP Raja? No? He was to join at 5:30. We are running late. Yeah, anybody, any questions on storage to Mr. Menon and Bindu? Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, this is to Ms. Bhadvi. You talked about the energy storage becoming a key component going forward, bringing in flexibility. No doubt about that. I don't dispute that at all. And also, I agree that there are huge numbers floating around on what is needed in the next 10 odd years to make this happen in India. And 250 to 300 gigawatt hours is what we're hearing. That is all great, but there is a policy disconnect that I noticed. Maybe you can correct me here. The whole project, if I can use that term, is based on the assumption that the battery prices and costs continue to fall. And while the new chemistries like sodium ion and all are coming in, which are very promising at this stage, and also the supply chain issues on the lithium side are solved, the government came up with the PLI concept to say, okay, you can use this to bridge the gap in the short run. But the results of the PLI scheme that have come out recently, unfortunately, does not support this.
Why
Because,
so?
let me just complete. Out of the 50 gigawatt hours that PLI has been awarded for, the rest I'm told are waitlisted, out of 50 gigawatt hours, 40 gigawatt hours are awarded to auto manufacturers, which is captive usage. The balance 10 gigawatt hours, 5 gigawatt hours is to a company who claims 100% value addition in India. Where they are going to get this lithium and do that, God knows.
See,
so we will not
the
dispute
Ola
that.
plant, the Ola has been given 20 gigawatt hour.
So Ola and Hyundai have been given 20
No,
each.
even if they run it at 50% PLF, most of the battery plants run at
I'm
50 or...
just coming to that.
No, still they can make 1 crore scooter per year. Who is going to buy 1 crore scooter per year?
So we're not getting into those debates. I'm saying 40 gigawatt hours is to auto manufacturers. 5 gigawatt hours is not going to fructify because...
Some Rajesh Export. We don't even know who are they.
That company claims 100% value addition in India, which is impossible to achieve today. Anybody cannot make out why. The last 5 gigawatt hours may see reality of day, but that is not enough to meet what we are planning to do.
Definitely.
And that is the disconnect we are seeing between policy and what is forecast as a plan. And that is all I wanted to flag here.
So this is the thing which we are highlighting from the beginning, sir. When the concept is coming up for the 50 gigawatt hour, wherein we have been playing an active role in NITI Aayog and DHI in RFP preparation as well. So the point which they have been made clear is that 18,100 crores which was allocated under PLI scheme is not just for this 50 gigawatt hour. It can be more than that. Even what government is promising right now is that 50 gigawatt hour is the starting point which we are trying to see. Based on the how the people are going to react, we are going to increase the capacity as well as the financial situation. So this matter is clear between the government as well as between the industry body.
There is clearly been problems with this particular PLI, where all other PLIs been done fairly okay. This particular one, 2 companies, Exide and Amara Raja, who understand battery, who have spent hundreds of crores in R&D for lithium-ion battery, both of them have not been given. They have been denied. So which is injustice. Whereas it has been given to Rajesh Export, we don't even know who are they.
Are in waiting list.
That has no meaning. Anyway, leave it. Any other questions to these 2 speakers? Thank you. Thank you very much. We are running now almost 1 hour, 20 minutes late. From 2 hours we have come down.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Yasser Altaf, Head of Regulatory Affairs and Policy Advocacy at Aparava Energy, and also Mr. Anuj Agarwal, Cyber and Privacy Law, Blockchain, Cryptocurrency, etc. And Mr. Vikas Kashyap, Founder and Director at Lead Ventures Limited, UK. So
Reggie, I want to make a small remark on rooftop solar.
Next is, yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. You know, the point that you made was very encouraging when you said that the payback period for a rooftop solar is 3 years. A few years ago, 2-3 years ago, a friend of mine in Calcutta, in South Calcutta, he said, Ashok, I'm not going to call any consultant. You're my consultant. You do free for me. Now we have about 20, 30 flats. Can you plan for a rooftop solar? So I planned for him. He asked me one question. What is the payback period? It came to about 6 years. So he said, no, I'm not interested. Now, 3 years ago. So therefore, this needs a lot of marketing. What I'm coming to, this needs a lot of marketing. People should know, equate your bank investments with investment in rooftop solar. You probably will see today's interest rate of fixed deposit bank is about 6 to 6.5%. And if you keep your fixed solar for 7 years, probably you'll make more money than keeping the money in fixed deposit. You know, I am an alumni of IIT Kharagpur. I'm a runaway alumni, I'll tell you what. And IIT Kharagpur every year, they have a competition on a brand D. And I'm usually the judge this year also. So they suggested, sir, what topic we should discuss. I have asked them to discuss rooftop solar. It's all India competition. And they come up with very, very young and bright ideas. And what I was trying to tell you, or tell everybody, that the fact that rooftop solar is very economical and people can go for it, this should be marketed, this should be told to public, this should be even told to the developers and promoters of houses. You know, municipality corporation should say, if you want to develop this area, one of the conditions after approving your plan is that there has to be rooftop solar of this capacity. Otherwise, we will not sanction your plan. Something like that we have to do.
So 6 years ago, Haryana government was the first one which issued an order that any building built on a plot of 500 square yard and above should have a mandatory 1 kilowatt of rooftop solar or 5% of the connected electricity load. But it has not been complied. It has not been complied.
It has not been complied. I think
branch service here. So that was a very.
I think marketing has to be done now, either through the discoms or somebody has to do strong marketing amongst the public, amongst the people. The rooftop solar is good for you. It's a good investment for you. That's what we need now.
That three-year, I mean, what happened? One is that the price, when you did that 6-year ROI period, the price was 55,000 rupees per kilowatt. Today it is 32 to 35,000. That is one. Number two, electricity prices were 6-7 rupees. People were giving, it has gone to 8-9 rupees. So the payback period has again come down. And in eastern region of India, you get max average for 3 to 4 unit per day from a kilowatt. When you come to western part of India, you get 5. So that's also a difference.
I don't know, Reggie, do you know how many houses in Mumbai have rooftop solar? I have no idea. How many Bombay, how many Delhi, how many Calcutta? Let us discuss this. We talk about rooftop solar, but how many metropolitan cities have rooftop solar, I wonder. So somewhere we are going wrong somewhere, you know. We talk about it. Yes, sir.
Can I just add to this?
Yes, please.
Because I was also an effective party to what Reggie just mentioned.
Okay.
In Haryana, I have a house which had to have this by law. I went around asking for quotations, and besides the fact that 2 of the people who came hurt my ego by saying, you don't even know what a meter is and you don't know what a solar cell is. So besides that, the problem is a consumer doesn't know where to go and buy this kit.
Exactly.
He has no clue what will happen to that kit after 12 months of installation. This fellow will vanish. Exactly. Nobody tells them that the inverter has a life of 10 years and after that you have to change it. These things are not known. The consumer doesn't know where to go. And therefore the first few bad incidences get spread by word of mouth, and the others who were meaning to get into this stop.
But word of mouth is not enough. It should come through TV, social media, newspaper, everywhere it should come.
So now let me give you an example of how this has been done very well, and I'll give you an example of UK. The way UK has done is, every solar rooftop installation that has to be done is pre-registered on a website. It's a public document, you can just Google and reach there. Month by month, where all it has been installed, in what capacity, since in the last 10 years, is available as a public live document every month. Number one. Number two, the government there issued a list of approved suppliers and a list of approved installers who are certified. And if they goof up, there is an insurance that they'll have to claim from and pay you back.
This is in UK, is it?
This is in UK.
So we should follow that.
And
We
this
should
gives,
straight away follow that.
you will be surprised in the first 2 years of that policy, more than 2 gigawatt hours, just rooftop solar, less than 2 kilowatt hour peak was installed in a country where there is very little sun. And that is real policy success.
No, you're absolutely right. We don't know where to go.
Correct.
I think, Reggie, this is where your organization to take a lead, to ensure that everybody, Tom, Dick, and Harry, people like me, know where to go, where to install a rooftop solar. We talk about it in seminars,
Sir.
but actually, finally, nothing happens,
So 2 years ago, we made a white paper. We published a white paper. We wrote to Minari, no grant required for the customer. It has to go to DISCO. And also, there has to be massive public campaign. Like, I go to my neighborhood appliance store, buy an AC or a washing machine. An electrician from there comes to my house and install it. Same way, I should be able to walk into a appliance store and select at least among 10 models of 1 kilowatt panel, half a kilowatt, 500 watt panel, and tell them this is what I want, and he send people to get installed and get the application filed online. I think BSES, everything is online actually in Delhi. You can get everything done. Oh, I know all the DISCOMs have a set of installed people, but nobody knows it. Nobody knows
I
it.
think
So we need to do much more training, testing, installation,
DISCOMs
etc.
are not interested in this, Reggie. They have other business to do. You keep them out of it. They are not interested.
Okay, let's get on with, Yasser, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. I understand that I'm standing between...
Number 11 batsman is here.
Number 11 batsman is also there. So I'll be very brief. And I'm going to talk about the green power markets, especially the recently launched green term ahead market and green day ahead market. So the order would be, I'll speak about the green term head market, its structure, broad structure, and we'll look at how it has performed over last few months. And then we'll discuss the green day ahead market, briefly discuss its structure and performance of green day ahead market. And I'll end with outlook for wholesale power markets, how the wholesale power markets are shaping up. So starting with green term ahead market, what is green term ahead market? Now, green term ahead market is a market on power exchange for physical trading of renewable energy. So for a long time, there was no market on power exchanges where we could execute physical trading of renewable energy. What we had was renewable energy certificates, and that market was introduced in 2010, but it did not take off very well, primarily because there was a perception that we are not getting physical power, but we are only getting certificates. And secondly, by 2014-15, we had this large-scale program for solar and wind, where we were adding gigawatt-scale solar projects, where the transmission was made free, transmission was waived off. So it became cost-effective to transfer renewable energy from one state to another, and the whole premise of having renewable energy certificate market, that just slided down. So the green term ahead market, it's nothing but bilateral contracts. The only difference is that the contracts are standardized in nature and the prices are discovered through bidding. And it was introduced in August 2020, but before that, IEX, because the REC market had not taken off like they would have wanted it, so they had petitioned in 2015 for a green day ahead market, then in 2017 again for a green term ahead market, and finally they got some success in 2019 when the approval was finally granted to a term ahead market. So there are two main categories under this market. We trade either the solar power or we trade non-solar power. And the buyers in return get the physical power and RPO credits for the electricity purchased. So 4 types of contracts exist in this market. These contracts are differentiated by the trading and delivery period. So intraday is the first type of contract. Intraday, by name itself, as it suggests, that both the trade and the delivery takes place within the same day. Day ahead contingency, trade takes place on D-1 basis, and the delivery is on the next day. Weekly contract opens on 2 days in a week, Thursday and Friday, and then it's for deliveries from Monday to Sunday. And a daily contract is something which can be traded on a daily basis, but the delivery will take place 2 days ahead. 2 days from the trade, the deliveries start for a maximum period of 9 days. So these are the types of contracts, and as I said, they are standardized. I'll just mention about one important point in this, which is that the scheduling of these contracts is as per the CERC short-term open access regulations. And what is the unique feature of that is that there are no schedule revisions in the contract. No schedule revisions are allowed in the contract. And we'll see how that impacts this kind of market. So starting with some price and volume trends in the solar category. So here I have 4 charts. These 4 charts show volumes on the primary axis and prices on the secondary axis. As you will see, most of the trade is concentrated in the day-ahead contingency contract, and rest of the 3 contracts have not attracted much liquidity. And each chart shows the total buy volume, total sell volume, what is the volume which is cleared by the exchange at the price. These are on a monthly basis. And as you will see, initially there was the buy quantities were high, but the cleared volume was very low. So it means that there's certainly something with the price expectation for this market. But prices initially have hovered around, for solar category, have been around 3 and 4. It was range bound between 3 to 4. But starting July, August, which is the peak season for solar and wind, and also coincides with the monsoon, and rather withdrawal of monsoon also. So it's the swing month for our supply, and usually there are cold disruptions and other things. Then the prices that got reflected in the prices, and the prices have also increased in those months. And last few months also you see very high prices in the range of 7 and 8 rupees. The non-solar trend is also not very different from solar, but it's same type of issue, that all the volume is concentrated in the day-ahead contingency contract, and the volumes are slightly less in non-solar category. Overall, about 3 billion units have been traded in the solar category so far since August 2020, while in the non-solar category it has been around 2 billion units. So who are the major participants? Now, if you see, again, there are just 2 DISCOMs which are selling almost 70% of volume in this market, and those 2 DISCOMs are Karnataka and Telangana. And then there are some IPPs, around 20 of them, which constitute 30% of the volume. So there's high concentration on the supply side, which means that obviously there is market power, and market power is mainly with 2 distribution companies. On the buy side, it's evenly spread. Both the DISCOMs and open access consumers have roughly the same size. And, but if you look at the number of participants, obviously, open access consumers being of slightly smaller size, they are more in number as compared to the discoms. And most of the discoms initially were private discoms, but there are some government-owned discoms also, who have participated in this market. If we look at comparison between solar and non-solar, first looking at the clearing ratio, how much of the cell bits get cleared. So for solar, the clearing ratio is slightly less, around 60%. Sorry, around 60%. But for non-solar category, where the volume is also less, the clearing ratio is almost 90%. And again, if we look at the prices, because the same thing gets reflected in the prices, so you see that the solar prices are slightly less than the non-solar category. The difference initially for the first year was around 75 paisa, but now that gap has increased. Now it has gone up even 2 rupees. So what it suggests that the prices are mainly driven by the portfolio sellers. By portfolio sellers, I mean discoms who have surplus renewable energy more than their RPO requirements. And the best part with them is that they sell it at their weighted average price plus some markup. And if they don't get the buyer, they can self-consume because ultimately they have to meet their RPO. So that's how this works. And now, how big is GTAM? If we compare it with total RE generation in the country, then it's around 2-3% of that. So the total volume which gets traded on exchanges out of the total generation in the country is around only 2-3%. And again, more or less similar between solar and wind, but combined together, it has peaked at around 4% so far. GTAM as relative to the total power exchange transactions, again, it has peaked to 10%. In the peak season, which is again, May to October, when we have maximum RE generation, there it peaked to around 10%, but on an average, it's been around 5%. So of the total power that is traded on exchanges, 5% of that is the green transactions. So just a summary of what we saw till now. This is the first product on power exchanges for physical trading of renewable energy. Very small market, but the expectation is that it would gain more traction, particularly when the restriction of 11 days on exchange is done away with. We'll have monthly, seasonal, and yearly forward contracts. And secondly, if we have a mechanism to better handle the DSM, because right now, the DSM penalties, the entire risk or entire burden is on the developers. The distribution company can manage the DSM risk because it's selling from a portfolio, but for an IPP, the DSM risk is huge. So overall, the GTAM market, it mitigates some of the structural and the operational risks. For example, there's less search cost. You don't have to enter into long, winding negotiations with your counterparties. Clearance and scheduling, everything is standardized. There is no counterparty and payment security risk because the exchanges have a very robust risk management system. So these are some of the advantages, but the biggest risk right now is that of the DSM penalties, where if we compare them with the long-term contracts where you get the flexibility of having revisions, like 8 revisions for solar and 16 revisions for wind, but in case of GTAM, there is no such flexibility. And whatever you have scheduled, if you deviate from that, then you will have to face penalties. So value proposition, therefore, very high for discoms, and that is why we see major participation from those discoms which have higher renewable energy, more than their RPO. And IPPs, they face DSM penalties, therefore there's a price risk for them, and it's only a stopgap arrangement for IPPs, till they execute their main contracts. For example, if an IPP has a contract with some discom and it's getting delayed due to some reason, then they sell on the exchanges as a stopgap arrangement. Similarly, if they are striking deals with open access consumers or are having a group captive arrangement and part of the capacity is not tied up, that comes on the exchanges as for sale. So whether it will drive new investments in merchant renewable energy, of course, very difficult because the market does not have depth right now. And what we have seen, the long-term price signal is usually given by the dominant market. And in this case, the dominant market that we have today is the SECI contracts or the discom contracts, which are long-term in nature, 25 years, and give stability for cash flows and all. So liquidity is not so high that it would be conducive to set up merchant capacities on the basis of GTAM or any other contract. So with more market-based systems, for example, when we have forwards and futures derivative contracts where the IPPs can hedge their price risks, volume risks, then definitely the bankability of investments might increase in future. So that was about the GTAM, and now I'll quickly go to the green day-ahead market. Now, day-ahead market is considered to be core of a well-functioning wholesale power market. So why is it considered to be a core or fundamental to any wholesale market? Is because both the buyers and sellers reflect their true cost of power. If, for example, if it's a seller, he would sell in this market at its marginal cost, and if it's a buyer, he would try to buy at his willingness to pay. So that is why it gives the best price signal. And here, usually the way the prices are discovered is that all the buy bids and all the sell bids are aggregated in the sell bids are aggregated in the ascending order and the buy bids in the descending order, and the intersection of the two curves, the natural intersection of these two curves, gives us the market clearing price and market clearing volume. So we have a well-functioning DAM in country starting since 2007, and that was only for the conventional energy. If a green, solar, or thermal power, anyone sold in that market, then it would have not got the credits for, yeah, sure, I'll do that. And so it would have not got the credits. So what Ministry of Power proposed was the introduction of a green day-ahead market. Here, the only difference is that the market for day-ahead now operates in two steps. First, there is an auction for green buy and green sell. Once that matching is done, anything which remains unsold from green, that goes into the conventional market. So it operates in two steps and leads to discovery of prices and definitely delivery of power to the green consumers. So it started only recently, some 7-8 months back. October 2021 is when it was launched, and you see the volumes are very small, around 200 MUs per month on an average, which is like how many, like 5-6 MUs on a daily basis. So the prices have remained high because this period has coincided with coal supply shortages, capacity constraints, so on and so forth. So the prices in this market reflect the same, and on an average, it has traded more than 4 rupees. This is just a comparison between day-ahead market and a green day-ahead market. Initially, in the first month, because that is when it was introduced, the GDAM prices were lower than the day-ahead market prices. But after that, if you see the light-colored orange line is just above that, and in March and April, both are at the same level. So that's the end of these two markets, and I'll just conclude with a slide on how the markets are shaping up in future. So spot markets, spot markets are the backbone of a well-functioning wholesale market, and spot markets are basically two markets, day-ahead market and the real-time market. They jointly constitute the spot market. So why these are important? Because they give us signals for two things. One is to operate our generation in a least cost manner so that we have a merit order dispatch, and then also gives us the signal for what type of capacity mix we should develop in future. So these two markets are very important, and both of them are in place. In addition to that, we are talking about a market-based economic dispatch, which would significantly increase the liquidity in day-ahead market, and also the dispatch will take place through day-ahead market, which will minimize the cost of supply at the national level, therefore leading to least cost dispatch. And these two markets, day-ahead and real-time market, after that, once these are both schedulable markets, and once these two markets, the gate closure for these two markets takes place, then we go to the ancillary service markets, where the system operator takes over and does the last minute balancing. So this is also going to be market-based very soon. In next 6 months, the ancillary service will also become market-based, and any deviations which are left unchecked after the ancillary services are basically settled through a deviation settlement mechanism, which is a commercial mechanism for settlement of deviations from schedule. So this is these are really important, and we now have all this in place, except the market-based economic dispatch. The rest of the things are in place. Now, with this, spot markets also need associated markets, which could be a PPA market, a derivative market, futures market, all those things. Because if you have spot markets, then spot markets by nature are volatile, and they will have those temporary blips and spikes in prices and other things. And for balancing of that, typically you need forwards, futures, either in the physical delivery form or as a financial contract. So there's an ongoing discussion on that. The dispute between SEBI CRC is over, and very soon, we might see the introduction of a derivative market. In addition to that, there's resource adequacy market and capacity markets, which are important because for ancillary services, you need to mandate reserves, and those reserves are usually mandated through resource adequacy on DESCOMs or states, and that incentivizes the long-term capacity addition and reserves in the system. And last but not the least are the retail markets. Retail markets, this is the most difficult reform. Very challenging, has not been done in many countries. UK has competition in retail. Some states in United States have competition in retail, but the most difficult reform. And the discussion in India has been around distribution franchisee models, sub-distribution licensee. We saw this recently in the Electricity Act, open access consumers, so on and so forth. And this is something which would open up retail competition in a limited manner. And all of this would take few years, maybe next 4, 5, 10 years, and we'll have all of this in place. So I'm concluding here. Thank you.
Thank you, Yasser. I will now request Vikas to make a presentation on the smart metering. As you would know, India is just embarked on or launched a program called RDSS, Revamped Distribution Scheme, which is one component of that is about 250 million smart meters. All the electricity customers other than the agricultural customers will be provided smart metering under this program, and 15% of the cost of capex of this is grant from Government of India, and rest of them is a services model. In 10 years, 120 installment monthly payment, X rupee per meter per month, and the contractor or AMI or smart metering service provider will install and maintain the system for 10 years. So there is no technology risk for the distribution companies. So that program has just been launched. So 250 million or 25 crore smart meters coming into the system will have its own challenges, its own advantages. There were many discussions during the day about we don't know what is the demand. With smart meter, you will be able to accurately estimate the demand feeder-wise in every 15-minute blocks of the day, or across weeks, across seasons. So the real granular demand estimation will be possible. So over to you, Vikas.
Thank you very much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much for staying back and listening to me. I get the same feeling as a number 11 batsman walks out into the field with the audience looking on and not much expectation, but I hope I can still live up to it. So quickly on to my presentation. Just trying to address some of the key issues which were the target of this this conference itself. What are impacting our energy journey today, and how do we get to net zero, and what are the challenges we are trying to address using the smart meters? It's the energy security, the cost of energy that we are facing, and it is going up, and how are we going to manage this transition from fossil fuels to renewables and the other forms of energy which are more sustainable and will probably last us for at least the next 50 to 100 years. Even before this Ukraine conflict broke out, what we were seeing in the last 10 to 12 months was the commodity prices are going up, and as a result, energy prices are shooting up globally. I'll give you an example. In Europe, and specifically UK if I talk, last 8 to 9 months, the cost of energy retail prices have gone up by over 50%. And this is going to go up another 50% in the next 6 months, even if we discount what happens in Ukraine. 25 out of 70 retailers in UK have gone into administration because they did not have enough forward cover, and they could never imagine the prices in the commodity and the markets could shoot up this fast. And this is not the end of the companies still going under. The future investments in coal and gas, while are going to be more difficult to fund and manage, we still cannot wish them away, because in the short run, technology is still trying to catch up. We are still trying to solve the supply chain problems. We discussed about the battery is where the lithium supply chain is still wavering. And will we be able to cope with that, considering what huge amount of battery storage we want? And therefore, even the roadmap the government has laid out to 2030 also talks about some amount of generation still going on coal and gas. Renewables are coming up very fast, not just in India, but globally. But the fact remains they are not able to cater to the base load. They're not available round the clock, and therefore they need some kind of a storage solution to support them. And now with the reducing spinning reserves, we will need more towards the frequency and the balancing markets. Perhaps the pump storage and the batteries could be the possible solutions, but may not be the only solutions that we are going to consider. Consumptions per head are continuing to rise, especially in countries like India, where the quality of life, the exposure to the various new appliances and ways of life is actually still asking for loads and generations to be increased on a constant basis, and we see this happening for many, many years going forward. And in spite of that, the local constraints will continue to dominate our landscape. when I say local constraints, these are about the low voltage transmission distribution system, and the transformers. We are not going to be able to upgrade all these in the very short run. And this itself is such a huge exercise. And let me give you an example. Let us say in a big metropolitan city, and BSCS has many such examples, you have 1 MVA transformers catering to, let's say, between 150 to 200 consumers there, 5 to 10 kilowatt loads each. The transformers in summers and peak load times is already running very close to the limits of its capacity. Now add to this, if let's say 50 of those consumers end up with an electric vehicle and come in the evening and switch it on, that is 8 into 5, so 400 kilowatts of load just clicking in on a transformer which is already at the limit of its capacity. And those local constraints are going to cause the whole system to collapse. And therefore, there are need to build smarter grids, and the way the world is looking at is smart meters are the first building block to a smarter grid. It allows you to do many things that local capacity constraints, etc., those issues are being addressed. And I'll give you some examples of how this is being done in various countries. So one of the things that smart meter is trying to address here is, and I'm sure all of you have gone through this experience. Till now, we have been getting an energy bill, electricity bill, once every 2 months. What happens at that? We end up paying, but then next 3 or 4 days, we're very conscious, oh, the bill's gone up so much. We need to switch off lights and air conditioners around the house. Everyone is very conscious. But then, after those 3-4 days, we tend to get back to our bad habits. Let it run. It doesn't matter. Oh, if I forgot. But the very fact that the smart meters are going to enable users to constantly be able to see their consumption and the wastage that can be pointed out to them, whether it's an app on your phone or a website that you can log in and see, whichever way, near real time, you will get information as a consumer. What is happening in your system, in your home, in your industry, in your commercial establishment. And that itself, many studies across projects worldwide has shown could lead to, that awareness itself can lead to 5 to 7% drop in the consumption pattern. Here are a lot of advantages that are being discussed and claimed for the smart meters, and I know all of you have gone through this many, many times, therefore I will not go through this, but come back to what else smart meters can do for us in a smart grid situation. And here are some of the practical advantages that smart meters can give us. The first being the special tariffs or the real-time tariffs that can be applied. And I'll give you examples of this. There are now retailers in the competitive market scenarios who are, for example, offering weekends as tariff-free. They are offering special tariffs for electric vehicle charging, provided it is done after midnight. You can also use these to provide smart charging for electric vehicles by staggering them. Even though they are done after midnight, if they come on together, they will still cause a problem with your supplying transformers. Therefore, you still need to stagger them. Otherwise, your local infrastructure will just collapse. There is no way we can replace all that even in the next 20 years. So therefore, using this as an infrastructure to achieve policy is very important here. Let's look at another application, and this is the one very close to home that we are seeing in Andhra Pradesh. Andhra Pradesh has recently ordered 1.8 million smart meters for agricultural sector there. While on paper, it is a scheme to get revenue, prepayment, functionality, etc., and we all hope that those work out. But behind the scenes, we are also told that this is to take care of the fact that in the rural sector, the feeder segregation between pump sets and residential has not actually been achieved. And by using smart meters, they are wanting to control the period of supply to the agricultural sector. The second thing that they are doing is, in parallel, they are setting up PPAs for solar generation and are trying to combine these two schemes to offer farmers supply during the daytime instead of nighttime. So this is really innovation thinking on not waiting for infrastructure to catch up, but to use a quickly rolled out infrastructure to achieve a policy aim. Let me give you another example. The moment you have smart meters rolled out and granular data on the consumption available every 15 minutes, 30 minutes, what is the total demand, what was the supply, what are the quality of power issues, and so on and so forth. These give you the foundation and the data to bring in competition at the content level. And retail competition could well ride on the back of this information that is available to you. Another application is, we talked about time of use tariffs. You could provide, let's say, pricing signals as a way to change consumption, to shift load, to even do browning out. For example, there is a project done on smart meters in Mysore 4 or 5 years ago, and it had as a functionality available that if everybody had an X kilowatt contract, and the grid shortage in that area was, let's say, 5%, you could remotely program the meters to say, between these hours coming up, everybody has to fall back to 90 to 95% of their contract load, failing which only you get disconnected. You reduce your load, you will automatically get reconnected. Now that is a controlled browning out situation, which a consumer would rather have than go out and buy a DG set or an inverter to support his. Instead of 10 kilowatt, I might live with 9 kilowatt, but no need to have a backup generation at home. And those are the advantages of having switched smart meters within your premises, which are always connected. We have also talked during the day about using blockchain technologies and how we could use this as a method of exchanging, providing green energy and certificates to consumers. So I will not go into details of this. I think it's been talked several times since the morning. So smart meters as an infrastructure, while itself justifies the business case for bringing in that infrastructure, it is also the building block to do many more things towards the smart grid. That for example, the flexibility markets that needs information on granularity of how the consumption is changing, how the various people respond to, let's say, pricing signals and so on, that itself gives you a lot more to work on rather than estimates of the grid. Coming to the other subject that I was asked to speak on is more about cyber security. And the fact that in the past we have all relied on this air gap between IT and OT to say we are safe. Oh, sorry. Then I will not take too much of your time, but just mention a couple of incidents that were linked to smart meters in India, because it's not just about the fact that smart meters also bring 25 million and 250 million smart meters also bring with them 250 million points of intrusion that have to be somehow covered. Potentially, that have to be somehow covered, but also the fact that there are possible mistakes by operators that have to be covered by technology. And one such incident, many of you will recall, was a couple of years ago on an evening in Kanpur. 150,000 consumers got disconnected simultaneously, purely by mistake. No, this was in Kanpur city. Most of it was Kanpur city. Now, this could well be an operator error, but the technology behind it had safeguards to check this, but were disabled. Now, how this is allowed to go on is something we will have to understand and make sure it doesn't happen again, because if the technology itself comes into question, the consumer will be very reluctant to adopt this. And that sociology of technology is an important one to consider. Okay? So I think I will just leave it here. It's just, we cannot deny this, that we need safeguards against mistakes and cyber attacks as well, and cannot hope and wish them away. That's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vikas. And yes, sir. Now I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Anuj Agarwal, a cyber security expert. All through the day, you heard many new technologies coming onto the Indian power system. And next to you, and also he will make the opening remarks, and thereafter the audience can ask questions. Over to you, sir. You would like to speak from here or there?
People are already bored. I don't know what to do it. So good evening. And thank you very much. Sir is back. And this is the state of affairs of cyber security in this country in the power sector. That the speaker on cyber security is the last one. So it shows that this is the last priority. So this is the priority, but the last priority.
The last words, that's the most important.
But still, since I am here, so I'm not going to give any presentation. There is no time. I don't want to antagonize people further by, showing the slides. Anyway, it will be good if we have some question answers in spite of giving a gyan. Fortunately, how is the food today? My question to the audience. Khana kaisa tha aaj ka? Anybody can contribute? That was good. So thank you, sir. I first of all go and check how is the food. Because in most of these seminars, speaker कोई भी हो, कितना भी दम लगा ले, feedback तो खाने के हिसाब से ही मिलेगा. So if the food is good, speaker feedback is good. No problem. Marriage is a little more complicated, sir. So I don't want to bring that subject. It's a very, very complicated subject. And I'm a little less experienced than you. So I'm safe. If the food is good, I'm safe. Whatever I say, it will go as good. Now, I'll quickly speak for 2-3 minutes on the risk. Although sir before me has covered few of them. And Honorable JS sir has definitely made few remarks. and focused on the importance. But then how does it happen? बताइए, cyber security कितना important है? How important it is? Anybody? And let's no lecture, please. Just interaction, brief interaction before the food is served. Anybody? बताइए sir. Mr. Sharma, you want to contribute? थैंक यू वेरी मच. आपने मेरा दिन बना दिया. मैं तो बहुत निराश था कि शायद मुझे कोई सुनना भी नहीं चाहता, बट आपने इतनी बात कह के मेरा मान बढ़ा दिया. सो वी आर मूविंग टुवर्ड्स स्मार्ट टेक्नोलॉजीज एंड this we are doing for good. It is very, very important, because if we want to take our infrastructure to remote areas and want to control it from the cities and make it respond to minute, second to second events, we will have to be reliant on the remote communication. Now, anything which is remotely controlled or there is a remote communication, the possibility of an intruder is very real. Is that true or no? क्या लगता है आपको? आप इससे बच सकते हैं? Anybody? देखिए, दुनिया में दो ही तरह के लोग हैं, एक जो वो हैक हो चुके हैं और एक जो होने वाले हैं. मैंने कोई तीसरी कैटेगरी नहीं देखी. तो आप में से कितने लोगों का अभी तक साइबर क्राइम हो चुका है? जरा हाथ खड़ा करें. थैंक यू सर, बीइंग ऑनेस्ट. थैंक यू वेरी मच. जो लोग अभी हाथ खड़ा नहीं कर रहे हैं वो सोच ये रहे हैं कि थोड़ा हिम्मत नहीं कर पा रहे हैं. सबका नुकसान हो चुका है. कोई भी ऐसा व्यक्ति नहीं है जो कभी ना कभी साइबर क्राइम के चक्कर में नहीं फंसा है. दैट आई मस्ट टेल यू, बिकॉज मेरे पास ऐसे ऐसे किस्से आते हैं कि मुझे भी कई बार सोचना पड़ता है कि हाउ इज इट पॉसिबल. यस्टरडे ओनली अ गाय who is a business consultant in IBM at a very respectable position, and he called me and he said I was offered a Diners card. I think Diners तो 2-3 साल पहले इंडिया से जा चुका है, if I remember correctly. And that guy said आपके iPhone से ये नहीं चलेगा. He said I don't have an Android phone. He sent a phone physically to his house, changed his took his SIM card, inserted into that phone, increased his credit limit to 8.5 lakh rupees in front of him, made all the transactions. 8.5 lakh रुपए लेने के बाद वो फोन अभी उसके पास है. He short of cash by 8.5 lakh rupees. City is saying nothing doing. You shared the OTP, so you pay. मैंने भी पहली बार सुना कि कोई फोन लेके मेरे घर आ गया, मेरी क्रेडिट लिमिट मेरे सामने बढ़ा रहा है, एंड आई एम एंजॉइंग द लाइफ कि डाइनर्स कार्ड आ रहा है. So this is one of the incidents. Now, what are the real threats? Very quickly, I'll see. The biggest threat is the state-sponsored actors. If I look at the utilities, you are dealing with the critical infrastructure, and they are operating from North Korea, although nobody has ever established this fact. But जब भी TV वाले मेरे पास आते हैं, मेरे मुंह में ठूंस देते हैं, सर थोड़ा नॉर्थ कोरिया का नाम जरूर ले लीजिए ये साइबर अटैक में. मतलब भाई अभी तो एस्टैब्लिश नहीं हुआ है. नहीं सर वही चलाना है, तो थोड़ा नॉर्थ कोरिया. हम तो फिर नहीं बोलते हैं, लेकिन वो जब हमारा बाइट आता है उसके पहले नॉर्थ कोरिया पहले और बाद में बोल के बीच में एक्सपर्ट को सुना देते हैं. सो दैट इज हाउ टीवी रिपोर्टिंग इज बीइंग डन. बट यस, देयर आर स्टेट एक्टर्स सिटिंग इन ईस्ट ऑफ द कंट्री and in the west of the country who are continuously targeting our critical infrastructure, including power. Day before only the ABP News and others came to me because of some Ladakh event which was presumed happening, and obviously there was an attack in Bombay, and the real attack happened with the Colonial Pipeline. I'm sure you must have all read about that in US, where a ransomware attack crippled the operation of this company. They had to pay $4.5 million US. Although the FBI was on the job, they later on, I think, recovered some money, which is they claimed. I believe they never, because that is just not possible. How do you figure out where the Bitcoin has gone? It is not going to be there in US or wherever. So God only knows where it has gone. So these are the real threats. Now how to prevent it? Let's go straight to that. आसान सब्जेक्ट पे आते हैं. कैसे इसको रोक सकते हैं? बताइए. Anybody, any idea? सर बताइए, कैसे रोक सकते हैं? How do we stop it? क्या बोल रहे हैं सर? अच्छा, मोबाइल का यूज बंद करके. सर ऐसा है, आप ये प्रपोजल अपने घर में देके देखिए. 2 दिन बाद आप मुझे सड़क पर मिलेंगे एंड आई विल बी ऑफरिंग यू फूड. प्लीज डोंट माइंड इट. घर से निकाल दिए जाएंगे सर. मेरे साथ ऐसा कई बार हो चुका है. आई हैव ट्राइड डूइंग दिस टू द किड्स. सर ये तो पॉसिबल ही नहीं है. सी ऑन द टेक्नोलॉजी आई थिंक देयर इज नो लुकिंग बैक. नोबडी गोज बैक. अभी हम सब यहाँ पर आए हैं. वी आर लाइकिंग दिस प्लेस वेरी मच, बट वुड यू लाइक टू स्टे फॉर 3 months? नो. अभी बहुत सुबह से अच्छा लग रहा है, ग्रीन है, फलाना है, अच्छी हवा है, बट कल तक परसों तक दिल्ली बॉम्बे सबको याद आ जाएगा एंड दे विल, अरे नहीं यार ठीक है, लेट्स गो बैक. ठीक है, वहाँ भी ठीक है. सो हाउ टू डू इट? एंड द सर हैज़ वेरी राइटली पुट दिस पॉइंट, ट्रेनिंग. द नंबर 1 थिंग इज ट्रेनिंग. लेट्स मेक ourselves aware about the risk. And my example is very simple. पंचवटी में भगवान श्री राम और माता सीता, लक्ष्मण जी, they were all staying there. Marich came as a golden deer. Ma Sita asked Shri Ram, I want this. Started chasing and all that. That Marich was hit. And that Marich impersonated crying for help. Lakshman ji went with Lakshman Rekha around the kuti. That Lakshman Rekha was definitely impregnable. There is no doubt about it. But what happened? Ma Sita herself came out. So you have tools, technology in your company, but are the users aware what to do, what not to do? What happens? The system administrator who has got all privileges, best of the best privilege in your system, being bored in the evening goes to the XXX because he has got all the resources. You are blocked from the firewall to access XXX and Facebook, but he is the boss because he is the administrator. So, अच्छा, आप में से कितने लोग XXX देखते हैं रेगुलरली? बताइए, हाथ खड़ा करिए. नहीं, it's not an offense. I must tell you, as per IPC and IT Act, adult porn is legal in this country, provided you watch in private. So, don't worry, no issues. वीडियो भी बन रहा है, आप हाथ खड़ा कर रहे हैं, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. Child pornography is banned, illegal, 5 to 7 years imprisonment. Bail नहीं मिलेगा. So administrator watching, all this, doing all nonsense, you need just 1 point for an intrusion or a Trojan to make an entry into your system, isn't it? केवल एक ही व्यक्ति तो चाहिए. After that, it will move around in the network. So I think the first and the important point is training. Second is tools. Tools बहुत सारे लोगों के पास होते हैं, सबके पास होते हैं. My latest audit findings, I must tell you, company has the best firewall, but nobody is looking at the logs. रोज intrusion हो रहा है, रोज foreign IPs हैं, रोज attack आ रहा है, but nobody is looking into the logs. Endpoint securities, I will not take the name of the brand, best of the best, but R&D says we have got some old software to be run, so we will not take this endpoint. So just leave our 5 computers, everything else is fine. You can put your software, falana dikana. 5 are good enough to make an entry, allow entry. So your entire infrastructure, even after you have spent your money, पूरा पैसा खर्च करने के बावजूद भी, because there is no audit, there is no seriousness. Everybody thinks हमारे यहाँ कुछ नहीं होगा. क्योंकि हम तो रोज सुबह हनुमान जी की पूजा करते हैं, हमारे साथ कुछ नहीं होगा। जब हम तेज गाड़ी चलाते हैं, हम रेड लाइट जंप करते हैं, तो वी फील हम तो बहुत अच्छा चलाते हैं, हमारे साथ कुछ एक्सीडेंट नहीं होगा, बाकी लोगों के साथ होगा। ऐसा होता है सर? बताइए, कभी ऐसा होता है क्या? बट थॉट प्रोसेस तो यही। So I think we all need to start, and the charity begins at home. We need to train ourselves. Whatever infrastructure we have, kindly get it audited, and by an auditor who has some guts, not by your friends and colleagues who are going to give you a report which you want, which you already written. And then we can talk in some other session in details.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions I can take up quickly?
I think you rightly said.
Is it working?
It's working. You rightly said, I think probably we are missing the awareness point of view. Probably we are not aware, and even if we are aware, I don't think most of the industry, even the government, for example, we always rely on some of the malicious softwares, the software which are not certified. Just to save a few bucks of money, the companies will also try to think that, okay, why not download it and try to use that software till the time somebody points it out to you that it is, you are doing something wrong and it is not supposed to be done. So, एक greed होता है, right? Greed to save money, even though it is meager. You rightly said that the incident that you gave is nothing but that was a greed to that person, which led him to that trap.
Exactly,
right?
sir.
So, in everywhere, if you find, whether it is industries, it is individual also. Individual is the same thing that happens to you. Most of the time, you will not go and buy the certified softwares, whether it is Microsoft or whether it is any of the software that you use in your laptop or your mobile. Those are almost pirated.
Invariably.
Invariably, almost 95 to 99% of the people for the personal use, they use the pirated software.
The Windows here is also likely to be expired. It gave the message. I read that.
I saw that.
Award function is.
I know it is at 7:30, so I thought there is still 14 minutes to go. So I thought I'll just try to put that in perspective.
Our final words by Mr. Ashok Dasgupta and vote of thanks are all pending. So one more minute we will close. Yeah,
okay. And second thing, just nothing to do with cyber security. I was hearing my friend. I think you raised two things which I thought let me just clarify that. I think you somewhere mentioned about carriage and content separation. I think we had burnt our fingers in that, and probably in last 8 years we have not been able to push it forward. Maybe that may not be directly now correlated to the smart metering as such, but definitely yes, it is an enabler. But even though we are not able to go towards carriage and content separation, but still that smart meter will lead to another construct which will lead to competition in this particular sector. So this is, I thought I'll just put a clarification into the audience. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All the speakers. Now I have the pleasure of inviting Mr. Ashok Dasgupta for a brief talk on blue economy and also vote of thanks for all the participants today. Please.
We are coming to almost the end of the conference. Not really the end, because the most exciting function is yet to happen. So although I'm the last speaker, I'm quite elated that people are not getting bored, that, oh, he spoke and spoke. Most important one is going to take place now. Now this reminds me, 10 years ago, it was in Sri Lanka, And I was asked to talk on the international coal prices, future. So Maruf was the moderator, Maruf Raja. I was the speaker. So after one or two speakers, my turn came. So Maruf said, Mr. Asgupta, we don't have much time. How many slides do you have? So I said, Maruf, you know, I have to prepare something, international price of coal, and there are so many international people, so I don't want to tell something wrong. So I made 60 slides. He says, Hari Bak, kya kare aap? 60 slides. Reduce it to 10. And Maruf is a very strict, you know, moderator. So when he told me reduce it to 10, I was scratching my head what to do. But I did manage finally. Somehow I picked up 10. So I have learned a lesson, you know, because people used to tell me earlier days, Ashok Dasgupta only speaks and speaks and talks and talks. Even I used to complain. You never stop. But these days, as you grow old in age, you realize that no, you should not bore people and speak very, very little, as little as possible. You know, in this conference for last 1.5 days, we have discussed all sorts of energy. You know, the conventional source, non-conventional source, the renewable energy source, waste energy, waste heat energies, so on and so forth. Many, many sources of energy. The solar, the wind, God-created sources. I thought we'll end up not by giving you something new, just to remind you that there is another source which God has given us, which we should not forget. Today it is in a nascent stage, but maybe 30 years hence I won't be there, and maybe that will become our most important source, because a lot of research is going on, and that is the source which ocean gives us. That is called the blue economy. So I have made just a few slides. I'll finish in 5 minutes. You can keep your watch to give me 5 minutes on this. Very, very simple. What is blue economy? World Bank says blue economy is sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth, improved livelihood and jobs. Ocean resources for renewable energy, tidal energy, wave energy. You know, actually, if you see that for the gravitational force of moon, as you know, there are tides taking place. We are very lucky. And the tides mean sometimes they are as high as 20 feet, 25 feet, even more than that. And that drops. Now that reciprocating action gives rise to an engine to rotate. Very simple. I mean, I'm not going to the technical details. So use of the tidal waves at the right time. And the other one is called the ocean thermal energy conversion, OTEC. That means, you see, the sun's rays, hot rays, comes first to the surface of the ocean. So therefore, its temperature is high. But if you go deep down, the temperature is much low. So you can utilize the difference of temperature at the surface level and the deep bottom level, and utilize it again for turning a machinery which produces electricity. These are I don't want to go into details, only the last one, all this I've mentioned is the ocean. Primary sources, I'm considering this also a primary God-given resources that we have, which we should utilize. This again, you know, we've discussed in details, so I don't want to go into details. Now, India also has a vast coastline. You know, a lot of research work was going on in the Gujarat side, Kutch side, you know, and also in Lakshadweep. Lakshadweep, there was a trial case of having a tidal wave-based power plant. I don't know what's the result now. Actually, Ministry of Power may know. So in Gujarat side also they have tried, and they have going to set up a 25 megawatt plant, you know. This, as I said again, the capacity, this you don't have to, I don't have to go through it, you all know it. Again, this you know. Now, this is a very, you know, I mean, for me, it's a subject I discuss all the time, per capita, per capita, per capita. Today also somebody was saying, I said, what the hell, when is the per capita going to increase? I really don't know, not in my lifetime, not at all, maybe in my son's lifetime. Now this I wanted to show you, this conversion of this ocean energy into OTEC in a schematic form. The advantages from other resources, renewable, environment friendly, abundant, unlike solar or wind, less dependent on nature. You know, because your solar and wind is dependent on what God is doing, and somebody said you can't forecast the weather, etc. But as far as the ocean is concerned, you can forecast more or less. The tides come and go, and it can be forecasted very well because of the moon's gravitational forces on the earth. So therefore, it is more dependable and forecastable compared to the solar and wind. No problem of displacement of habitat. That's also important as your this I said, these are the three types we talk about: wave energy, tidal energy, and ocean thermal energy conversion. Actually, this is the potential of that OTEC, but if you calculate the total potential, India has a large coastline, it goes into 200,000 megawatt, which you can produce utilizing the ocean technology. I don't know how much of research we do in India, in IITs and others. I'm not very sure about that. I think we should give more emphasis to the oceanology and ocean technology. We should not just discuss on the fishery and fish. We should also discuss the energy available in ocean. Yes, government has a lot of initiative, research activities. It needs a lot of money. Unfortunately, to set up a OTC plant, you may need something like 20 crores or 25 crores to 1 megawatt, This is why, people are not very confident in getting. But my point is, yes, today it is going to cost, like solar what Reggie was saying, that now the price is so competitive, so people can go for solar. So even for ocean, today it is 25 crores per megawatt, but if we do research work, and maybe one day it will become 5 crores, 4 crores to a megawatt, who knows? You and I may not be there. I am talking about the future of India's energy problem. Yes?
That is true. In fact, you rightly said that we should intervene.
Yes.
And the focus of Government of India now is that we are making the R&D wing a bit stronger. Maybe in 1 year's time, you will find something coming in that.
On ocean technology, oceanology?
Not exactly on the ocean technology, but so far what we realized that R&D in the entire power sector itself was very, very meager. So we are trying to link it and trying to put some kind of an obligation even to each and every type of industries.
No, my submission to you, sir, because you're at the helm of affairs.
I'm coming to that as well. As regards the ocean also, definitely there is a talk which is right now going on. Particularly, we would like to harness somewhere around the eastern belt, and particularly closer to the Sri Lanka side, because that link is becoming more viable if we try to harness the ocean potential either side of the links. So that is another thing that is in the offings, and particularly offshore wind coupled with the ocean technology, probably that will become more doable.
So there was this, I think it's called Kamarhati or something in Lakshadweep Island, very small. I don't know what the fate is. I tried to find out. It was not abandoned. It's been put off for some time, Lakshadweep was an ideal place to have that kind of a plan. So my submission to you, sir, since you are at the helm of affairs, give maximum importance to ocean technology and energy from ocean.
That's true. I think I have noted, and this is going to be the next key points I'll take up in ministry.
Thank you.
So in this list, Denmark, Israel.
Denmark is also there.
Denmark, Israel, and Australia. All of them
Also,
are on the forefront.
Portugal, even South Korea has the largest, I think it's 250 megawatt power plant they have in South Korea, Canada. This is the main reason. The cost of setting up power plant is high, but as I said, with research, it is bound to go down like in the case of solar and wind. Thank you very much. I thought I'll give you some, smell of an energy which we have not discussed at all in this 1.5-day conference.
But before you leave, I'll give you a news, and that is, since you were saying that we are not increasing per capita consumption. So by 2030, I'm just giving you a figure which you are targeting, that is around 2,000 kilowatt hours. So that's going to be substantial, roughly around.
Very good, a big hand. So by 2030, we will be about 2,000 kilowatt hour per person for 1.5 billion people. That's that's a big number. So
Harry, please.
That brings to the end of 2 days of 1.5 days of 22nd RPR. Big hand to all the participants and the organizer, Mr. Dole. Please come for giving vote of thanks. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dasgupta. Been a pleasure.
I think the vote of thanks has already been given. I just want to say that first, some housekeeping announcement. There'll be a 15-minute break before we have the award ceremony. Is it a democracy or an autocracy? Okay. For a man who's 75 years old, he says it's only 7:30 now. Okay. All right, 30 minutes. Anyone wants to come before, he's welcome, but the ceremony will start 30 minutes. So, ये बहुत ही इंटरेस्टिंग 1.5 दिन रहा, बहुत सारी बातें हुई और बहुत लोगों के साथ आदान प्रदान विचारों का अच्छा हुआ। अब सवाल ये उठता है कि इसका आउटकम क्या है, इसका नतीजा, इसका आउटकम, इसकी रिकमेंडेशंस। तो आई एम वेरी हैप्पी कि कुछ नई चीज़ों पर लोगों ने डिस्कशंस किए और उसका जो रिज़ल्ट है, उसकी जो रिकमेंडेशंस हैं, हम सर को भेजेंगे और हमारी इनसे प्रार्थना है कि उनको कंसिडर करें ताकि कुछ पीड़ा कम हो जाए। दुख तो रहेगा लेकिन थोड़ा कम हो जाए तो अच्छा है ना। तो बाकी मुझे एक बात याद आ गई कि IPPAI का निर्माण 1993 से हुआ था, तो ओवर ए पीरियड ऑफ टाइम हमें बहुत सी इंटरेस्टिंग लोग मिले। तो मैंने कहा एक ऐसी बात मैं आपसे शेयर कर लूं। तो रिसेंटली हमें एक साहब मिले, तो उन्होंने बोला देखिए सर, हम पावर प्लांट लगा के छोड़ेंगे। वेरी गुड, लगाइए, लेकिन एक छोटी सी गड़बड़ है। क्या? ये साले PPA नहीं साइन कर रहे। क्यों नहीं कर रहे भाई? नहीं कर रहे PPA साइन, अब बताइए क्या किया जाए। तो मैंने बताया फिर, नहीं हम पावर प्लांट तो लगा के छोड़ेंगे। अब करते क्या थे, हमारा पान सुपारी का धंधा था, अभी हम बिल्कुल पावर प्लांट लगा के छोड़ेंगे। अच्छा, तो फिर क्या तकलीफ है? PPA मत साइन करो। अरे PPA नहीं साइन करेंगे तो कोयला नहीं मिलता, तो बैटरी में चलाएंगे क्या? तो अच्छा, नहीं तो कोयला क्यों नहीं मिलता? नहीं मिलता, ऐसा डिसाइड हो गया है, सरकार ने डिसाइड कर लिया कोयला नहीं मिलेगा, तो हम कैसे चलाएंगे? भाई बाजार से खरीद लो। नहीं खरीद सकते, लेकिन हम पावर प्लांट जरूर लगाएंगे। हम अब बता रहे हैं आपको, हाँ धौल साहब बता दीजिए हम आपको। अच्छा भाई, तो अब क्या करेंगे? अरे एक हमारा दूसरा भाई है, उसने लगा लिए पावर प्लांट, उसको कोयला भी मिल गया, उसको पैसे नहीं मिलते। हमारे यहाँ बताइए अब क्या किया जाए? लेकिन हम पावर प्लांट लगा के छोड़ेंगे बिल्कुल। भूल देख लीजिए आप, हम इसको छोड़ेंगे नहीं, लगा के छोड़ेंगे पावर प्लांट। अब हमने ठान लिया है, ठीक है महाराज, लगाइए। तो ऐसे ऐसे लोग मिलते हैं, इतने एंथुजियास्टिक हैं, इतने उनकी मन में वो भावना है कि हमें पावर प्लांट लगाना है, देश को आगे बढ़ाना है। तो गुरुदेव, हम आपसे विनंती विशेषण करते हैं कि आप भी थोड़ा सा गौर फरमाइए IPP वालों का। हाँ, प्राइवेट वाले जो हैं बड़े ख़राब हैं, मुनाफाखोरी करते हैं, लेकिन थोड़ा सा
PPA को तो आपने बांध रखा है ना
जी?
PPA को आपने बांध रखा है।
PPA को क्या कर दिया?
बांध करके रखा हुआ है।
बांध करके रखा हुआ।
और आपके वर्ड में ही छुपा हुआ है वो।
सर
आप दोनों साइड आई को हटा दीजिए, शायद वो फ्री हो जाएगा, उसके बाद मिलना शुरू हो जाएगा PPA।
अच्छा, वो IPPAI पे लगे हैं आप। लेकिन आपने तो और भी चक्कर, आप कह रहे PPA की जरूरत ही नहीं है, मर्चेंट में चलेंगे।
इसलिए कहा ना कि उसको अब ये वक्त आ रहा है कि उसको अब दोनों को हटा करके इसको फ्री करने, allow him to fly।
जी जी जी। तो अब मर्चेंटवा में जाएंगे तो मार्केट आएगी, मार्केट में जाएंगे तो आप फिर इंटरफेयर करेंगे और हमें समझ में नहीं आएगा कि कौन सा भाव होगा और क्या नहीं होगा, फिर क्या करेंगे? अच्छा, और बड़े बड़े लोगों ने कहा है कि भाई मार्केट में इंटरफेयर करना तो हक बनता है आपका। तो मतलब दुविधा तो है थोड़ी।
क्या किया जाए? हमारे नवीन भाई यहाँ गायब हो गए, कहाँ थे वो? पार एक्सचेंज पे बात कर रहे थे, बहुत अच्छी प्रेजेंटेशन दी उन्होंने। तो मैंने उनको पूछा एक्सचेंज शुरू कब हो रहा है भाई? और इतना वॉल्यूम सर आप बढ़ा देंगे 100 kW वाला, तो 3 पावर एक्सचेंज से काम नहीं चलेगा, हैंडल ही नहीं कर पाएंगे वो, 5-6 एक्सचेंज लगाने पड़ेंगे। तो मैं आप लोगों से अनुरोध करता हूँ, इसको कंसिडर करें कि आप पावर प्लांट की जगह पावर एक्सचेंज लगाइए, है ना। तो एक और बात याद आ गई मुझे, ये 90s की बात है। तो उस ज़माने में मैं घनश्याम जी से शेयर कर रहा था कि हमें एक ऐसा मौका मिला कि हम मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पावर के साथ डेलीगेशन लेके कैबिनेट सेक्रेटरी के अंडर हम अमेरिका गए, और वहाँ पे हमने बहुत से लोगों को बोला कि आप इंडिया आइए, पावर प्लांट लगाइए, इन्वेस्टमेंट करिए। IPP नया कॉन्सेप्ट है, इट्स अ फैंटास्टिक कॉन्सेप्ट, यू मस्ट कम टू इंडिया एंड एंजॉय। सो दे ऑल केम। उनके आने के 2 साल बाद conversation with the American developer is, Harry, I said, yes. How the hell do you move a file from one table to another and the government here? I said, what do you mean? That file is sitting in their officer's table, man, it's not moving. I said, listen, you have come with American mindset and American time set. This is India. He said, what do you mean? I said, if the file doesn't move today, it'll move tomorrow. He says, what do you mean it'll move tomorrow? Yeah, it may not move tomorrow. What happens? Day after tomorrow. If it doesn't move this month, next month. Are you crazy? I have to report every 90 days to my board. I'm burning cash here, man. What's going on? I said, sir, I got news for you. If it doesn't happen in this lifetime, it'll happen in the next. We believe in reincarnation. इस जन्म में नहीं तो अगले जन्म में हो जाएगा, टेंशन क्यों लेते हैं आप? So one has had fantastic experiences with people. $1 billion plants लग रहे हैं, और मैं पावर सेक्टर में जब भी देखता हूँ कि आज क्या हो रहा है क्या नहीं हो रहा है, मैं किसी से बात कर रहा था, मैंने कहा देखो पावर सेक्टर में 50 प्रॉब्लम होते हैं, 4 सॉल्व होते हैं, नई कॉन्फ्रेंस पैदा हो जाती है, IPPAI की दूसरी कॉन्फ्रेंस चल पड़ती है, फिर डिबेट, फिर विवाद, हम बड़े खुश हो जाते हैं 4 चीज़ें सॉर्ट आउट होगी, लेकिन 4 चीज़ें सॉर्ट आउट होकर 10 चीज़ें और आ जाती नहीं। अब जैसे घनश्याम जी ने बड़ा अच्छा कहा कि somebody is asking कि आपने कैप लगाया 12 रुपए क्यों लगाए, 13 क्यों नहीं लगाए, या तो 11 क्यों नहीं लगाए? न्यूरोलॉजी का इसमें क्या लेना देना है? वो बम्बई में चर्च गेट स्टेशन के बाहर एक तोते वाला है, वो पूरी भविष्यवाणी देता है पावर सेक्टर में क्या होगा, प्राइसेस की क्या होगी, तो आप उसको पूछें वो आपको पूरा बता देगा। तो इसमें न्यूरोलॉजी का भी रोल होगा। घनश्याम जी आपका फेवरेट नंबर क्या है? मल्टीपल ऑफ 3 होगा जरूर, है ना? तो 12 रुपये फिक्स कर दिए। तो पॉइंट ये है कि आई सजेस्ट कि आप लोग टेंशन ना लें। पावर सेक्टर में रहना है तो टेंशन लेना आपकी सेहत के लिए अच्छा नहीं होगा। रिलैक्स करें, हो जाएगा, होना होगा हो जाएगा, भगवान को मंजूर है तो हो जाएगा। प्रभु को पूजा करिए, आज नवरात्रि है, खत्म हो रही है, पूजा पाठ करिए, सबको भगवान लोगों को प्रेयर करिए कि सर हमारा काम हो जाना चाहिए, PPA साइन हो जाना चाहिए, PPA साइन हो गए तो पावर शेड्यूल होनी चाहिए, पावर शेड्यूल होगी तो ट्रांसमिशन की कंजेशन नहीं होनी चाहिए, ट्रांसमिशन कंजेशन भी ठीक होगी तो जो कस्टमर है या जो डिस्कॉम है हमें टाइम पे पैसे तो दे दे। सर ने कहा है कि वो लेटर ऑफ क्रेडिट खोलेंगे, अब देखें डिस्कॉम कितनी खोलती है लेटर ऑफ क्रेडिट, उनकी बैंकिंग लिमिट्स हैं नहीं हैं, सब चीज़ें हैं, मज़ा है। So I would say that it's 1.5 days of lot of brainstorming, and again a big thank you to Ashok, Reggie, and our friends who have contributed. Our sponsors, बहुत से sponsors हैं, and उनको भी thank you. और most important, I want to thank our chairman, Bihar, regulator Sahab, Ghanshyam ji, once again, very grateful. We have come to one conclusion while you were away, that you should not be giving a lecture. you should conduct an entire conference. तो ये भी मतलब अभी ये भी decide हो चुका है by public demand, you know. It was a fantastic presentation, and some of us did not get a chance to speak because of the shortage of time. But I want to thank our speakers. I want to thank our friends, delegates, all those who attended here. And to let you know that after the COVID, this has been a big gap. It was a small, cozy gathering, I think just right amount of number of people. We look forward to having you all again. Do let us know if there's anything you want to add or subtract. I heard somebody on the system saying कि खाना अच्छा है तो speaker अच्छा है. So I don't know whether it meant कि खाना अच्छा था या नहीं, but please have a good night, good evening. We'll have the prize distribution award here, and then the dinner is outside, and there is a musical evening also organized for you guys. Thank you very much. Hope you enjoyed yourself. Please see you in the award ceremony. Thank you.
See what half an hour to prepare. ठीक है, ठीक है, ठीक है.
30-minute break.
Hello, good evening. Hello. Good evening.
Did you hear me say it's alright?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to start the IPPAI Power Awards. I would like to call all the delegates. Please be seated. Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of IPPAI, I would like to welcome you all to the 11th IPPAI Power Awards 2022. Thank you all for joining us. We would like to thank our knowledge partner Deloitte and our esteemed jury member, Dr. Pramod Deo, former chairman CERC, Mr. VP Raja, former chairman MERC, Mr. R.N. Parashar, former chairman HERC, Dr. V.K. Garg, former chairman JERC, Mr. V. Subramaniam, former secretary MNRE, Mr. Rakesh Nath, former member APTL, Mr. Sunil Wadhwa, former CEO and MD GET&D India Limited, for their time. Thank you so much, all the jury members. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Harry Dhall, Director General of IPPAI, to the stage to open the ceremony with his inspiring words.
Hello once again, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the award ceremony. This is the exciting part where we humbly acknowledge some innovation carried out in the power sector. In fact, this year, there's been a series of awards which have been given for innovation, a lot of new ideas, and of course, the usual excellence that one sees in the power sector and definitely needs to be recognized. So without those further ado, let me invite Mr. Ghanshyam Prasad and Dr. Deo to come up and start the award ceremony. Neetu?
Thank you, boss. First category is for the best thermal power generation. And the winner is Nabha Power Limited. May I call upon Mr. Suresh Kumar Narak to come on the stage and receive the award, please. A big round of applause, please, everyone. Thank you. For the outstanding performance, the award goes to JSW Energy Limited Ratnagiri. May I call Mr. Sharat Chandra and Mr. Amrut to come on stage and receive the award, please? A big round of applause, please, everyone. Thank you. For the best hydro power generator, the winner is Greenco. May I call upon Mr. Prasada Raju to come on stage and receive the award, please? A big round of applause, please. We are meeting after 2 years. Bhakra Bias Management Board. May I call upon Mr. S.S. Dadwal to come on stage and receive the award, please? A big round of applause. For the best solar, the winner is AMP Energy. And may I call upon Mr. Aditya Malpani to come on stage and receive the award. A big round of applause, everyone. performance, the award goes to Greenco. May I call upon Mr. Ramaprasadan to come on stage and take the award, please. A big round of applause for Greenco. The next award is for the best wind developer, and the winner is once again Greenco. May I call upon Mr. Bharat Kumar N to come on stage and receive the award, please. I would like to call the entire team of Greenco on stage, please. A big round of applause for Greenco once again, please. Entire team, please, entire team. Thank you so much, Dr. Deo. May I request Mr. R.N. Parashan to kindly come on the stage and give away the award, please? Sir, we'd like to request you some more patience. Some time. The next category of award is for the best transmission utility under public sector. And the winner is WBESTCL. May I request Mr. Sabyasachi Roy and Mr. Debasis Chakki to come on stage and receive the award. A big round of applause, please. Everyone, I request you. For the outstanding performance, the award goes to GetCo. May I request Mr. R.K. Solanki to come on stage and receive the award. Mr. R.K. Solanki, please. Some clapping is required, please, everyone. I know you guys are tired. The next category of award is for the best state load dispatch center, and the winner is OPTCL. May I request Mr. B.B. Mehta to come on stage and take the award. For the outstanding performance, the award goes to WBSLDC. May I request Mr. Sabyasachi to come on stage and receive the award on their behalf. Mr. Sabyasachi, please. A big round of applause, everyone. The first runner-up goes to GetCo. May I request once again Mr. R.K. Solanki to come on stage and receive the award, please. next category of award is for the best performing distribution company, and the winners are BSES Rajdhani Limited and TSNP DCL. First, I would like to call upon Mr. Munish to come on stage and receive the award, please. Mr. Munish. A big round of applause, everyone, please. And Mr. Madhusudan to come on stage and receive the award, please. Mission company, they're a runner-up. For the outstanding performance in the best performing distribution company goes to MSDCL and TSSPDCL. First, I'd like to call upon Mr. Arvind and Mr. Milind to come on stage and receive the award, please. Mr. S.S. Swami Reddy to come on stage and receive the award, please. A big round of applause, everyone. Please encourage them. Undertaking. May I call Mr. N.N. Chogle and Mr. S.N. Bhinge to come on stage to receive the award? For the outstanding performance, the award goes to BSES Yamuna Power Limited. May I call Mr. Gaurav Sharma to come on stage and receive the award, please. A big round of applause, please. Thank you, Mr. Parashar. For the next category of award, may I call Mr. Shishir Sinha, Chairman BERC, to kindly give away the awards, please. A big round of applause for sir, please. Thank you. The next category of award is for the best state to promote renewable energy, and the winner is MSDCL. May I call Mr. Arvind and Mr. Milind to come on stage and receive the award, please. the outstanding performance, the award goes to TSNPDCL. May I call Mr. K. Venkatesham and Mr. Madhusudan to come on stage and take the award. A big round of applause. The next category of award is for the best distribution company to promote consumer awareness, and the winner is CESC Limited. May I call upon Mr. Rajiv Kumar Sinha and Mr. Nirvik Viswas to come on stage and receive the award. A big round of applause for CESC team. For the outstanding performance, the award goes to TSSPDCL, BSES Rajdhani Limited, MSEDCL, TSNPDCL, BSES Yamuna Power Limited. First, I would like to call upon Mr. S. Swami Reddy to come on stage and receive the award, please. A big round of applause for sir. Now I would like to call Mr. Manish BSES Rajdhani Limited to come on stage and take the award. May I call Mr. Arvind and Mr. Milind to come on stage and take the award? Mr. Arvind and Mr. Milind, MSEDCL. May I call Mr. K. Venkatesham and Mr. Madhusudan to come on stage and take the award? TSNPDCL, yes. May I call Mr. Gaurav Sharma once again to come and take the award? Thank you, Mr. Sinha. Thank you so much. The next category is for the best company in electric charging station, and the winner is BSES Rajdhani Limited. May I call Mr. Manish Sharma to come on stage and take the award? Mr. Manish Sharma, a big round of applause, please, for their outstanding performance. award goes to MSEDCL. May I call Mr. Arvind and Mr. Milind to come on stage and receive the award. A big round of applause for the MSEDCL team. The next category of award is for the utility achieving faster rural electrification in the last decade. For the outstanding performance, the award goes to TSNPDCL. May I call Mr. K. Venkatesham and Mr. Madhusudan to come on stage and receive the award. A big round of applause, please, for their outstanding performance. Mr. Arvind and Mr. Milind to come on stage and receive the award, please. Mr. Arvind and Mr. Milind, once again, a big round of applause. Exchange, and the winner is Indian Gas Exchange. May I call Mr. Mrityunjay Shrivastava and Mr. Sushil Mishra to come on stage and receive the award. A big round of applause for Indian Gas Exchange team. For the outstanding contribution in the field of IoT, and the winner is RE Connect Energy. May I call Mr. Vishal Pandya to come on stage and receive the award, please. A big round of applause for Mr. Vishal Pandya. Ashok Das Gupta, President of IPPAI, to come on stage and announce the next set of awards. A big round of applause for Mr. Das Gupta.
Thank you, Nitu. Now the awards for outstanding innovation done during the year by these companies: technical field, commercial field, techno-commercial field. Absolutely outstanding innovation, which can be replicated by the other companies. So I have great pleasure first to call BSCS Rajdhani Power Limited, Mr. Manish Sharma, for outstanding performance in innovation, the topic being Sanket, a reporting tool for energy audit application. Mr. Manish Sharma, please. go away, Manish. Manish, don't go away. The second award also goes to you. Topic being environmentally friendly scrap disposal and sustainable procurement practices, applying the concept of circular economy. It again goes to BSC's Rajdhani, Manish Sharma. If we had a category who has won the maximum number of awards, it is Manish Sharma going to be. Ever since we started this award, Manish Sharma. The next one goes to CESC Limited. I would request Mr. Rajiv Kumar Singh and Nirvik Vishwas to come forward, please. And the topic is implementation of smart pillar box in LT distribution system. Don't go away, Nirvik. Rajiv, stay back, please. You're going to get another award now, CSC. The topic is Push Alert, an in-house vendor agnostic solution for real-time distribution system analysis and on mobility platform, CSC Limited. Mr. Arvind and Mr. Milind from Maharashtra State Electricity Distribution Company Limited. Please come up the dais. And the topic is RF metering and meter data, Maharashtra State Electricity Distribution Company Limited. Mr. Arvind, don't go away. You have another award to get. Don't go away, stay back, stay back. Mr. Milind, please stay back, another award. This time, the topic is Innovation in Consumer Service Information Technology Initiatives. To you. I now call upon Mr. R.K. Solanki of Gujarat Energy Transmission Company Limited. Mr. Solanki, kindly come. Big round of applause to Mr. Solanki. The topic is Synchro Phasor Analytics addressing integration challenges for power transmission system with use of phasor measurement unit, PMU data, wide area monitoring system, WAMS, to Gujarat Energy Transmission Company Limited. Award is being taken, Mr. R.K. Solanki. Mr. Solanki, stay back, please. One more award to you. This time, the topic is Deployment of Transmission Elements Management, the module in state of Gujarat. Congratulations. I now call upon call upon Mr. Venkatashamantan and Mr. Madhusudan of Northern Power Distribution Company of Telangana Limited. Round of applause to them. The topic is erection of 2x1 MVAR capacity banks at 600 kVAR line capacitors. Don't go away. There's another award for you. Don't go away. Don't go away, please. This time it is for distributed solar generation in TSN PDCL. Round of applause, please. Round of applause. There's still one more award for you, sir. Please don't go away. Yes, please come back. Yeah. Round of applause for him. And the topic is IRDA GPRS enable integrated spot billing. I now call upon Mr. Kanagaraj of Windcare India Private Limited. Is he here? Kanagaraj. Yeah, come. Round of applause for Mr. Kanagaraj. Congratulations. They have done an excellent innovative work in derrick structure for replacement of wind turbine. Something to be emulated. Excellent. How do you repair a wind turbine, the particular derrick structure? There is in situ. I will now call upon Mr. Gaurav Sharma of BACS Jamuna Power Limited. Gaurav, round of applause for Gaurav Sharma. And the topic is micro substation. Congratulations, Gaurav. Thank you, Mr. Ghanasham Prasad. I will now request Harry to give a final vote of thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was an exhausting exercise, particularly when I had to read the categories of innovation and whatever. I'm not exactly a technical guy, but believe me, it was fantastic. I'm so happy that we have recognized innovation and excellence. I want to not hold you for too long from your dinners, but I want to just say that it's been fantastic. Congratulations to all of the awardees. Please spread the message. Let's encourage more and more innovation, more and more excellence. Our power sector needs to become one of the best in the world. In that, I have another small story to tell. About 15 years ago, the grid in New York collapsed, and you'd be amazed to know Power Grid was asked by the Americans to come down and have a look at the grid and help them. There was a blackout in New York. So it was a very proud moment for us to see that Indian engineers flying to the United States, the most advanced country in the world, and our boys went there and fixed the issue. We've done a lot of exciting stuff, but let me just say it's been so fantastically enriching having the last 1.5 days with you, having all of you, I consider all of you as VVIPs. Thank you so much for being here, and congratulations once again. And I call this event to an end, but there's a beginning. There's dinner with music, and have a nice time, and wish all of you a safe journey back home, wherever you come from. But thank you once again for participating. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, sponsors. Thank you, delegates. Thank you, speakers. Thank you.